Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear. Can you hear me very clear as well?
Yeah, I can hear you good, bro. My name is KD. You call me KD.
Like K and a D, like Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
All right, all right. So what's up, man? What's your issue with FBA or ADOS or Tariq Nasheed?
Well, I guess we can start with Tariq Nasheed.
Okay.
Uh, Majority of his videos are about disparaging black immigrants. I mean, that's pretty much all his content. Like
Well,
literally all of it.
would you agree that no matter what the subject is, there's black immigrants calling in, heckling him and trolling him, and then it turns to that?
Okay, I mean, you could have where people heckle you and troll you, but do you have to make that the topic of your entire
No,
video?
no. But no. See, here's the thing. You're looking at clips. You're looking at clips of a whole video. So he has a whole video, just like DJ Flad or whoever else, they have a whole video and they clip off like the most exciting or controversial moments of it because they know it's going to get clicks. Everybody does that. Every content creator does that. They make highlights, even like in the NBA. The NBA is going to show highlights of the best parts of the game.
Okay. World Star Hip Hop. I mean, they show highlights of the black community. Is that showing the black community in a positive light? Is that the kind of image that we're trying to set as black people? Highlights of that?
No, but guess what? The criticism Tariq is getting, you guys didn't give Q the same criticism, and he was far more influential in his highlights. He got gazillion views. Tariq Link, look at the Tariq views on his videos. You know, it's nothing near Q. But here's the thing, though: Q got a pass, but Tariq somehow gets all of the criticism, and he's nowhere near as influential as Q or the Shade Room or these other World Star, these other DJ academics. He did a whole thing on War in Chirac. Where was you at in his comment section? My man started a whole bloodbath over again.
I mean, do two wrongs make a right? I don't understand. Like
Oh,
we take in one thing that's wrong and
now,
then we're gonna
but
replicate it.
now what I'm saying is, where is the criticism? Like, all right, for example, I have a standard. This is why I'm that guy. My name is Unbiased Ron.
Mhm.
Anybody, and I'm called the can man because I don't hold punches. Anybody can literally get it. All right.
Okay, I
So
respect that.
okay, so that's what I do. Now, but my standard is across the board. I'm not respecting of persons. So if Tariq don't fit my standards, I'm gonna criticize whatever he said that don't fall into my standards. So I criticize everybody, and even people I like. I'm in the comment section and say, hey, I don't like this. I watch a lot of one-on-one basketball, like the whole YouTube content creator. And guys I really like. And guess what? I got at them directly and they call me a hater. It's like, no, I'm not a hater, dude. I'm just telling you, with this one guy, you were more aggressive. Like you were out of character. Like, dude, you're usually humble, but because this one guy you seen was soft, you became a bully. So that's how I am. So what I'm saying is, if I feel like Tariq Nasheed highlights was causing what you said, I would do that with everybody that I am aware of. I ain't gonna say you got to research people on the fly, but whoever you know of, because you got bigger. Like Tariq was on DJ Academics. So if you know Tariq, you definitely know DJ Academics, and not just him. Math Hoffa, right? So you got these other guys that do the same thing, and they have a larger influence, and the smoke is just reserved for Tariq Nasheed, and that's what we're like realizing. It's like, yo, we wouldn't mind if the smoke was pitched equally distributed. If there was equality, we wouldn't even like say anything to you. We were like, all right, it's whatever.
Well, I mean, let me tell you a little bit about me, bro. I'm a Pan-African. You know what I mean? And honestly, bro, anybody who is displaying black people in the negative light, I got smoke for them, period. All
I
the
ain't
way across the board. You know
I
what I
ain't got
mean?
problem with that.
So Tariq is at this particular point, he's the personification
Hold on,
of
hold on,
of go
hold on.
ahead.
So, are you aware of academics?
Yeah, I know about academics.
Are you aware of his documentary on Chicago?
Nah, I never heard of a documentary on Chicago. Tell me
Okay,
about it.
all right. Well, just real briefly, the Chicago gangs themselves. So these ain't critics, these ain't trolls. The Chicago gangs themselves. Oh, D Block and the other crew over there, they blamed him for the reoccurring to this day bloodbath between King Von, Lil Durk, and all these guys. They single-handedly pointed at him. I'm talking about Chicago residents and even people in the game. They blamed him for resurrecting the bloodbath. So Tariq Nasheed is talking trash, whatever. I could see that you have a problem with it, no problem. But this guy got people killed. All the shooters you hear about on the weekend, that DJ Academics play a large part of that because he was rehashing old beefs that people like, the wounds healed a little bit and people like let it go. They kind of bitter, but they let it go. Well, he resurrected it and talked about it. He even gave these guys nicknames and made them like superheroes. So they start to retweet, his stuff, and then the other gang were like, "Yo, man, mind your business, shut up," and start a whole war. So what I'm saying is, like, we're focused on Tariq, and to me personally, I believe it's bigger than Tariq. I think people just don't like him. So no matter what he does, it's just never going to be good enough. Like if he asks for donations or GoFundMe, crowdfund for a museum or a documentary, they're gonna have issues.
Nah. So that ain't the case over here. I'm just let you know all the way across the board.
So where's
So
the
I used
smoke? So where's the smoke? Because you're Pan-African, you love Black people. So
right.
where's the smoke? And matter of fact, all of DJ right now, all of his content is divisive. Literally, nothing is like bringing Black folk. Like DJ Vlad probably got more.
Divisive's not the right word. You could say that it's destructive to the community, portraying us in that type of image. Yeah, but divisive is not the word. Divisive is a word that's specifically reserved for Tariq, because Tariq, what he's doing is he's pitting one group of Black people against another group of Black people.
Okay.
Academics is portraying. He's contributing to the negative image of Black people. That's what he's doing.
Okay, so explain how Tariq Nasheed is putting a group against another group. I gotta hear this one.
All you gotta do is go to his YouTube channel. Every single video is tether this, tether that, Black Somalian this person said that, this person's against FBA.
How long you been watching?
Years.
I got it.
Yeah.
Now, I've been watching Tariq for years, and I am, pretty smart. I got a good memory, and I can recall damn near his biggest videos. Now, I can tell you where it started. See, a lot of people can't go back to 2017, 2016 when it all started. Okay, so he was pitching. Are you aware? You watched him for years. Are you aware of his global empowerment? When he was, that's like kind of like Pan-Africanist. He was about Melanoid Nation. You aware of that?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the More Us app. I remember the Melanoid Nation. I remember Hidden Colors. Go ahead. Yep.
Cool. So what he started to spot was this: when he was getting on white supremacy. This is way before Nados and Ados, way before Tether. He used to call out white supremacy, and he used to notice that most of his feedback was for Black women, and he used to call them bed wenches, right? And he left it like that. Then he evolved. He started to notice that, wow, these Black women aren't just Black women. These Black women hold a flag that's foreign. So he started to point that out. So this is way before delineation, all that stuff. He used to say, hey, man, I'm noticing that a lot of these bed wenches are from the continent. Like, and he used to say they love Zaddy. So a lot of his complaints and pushback was on Black immigrant women who were sticking up for, blatant white supremacists, people who disrespect them, who you say you love. And so he started to notice it was consistent across the board, and these people had foreign flags. So he would call them out. And then he'll see that. And by the way, I got clips on everything I'm saying to you. I clipped it up. So I'm a clip guy. I watch videos and I clip them. So I got clips to everything I'm saying. So this is when he was about all global empowerment. And that was his terminology against white supremacy, because he said white supremacy is global, so we needed a global empowerment movement. So he was linking up with Black folks all across the globe, bigging up everybody. Okay, then he started to see like, hey man, these guys ain't on cold as I think I am. But he kept pushing, because that was January of 2018. So like I'll say around April, he started to notice, damn, a lot of the Black media that shows Black people, and this is before Tariq Nasheed did Tethers that you're complaining about, 2018. That's what? That's 7 years ago. you start to notice that black media that shows black folks in negative light, in a negative light, is DJ Academics. You just said it, World Star Q, who's Haitian, Academics Jamaican, Shade Room. So he started to show all of the massive media, black media that shows black Americans in a negative light were all black immigrants. So he's starting to like, wow, what's going on here? I'm trying to be black empowerment, but there's this secret agenda that I'm not aware of, that I'm becoming aware of. So he started to question, like, yo, what's up? But he always kept saying this. He always kept saying, not all of y'all, but some of y'all, y'all really on some white supremacist, bandwagon. And he did that.
Okay. Now let me ask you this, right? Because I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Do you know who Jesse Lee Peterson is?
Yes, I do.
You know who Charles Barkley is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who we can name Lil Wayne is? OJ Simpson?
Yes, I do.
Would you say that these dudes are representatives of FBA? Would you say that these dudes are they embody the mindset of what black people in America are?
They're all compromised.
Hey, I'm not gonna argue that at all. But would you say, okay, would you watch these dudes and say, okay, this is what all these black Americans are?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, when you hear them talk, they put themselves in like as like an educator or an expert. So all of them, when they talk, they carry themselves where you're supposed to take them serious. Well, except for Jesse Lee Peterson, but he be trying. Now look, I know Jesse Lee Peterson more than before all of you, by the way. So I'm aware of his early interviews with the Hebrew Israelites. They're on my channel. Let's go back 12 years ago. So I was aware of him when he had an actual talk show, right? He had an actual talk show. So yeah, I go that far back. But yeah, but the difference is that all of them do what we say is cooning, right? So let me say this.
Yep.
It's one thing if you're arguing with your brother and your sister. It's another thing if a neighbor takes your brother's argument and argue that same argument. Because you want to know, like, yo, what this guy do with you? Like, I'm arguing about what my brother did to my car. He didn't gas it up. Why are you talking about he didn't gas it up? So it hits differently when you're outside of the household and you're speaking on household things. So academics and those guys are outside the household and they're speaking on household things and they're not genuine. So when Charles Barkley says something, he might actually feel that way. See, but the difference is Q is not expressing his true feelings. Academics is not expressing true feelings. They're just covering us like we're just zoo animals. They're not
Okay,
giving
so it sounds to me like you're saying they have more of a right to be coons than anyone else. Is that what you're trying to say? Like,
no.
are you trying to say like if you're a black person in America, you have a God-given right to be a sellout, buck dancing, tap dancing?
No. What I'm actually
No,
saying is this: they have a right to their opinion. Okay,
right?
so Jesse Lee has an opinion. Look, Jordan Lee Peterson has an opinion, but white folks don't. The large body of white folks don't share that opinion. Nick Fuentes got an opinion, but a lot of white folks don't agree. But that's their opinion. What I'm sharing with you, bro, I need you to listen. DJ Academics is not sharing an opinion. He's projecting an image. Q is not sharing an opinion. He's projecting an image. That's worse.
Okay, so you're okay. So
I
essentially, you're
respect their
saying,
opinion, but they're not giving an opinion. They're projecting an image that sides with scientific racism, how the racist South viewed us with, and they try to use science, So they're stirring up that image. It's not an opinion. They're casting or projecting an image that was first expressed during scientific racism. And like I have that book, Medical Apartheid, by the way. So I know for a fact that they are resurrecting images and thoughts about black people that was going on because first of all, white folks, Southerners was trying to deter and discourage the North from carrying on with the civil rights movement. So I'm sorry, with the Civil War. So they were trying to say, hey, why war with us over these slaves? They're just going to be gang, not gang, but violent whoremongers. So like they were trying to pitch and like kind of like the modern bell curve thing. They were trying to pitch an argument like, why are you worried about these guys becoming free? Like these guys need to be in chains because if they're free, they're going to be rapists, they're going to be violent, and then guess what? That's what World Star Hip Hop portrayed as.
Well, listen, bro. Listen, the thing is if you want to sit there and argue which one is worse, we can do that. But let's be clear that the fact that what both of these dudes are doing are destructive to the community. They're destructive to the movement. They're destructive to the community.
I don't believe Tariq what he's doing is being destructive. I believe that he has a live, right? He's going live, and somebody's calling in now. Because I put Tariq in the same category as Dave Chappelle. Like they're like comedians. Like Tariq is funny. Like, and he's known to troll back and do the puppet thing, and the walrus thing. So he is literally a comedian, like Dave Chappelle. So if Dave Chappelle is live,
I mean, they don't call him a comedian on X. I mean, they list him as activists. They list him as social leader. He's the founder of FBA. Maybe if he was listed as a comedian, people would take him less seriously, but he's not listed as a comedian. That's the problem.
Wait, slow down.
I'm here.
Does Dave Chappelle does activism and they become politically aware about black and white issues on this? Not just him, but Charlie Murphy.
Wait, so would you call them activists?
Yeah, they're activists / comedians.
You can I can change it. I can change my oil on my car, but that doesn't make me a mechanic. It just means I changed my oil. You know what I'm saying? So just because you do some activism, it doesn't make you an activist. That's not your main occupation. His main occupation is comedian. But when you look at Tariq, allegedly his main occupation is supposed to be activist.
Wait, no. He never said that.
He's never called himself an activist. He's never been portrayed or marketed as an activist.
So now you're going the opposite way. You just called him an activist first. When did he say that?
Okay, I could probably find things where he said that, but if you go to his, let's go to his X. Go to his X. Share the screen and go to his X. Let's see what the description is.
Okay, I don't mind that, but what I'm saying is he's not saying I'm just that. Like Malcolm X was an activist. So, but Tariq has always said I'm petty. I'm petty. So here's the thing. People like you pick and choose which Tariq you want to believe. I believe everything he says he is. He said I'm petty. He said he has jokes. He's an entertainer. He has music. He's all of that. And on top of that, he's an activist. There's nothing wrong with that. I am an activist. On top of that, I do sports. On top of that, I debate religion. That ain't activism, debating religion. On top of that, I debate other foolishness. But so I do a lot of things. But no, I'm not 100% activist like Malcolm X or Dr. King. Like,
okay, so if he's not an activist, right?
No. I didn't say that. I'm saying he's activist plus. So this is 2025, bro. Like we are evolved. We are more things than just one thing. And so now, Dr. Are you aware of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, by the way?
Of course.
Okay, so what did he say? He said entertainment plus knowledge. You gotta have so he realized you gotta entertain on top of educate. They call it edutainment. Okay, so you got to entertain as you educate because Black folks, we love entertainment. We love sports. We love singing. Lil Wayne, the guys you mentioned, we love that over activists, unfortunately. So we got to be smart. I'm a chess teacher, by the way. So I teach strategy and tactics.
Okay, so I mean, if that's the case, I mean, Lil Wayne is an activist. I mean, LeBron James is an activist. We go down the list. The entertainers and athletes who are activists. What did Malcolm X say about what they try to do with Black people and make entertainers and athletes our leaders?
Okay, so now look, let's put that on pause. because
Okay.
we're going to agree or disagree. And let's go to FBA. What's your issues?
Hold on, wait. So you want to agree to disagree on that? You don't want to touch on nothing I just said with that?
Well, we're going around in circles and we're not agreeing. So let's go to something we can agree on. So, and look, we could always circle back, but I want to hit on some things without getting bogged down to one thing. All right. So, look, we could come back to that.
Okay, cool.
But remember, there's a couple of things that you got an issue with. So now, what's
Okay.
your issue with FBA?
Okay, so there's a few issues with FBA.
I
The first issue is that it's a Tariq Nasheed online store that he owns the rights to.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. He owns the rights to FBA. The official web. Hold on, the official website is owned and operated by Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed owns the rights to the flag. Tariq Nasheed created and coined the term foundational Black American. So
Okay.
that's one of the issues I have with it. But go ahead.
Are you an African American?
No, I'm not. Well, I am a American. I was born here. I was born in Miami, but my people's are Jamaican.
Okay. Do you ever select? Because now, brother, be careful. Because I know what applications say. I'm in housing. Okay. And Jamaicans and every other Black immigrant only got one selection. Right? There ain't no other selection. Right? With housing, and they all get housing. So now, do you ever select the option where it says, when it's talking about race, there ain't no Jamaican on there. There's no Haitian on there. There's no Nigerian. Do you ever select where it says Black African American?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're African American. Now watch this. Who copyrighted that? Who trademarked that term?
I don't know the history behind it. I know.
I will tell you. I will tell you. A white man trademarked African American.
African American is not trademarked. It's not.
Okay. Let me cook you real fast. See, one thing you know about me, that bro.
I want you to show me that it's trademarked. I know for a fact it's not, but go ahead.
I got you. One thing about me.
And don't show me no BS website with no clothing store with no. Go ahead, show me the trademark. I want to see it.
I got you. But one thing you gonna learn about me tonight is that everything I say, I can prove. So watch this. So now, once I prove this, say you were wrong and I was right, and we can move forward.
I don't mind admitting I was wrong, but I know for a fact you're not going to
get used to that
I'm
because I'm never wrong like that. So I ain't got to worry about that.
Okay.
So right. I got you. So now watch this. I'm gonna read it, and they're gonna read with me. Yes, the term African American is trademarked by African American Inc., a food and beverage company based in North Carolina, and that's a white man.
Hold on. So this Wikipedia you showing me?
No. This ain't Wikipedia. This is AI overview. No, but hold on. All right. Look.
Go ahead, bro.
So watch
where's the official site on the website where the trademarks, the .gov website that shows the African American .gov website that shows African American as trademark.
No. That's not for me. That's for you. Because this guy right here, that owns this. Okay, this is Google. Now I can go to Chat GPT. It won't change. Okay, any search I can go to Bing.com. It's not going to change. This white guy. You know why I know this? Because I already did a live on this before. Okay, now I can get his name for you. He even got a Facebook page, and he even got a flag. By the way, he got a flag too. This white guy got a flag. So here's the thing for those who are listening. This is a fact. So forget about what he's saying. Because he wants to act like this ain't true. Some .gov shit. Hey, bro, this is simple. Anybody can look this up. And y'all can do your own .govs. And I want to put some money on this one. I got 100 that you can't prove me wrong. This is owned by this.
No, I don't have to prove you wrong. You have to prove you right. You have to prove that it's trademarked. You showed me a wiki. You showed me a Google AI wiki search.
I already did. So here's what I'm gonna do. I already did. You said show you where it's trademarked. I'm on Google.com. This is AI overview. So now AI overview is lying now. So AI overview lies now. It has wrong information when you Google something.
It means that anybody can put the information.
No.
It doesn't have to be accurate.
No.
I could put I could
All right,
put
all right. So look, okay.
I saw
So
flying elephants on Wednesday. I could put
look. I
that in
already
Wikipedia
okay.
and it would pull up.
Look, I already know you cook. I ain't saying Wikipedia, by the way. So I already know you cook. So I look, hey, chat. So I'm talking to chat now. Hey, chat. I'm so confident on this. I don't gotta do what he said. I'm that thorough on this.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't.
I'm talking to my chat because my chat know how I get down. Chat. I'm so thorough on this. If y'all all do y'all individual research, y'all all gonna say, unbiased Ron, you got it. That guy was wrong. Like people normally are when they speak to me. So now let's go further. So I don't feel like I gotta prove this. I'm cool with you just laughing in doubt. I'm cool with that. Because I know when my chat Google it and research it on themselves, they're gonna know that this guy, and by the way, chat, Google the owner of this beverage company. It's a white guy. He got a Facebook too, by the way. And they get, and guess what? FBAs are killing him on his Facebook. Anyway,
bro, this is all cap. It's all
okay.
cap.
All right. So, no problem. No problem. Well,
now, I just did a Google search of my own just now, and it clearly says no, the word is not trademarked or copyrighted.
Okay, sure.
Can I share my screen? You want me to share my screen on here?
Hey, chat. No, because chat.
Of course not. But go ahead.
Chat. I know, right? Okay, so now let's move on. So now there's some things I'll debate, but this ain't one of them. Now, hey, bro,
you can't debate it because it's fictitious. You made it up. It's not trademarked. It's not. You cannot trademark African American. African American is a race. You cannot trademark. If you Google search this, and I'll talk to the chat now. If you Google search, can you trademark the word African American? It will specifically tell you that you cannot trademark it because it specifically identifies a particular group or ethnic group of people, and you cannot trademark words like that. Don't let this dude fool you. That's cap, bro. You cannot trademark African American. Period. But go ahead.
I'm so confident. I ain't even got a response to that.
You probably talking about some online store that's making clothes or whatever, but you cannot trademark the word. But go ahead.
Fine. Now here's the thing. You said what you said. I said what I said. Now they got to do their research, right?
Right.
Okay, so now they're going to end up knowing I was right or wrong, and you were right or wrong, and I'm cool with that because I know I'm right. But anyway, so do you have a? So now here's the next thing, because we talked about Tariq briefly. We talked about this briefly. We come back to all of this later. I want to hit some bullet points first. Okay, so do you have a problem with Black Americans that trace their lineage back to slavery in this country? Go that way. Do you have a problem with us seeking reparations exclusively just for us? No Jamaicans, no Haitians, no Nigerians, just Black Americans. Okay.
Okay, do I have an issue? So those are two different questions. Do I have an issue with Black people tracing their lineage back to the 1800s?
No. It was one question. It was one question. All I said was, do you have a problem with us? Well, I was trying to point out that who I'm speaking about. Because you say Black Americans, that could be anybody in Black in America, right? So I was saying Black Americans who can trace their lineage back to the 1870 census, right? I was talking about those Black Americans. Do you have a problem with them exclusively seeking reparations for themselves, excluding the other Blacks?
Do I have an issue with that?
Yeah.
Black people. So that was two questions.
Do
I have an issue? No, it's two questions. It is.
Okay.
Because one question is talking about if I have a problem with somebody tracing their lineage back, and nobody has a problem with that. That's the thing. Like nobody got a problem with nobody tracing their lineage back. Trace your lineage back. Be proud of who you are, bro. Like ain't no issues with none of that.
The reparations.
Period. Now, when we talking about reparations, now I have an issue with the individualism as it pertains to everyone trying to fight their own individual. This is more tribalistic BS. At the end of the day, the transatlantic slave trade and all these different slave trades, it was a global issue. The people that were responsible for the issues that the issues that Black people suffer from today, they're all the same people. UK and America, they were the same fucking country up until maybe about 250 years ago. They were the same. They're the same people. They're the same descendants. The UK, France, all these countries, they're the same people. They all come from the same place. When it came to black people, they all got on the same page and they all worked together in order to enslave and
So is that a yes
colonize
or
black
no?
people wholly.
Is that a yes or no?
Yeah, I have a problem with it all the way across the
Okay.
board. We should all be working together because
All
we
right.
fighting the same people. But go ahead.
So now here's the actual real second question. So
Okay.
CARICOM, is that
Mhm.
for everybody? That's for the is that for all black folks? Or that's for the diaspora? Or that's just the Caribbean?
I believe that that's a union for the Caribbean as far as the countries are concerned.
All right. So now they just did what you said. They just did what you said was wrong. So do you disagree with the CARICOM claim?
I do disagree with the CARICOM claim. I think it should be one collective claim.
Okay. So now, good. So let's walk it back now. So the American government, right? So now we're talking about government now.
Mm-hmm.
The American government, when they did what they did here in America, and let's start with Black codes, Jim Crow, Black Reconstruction, right? Did that affect all Black people of the world, or did that just affect those of us who call ourselves ADOS, FBAs, free people?
I mean, there was immigration during those time periods, so it did affect
There
people
were
across the world.
Okay, brother. Now you got to prove that there were no. Now I'm gonna give you the stat.
So there was no immigrants that were here in the 1900s or in the early 1950s. There was no. That was around
slow
Jim
down,
Crow. But go ahead.
Slow down, brother. Were there, and you say immigrants? Be specific. Say Black immigrants.
Black immigrants.
Yeah, because I studied U.S. immigration, by the way. Okay. So Black immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
When Abraham Lincoln said he's going to free, when he's going to do the Freedmen Bank, the Freedmen Bureau, the free people, were Black immigrants in mind. When he said Freedmen, Free Bureau, free people.
I mean, obviously, the man is talking about the people who reside within the country. So if you were a Black person, you immigrated, then he would have been talking about you because you were residing
no
within the
Black
country.
immigrants. No. So now, brother, let me help you out. So during that time, immigration was being halted. So you got the 1917 Immigration Restriction Act, at the 1924 Immigration Restriction Act. Okay, so they were restricting white people from Southern Europe, and Eastern Europe. So they were not even allowing white people in this country. All right.
Okay, you're referring to particular time periods, very short
of
periods,
course.
in which case there were no immigration. But that doesn't mean that there were no immigrants that were already here in the country. And that doesn't mean that afterwards immigrants didn't come into the country. But go ahead.
Can you show us real quick when Black, because I know the answer, but let's say you do. Can you, and then tell us where they were living at and what state? What state do you, okay, first of all, what was the earliest immigration for Black immigrants in this country? Do you know?
What was the earliest recorded immigrants earliest? What?
Because you're saying that there's a possibility, and I'm assuming that you're saying more than one, right? More than one Black immigrant in this country during the time Abraham Lincoln had set up the Freedmen Bureau and the Freedmen Bank. So you're somehow anchoring mysterious Black immigrants to this Freedmen
mysterious
Bank.
Black. First of all, do you know that during the transatlantic slave trade, they were constantly bringing slaves back and forth between Jamaica, the Caribbean, the islands.
Brother,
they were constantly bringing people back and forth between the two.
I keep saying
yeah, but again, that person would be considered an immigrant because they came from Jamaica, technically, according to you, right?
Hold on, slow down. I'm saying the Freedmen Bureau. I'm giving you a time frame. I'm saying around 1865, 1867, 68. Are you telling me that there were Black immigrants from the Caribbean in this country living amongst us?
Bruh. So you're referring again to a very, very tiny window of time.
No,
again, it's not.
This is the emancipation process. This is when it all counts. This is when he said, "Hey, everybody, I'm going to free the slaves from the Southern, rule." All right.
So if you weren't here in America during that time period, then that means that you're during that specific, very small window of time that you're talking about. If you weren't here during that time period, essentially what you're saying is you're an immigrant, or what are you saying? They're not Black American. Like what do you what, what are you
Yeah.
trying to say? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it's not just a small time period, because do you know the percentage of Black Americans in the South? By the way, now keep in mind we're talking about emancipating the enslaved. Okay, so that means damn near all of us. Do you know the percentage of us in the South at that time?
No, what was the percentage of us in
Okay,
the South?
it was like 98, 99%. So damn near all of the Black people. So no matter whatever you were, Jamaican, Haitian, all of the Black people were all in the South at that time. Okay, it wasn't until the Great Migration when we start to head towards New York and different places in the West, away from this violent Southern. Okay, so now let me help you out. So Black immigrants ain't come over here and seek residence until Ellis Island. Okay, until the trip to Ellis Island, until when all those immigrants started to come over to New York, or by the Statue of Liberty. Okay, that's where all of the Black immigrants and most immigrants went to. They didn't come to the South, bro. So most of us were in the South. This is why we can trace a relative back to the South.
All right, I'm trying to figure out where we're going with this conversation, because look,
okay,
what happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world?
No, that's not the point. The point is reparations. So, for example,
okay, but it's the same people.
Wait,
what happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world? So tell me.
Just hold on for a second. Just hold on. I'm giving some context to it. So now you said the UK, right? Okay, so the UK are the UKs are the same people who went over there and destroyed Nigeria. Okay, so now are you saying that all of us deserve recompense for what happened in Nigeria?
Doesn't matter where it was. You the same people, so yeah, we do all deserve it.
All right, so the Nigerians would think differently. Okay, they would say no, only we were dealt with by the UK and Shell BP this way. You guys were not damaged.
They would only think differently if they don't know their history.
Brother, in a lawsuit, you can only seek damages by the offender. You can't sue his uncle, his mom, his next door neighbor. You can
and this is the issue with these conversations. See, y'all be thinking y'all gonna take somebody to court and they're gonna pay like that's not how reparations work. Nobody ever pay reparations like that. So you gotta force somebody to pay you reparations. You can't ask for it. You can't take them to court.
So how did the Japanese force Americans to pay them reparations?
They got a whole country behind them. What are you talking about?
How did they force them to? No, their country just
they got a whole country behind them. What do you mean?
Decimated by Hiroshima. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so they was looking to go right back to a whole country. So we looking to go right back to war.
The question is, how did they force the American government to pay them? Their country was decimated. The niggas dropped the white flag.
Look, you can fight people in other ways. You don't have to fight people directly. Right. You can fight people economically. Hold on, you fight people economically. You fight people.
That's what we do. That's what we're doing now. So we've been doing it. So you got to.
You're fighting. You're fighting economically.
Okay,
you can
put tariffs.
How did the
Japanese fight them economically? How did they put up a fight at all? Tell me right now, the Japanese.
How did the Japanese put up a fight at all? I mean, you asking crazy questions now. Yeah, you asking real crazy questions right now. They have a listen.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna hear.
Aaron, the question is crazy. How did they force? There's a whole country backing their citizens that are over here in the States.
Bro, they dropped the white flag. They weren't forcing nothing. They forced a white flag up and said, "Leave us alone, America, you big bullies." They gave up.
Sir, they have political and they have influence. They have political.
Explain how did
explain what?
Go ahead. To get brother. You just said something. You said reparations comes by forcing. So I'm asking you which way? I don't care what you want to say politically, whatever. Explain how the Japanese forced reparations from the American powerful government at that time, World War II.
I mean, American powerful people, bro. Listen,
just explain.
Are you gonna let me explain it, or are you gonna let me explain it, bro? Because control your own economy, you have your own resources, you have your own economy, even though you might be dealing with another economy that might be stronger, a little bit tougher militarily, that doesn't mean that you can't put pressure on that other government in order to do certain things that you want them to do. You could put political pressure on them, you could put economic pressure on them, you could put
what
all
pressure did
kinds
they
of
put?
different type of pressure on them.
So what pressure did they put?
What pressure did what put? Japan?
Yeah, on the American government to pay them reparations.
Listen. I don't know the history specifically on what they did specifically, but that's an entire country of people. That's country.
All right.
So potentially you say, okay, if you don't give the Japanese citizens reparations, then you cut off to the whole Japanese market. Essentially, you can do things like that.
Ain't no market that they're destroyed.
There's no Japanese market.
Yeah, America had to build them back up. Well, help build them back up. The country is
right.
destroyed.
Did you hear what you just said? They had to help build them back up. So guess what? Guess what happened? Bro? Now guess what happened now? Guess what happened? There was a deal that was reached between the Japanese government. Hold on, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute.
So now you know. Before you ain't
wait
know,
a minute.
Now you know.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying though. They made a deal. All right.
What deal was it? Okay, so now source up, because when I Googled it, you said that ain't good enough. And you said wiki ain't good enough. So provide the source of this deal, so we can
provide the source of a. I mean, you can see it in the economic agreement right now that they have between the Trilateral Commission is made up between Japan, United States, and some other countries, European countries.
How did they?
So essentially, they teamed up.
Right, you used the word force. How did they force America to pay them?
Okay. If you trying to be cool with me, you're gonna have to do this for me. That's how they forced them.
Bro, no.
If I got something you want, you got something I want, and that's how we gonna get this done. That's all it is. I mean, you acting like you're ignorant to this. You acting like you don't know how bartering works. You acting like you don't know how reciprocity works.
Force, though, brother. I know what
you don't act like you don't know about quid pro quo. When you got something,
that's the even exchange, but I do know about that. But that's not force.
You acting like you don't know about it right now because you making it seem like. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to what kind of picture you trying to paint.
No problem. It wasn't forced. That's all. All right. So now let's go here now. Let me see. Okay. So Jamaicans, right? No, Black immigrants, period. They came over in Ellis Island, right? Around like the 1910s, whatever. No, you know what? I got one better. Are you aware? Put that back. Are you aware of Marcus Garvey?
Of course.
What's your overall assessment about him?
I think Marcus Garvey's ideals were the correct ones. He believed in economic empowerment. He believed in pretty much economic empowerment for Black people. He believed in Pan-Africanism, one of the godfathers of Pan-Africanism. Black people being self-sufficient, self-sustaining, you know what I mean, and just kind of looking out for each other. So yeah, those are my thoughts about him. I know you're gonna bring up the mail fraud, even though he just got pardoned for that. But I know you're gonna, but go ahead. I don't want to jump to no conclusion. Go ahead, bro. What you gonna say about him?
So in Jamaica, well, all those great ideas, how come the Jamaicans ain't buy it?
How come the Jamaicans didn't buy it?
Yeah.
Individuals that were in Jamaica bought it.
Enough to leave, right? To flee the country.
You said enough to flee the country?
Yeah, because in his own words, he called them worthless, something like that, Negroes. Like he felt like that, and he felt like Jamaicans collectively were, I forgot the word he used, but he did say Negro. He said something Negro, but it was like really bad. He was not like he was discouraged by Jamaicans as a whole. Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, so now he wanted to get Black Americans to go to, I guess, Africa.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So now, do you know what country in particular we're at in Africa he wanted to bring us?
Liberia?
Yeah. Okay. So is it possible to do that if the president of Liberia is unaware of that?
What do you mean unaware of that? What are you saying?
The president of Liberia was never on board with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, he wasn't on board with it. I mean, honestly, it would have had to been something. It seems like one of those type of situations where, I mean, clearly he was working on it, so he
No, he
probably would
actually,
have had to. He probably would have had
no,
to
he
make it
actually told.
mutually beneficial for both parties. Maybe
Okay,
the president of Liberia didn't see the benefit in it at the time, you know. So sometimes you got to make a win-win situation. But go ahead.
so wouldn't you agree that before I say I can do something, I will at least like, if, for example, if I say I'm gonna get you to my grandmother's house, let's say you were like not doing well, it's a pandemic, whatever, you lost your business, whatever, and you say, hey man, I need a place to stay. And I said, okay, bro, stay at my grandmother's, right? Her basement is like thoroughly furnished. And you say, okay, does she know about it? Nah, but just go there and just pull up with your bags and luggage. Like, you want to take me serious, right?
I mean, it depends on look, generally it depends on the relationship I got with the grandma. If I
Zero,
already
zero,
know,
zero. Like, you know nothing. You just know me from the gym. We just play basketball together, and you told me about your dire situation. I said, okay, bro, go to my grandma's house. Now, she don't know about you coming there, but just go there and say I sent you, and she'll give you the furnished basement. Like, you wouldn't really take that plan as like foolproof. So that's what happened with Garvey. Garvey had,
I mean, so you just criticizing the man's plan. I mean, at
yeah.
least he had a plan. I
Wait,
mean, at
wait.
least he was trying to do
But
something.
Jim Jones had a plan, but you know, and it was. I mean, a plan doesn't mean it's well thought out.
So no
But
one should have. So no one should have a plan because
but it
if
should
it's
be
not a good plan, it shouldn't be a plan at all.
well, people's have plan. All plans are not good. It should
Yeah, granted. Yeah,
right. So a
but he
plan,
had something in mind though. That's the
yeah.
thing.
But the thing he had now, watch this. Now there were black leaders in America before Garvey came over here, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
None of their plans was fleeing the country. All of them was trying to seek labor union rights and things like that, equal rights and protection from this. Not one black leader was thinking about fleeing the country. So it took an outsider to flee his country because Garvey came over here trying to cure us.
Not one black leader was thinking about delineating, but that's what FBA and Tariq Nasheed is talking about
Wait,
doing.
are you sure about that, brother? Because I'm
Don't
gonna tell
bring
you
up
right
Claude
now.
Anderson. Don't misquote
No.
Claude Anderson. But go ahead.
Brother,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna guarantee you right now, you don't know more black American history than I do.
Okay. So Tim, talk to me. Who was it?
A. Philip Randolph.
He was talking about delineating.
He didn't want you over here at all.
Okay. So he was a bootlicker.
No, he didn't want no immigrants. He didn't want whites, Chinese, and he said West Indian Negroes. He didn't want
That's very different than delineating.
okay, right. Well, there's no delineation because you're not over here yet. So there's no delineation. Like that's old. Like he was 1910, right? He met Garvey. He knew Garvey, and he funded the camp. He helped spearhead the campaign. Garvey must go. So he wanted Garvey out the goddamn country. He said, "Yo, what idea you're coming with?" And they all call him a charlatan. Everything you're calling Tariq Nasheed, that's what these guys call Garvey. They call him a charlatan. They said that he had this worthless idea that was unnecessary. No black American was talking about fleeing the country. So he came with an idea that was foreign to us. Now, what's ironic is that he came over here with an idea to flee to Africa to free us from our government when Jamaica didn't get freedom until 1962. Well, independence. They were free in 1833, but they didn't get independence until 1962. So the hypocrisy is, how are you going to free us from our oppressors? And you're not in Jamaica, Garvey. You're still colonized while you're over here trying to. So basically, like, you didn't win. You don't have no proof of concept. You didn't go accomplish something over there and just say, hey man, now.
So are we just gonna sit back and just like just criticize everybody for how they did things? Particularly, they were trying to do something. They were trying to make differences and they were trying to make impacts in the community. But go ahead. We can. The thing is, we can go through a fine tooth comb and we can find issues with every plan, every strategy.
Just hold on. So now, are you aware that when Garvey came over here, right? In order to get funds, do you know his method of, because he wanted to buy some steamships. Do you know his method of getting funding? Do you know what he did to get funds?
He asked for donations like Tariq.
No.
What did he do?
Tariq didn't ask for donations. Tariq said, "I'm doing a crowdfunding." Hey, and he was very transparent and he was full of disclosure. Marcus Garvey lied. So Marcus Garvey's background was from a printing press. He used to do a printing press in Jamaica. So when he came over here, he was good at like forging stuff. So he lied and said he had stocks. So basically he lied and said he owned these ships already. And you can get stake in these ships. You can own a percentage if you buy these stocks. So A. Philip Randolph, W. Du Bois, and other Black prominent leaders was saying, yo, stop. This guy don't own the ships. The stocks are worthless. Like, he's a charlatan. He's a scammer. So now, he even went to jail because to have stocks, bro, your stocks got to be regulated by the government. Like, you just can't make up stock certificates. Like, they got to be regulated. So to prevent fraud and scamming like we have right now. Okay, like we have the SEC now, but they had their own body of government then. It wasn't as stringent as it is now. But Garvey was doing false advertisement. He was showing pictures of steamships he did not own and saying he owned them and say, hey, buy these stock shares for $5 each and you'll have a percentage in the ship. He never owned the ship. So wouldn't you agree, if that's true, that's scamming?
Last time I checked, Garvey had been acquitted of scamming and mail fraud.
No, he wasn't. So now
He'd been pardoned. Excuse me.
So now let me educate you on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, because I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. There's no Jamaican that knows more Garvey than me. There's probably no Black American that knows more Garvey than me.
I don't even know how we got on the topic of Garvey because, first of all, what we're discussing, your original question.
Let me just sum it up real fast.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
See, because what I noticed is that the reason why we got on Garvey, because remember I said I got a standard that I spread across everybody, and you say you respect that. So, and what I'm showing to my listeners is that a lot of you Black immigrants your standard isn't for everybody. It's just for who you don't like, and you give every person you like and respect, you give them a pass. So I'm showing you Garvey's true scamming history, right? Because when you say, well, not you, but when folks say Tariq is a scammer, they can't prove it. But I'm showing you Garvey is a scammer.
Okay. These equivalencies that you bringing up, I don't know, it's like you showing me like, okay,
just one more second.
This person was wrong, but this person was wrong. But this person was really wrong. It's come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about? How people are wrong? Why can't we unanimously agree?
Hold on, just one minute. Let me just. I was going to finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so now let me finish with Garvey. So now, what people listening might not know, that do you know Garvey represented himself in court like a sovereign Moor? Like, he didn't hire a lawyer. He was in the court, doing his own thing. So now, he got pardoned for how the court did him because they didn't give him a fair trial. He didn't get pardoned for scamming. He was scamming. That's 100% accurate. He got pardoned for how the racist court. This is Jim Crow. They did, they don't respect all Black people.
Earlier, you said that immigrants weren't around during Jim Crow. Okay. Earlier, you said that.
Okay, now watch this, brother. Jim Crow ended where? Jim Crow ended what year?
You tell me. When did Jim Crow end?
1968. This is why you don't know more Black history than me, my boy.
Hold on, I just repeated what you said. You said he was not around. You said there were no. You said they were. Time period. You gave me a 2-3 year time period. Okay. So I just wanted to make that clear to the audience that you gave a very 2-3 year time period in which case there were no Black immigrants. But go ahead, bro. Okay, so cool. That's what you did.
Okay. Now let me further educate you, bro. Do you know the difference between a Jim Crow North and Jim Crow South?
Tell me, what is it? What's the difference?
Wait, first of all, do you know it?
Do I know the difference? Yes. I imagine that it had a lot to do with the things, the culture in the South, the Confederate culture in the South, and how things, went on in the South versus how things went on in the North.
Black go ahead. Knows more Black history than me. Okay.
But it amazes me that you have all this knowledge, but you push you somehow back Tariq Nasheed though. But go ahead.
let's put. Well, you don't know what I. Well, okay, so here we go.
I'm listening to you defend Tariq Nasheed. That's what you've been doing all night. We haven't even moved on to nothing else. We've been talking about Tariq Nasheed the whole time, and you've been steadily defending him. You've been defending Tariq Nasheed this whole time, but all of a sudden you don't back him now. But go ahead.
Actually, my brother, last I recall, we were talking about Garvey. You said,
no, you spun the conversation to Garvey, but we're talking about Tariq Nasheed. That was the original conversation.
You got to make your mind up. You said, so now you just complain about talking about him. So when I left him and got on Garvey, you
complain about talking about who? Tariq. What? That was the whole conversation. I said let's start there.
No, right there. But there's bullet points I got. So it wasn't. Remember, I said Tariq Nasheed first. Then I said FBA, so that means we're no longer Tariq. We're FBA, that means everybody, 43 million. And then I quickly just wanted your opinion on Garvey because I wanted to show something to the chat. I wanted to show the double standard and the hypocrisy. How they would claim Tariq is doing something that he's not. They can't prove the stuff for Tariq, but we can clearly see it in Garvey. And let me just finish on Garvey. So he got pardoned for how the court mistreated him. They didn't respect him in the court. They didn't respect his rights.
First of all, bro, I don't want to go back and forth about Garvey because I don't know enough. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about Garvey's history to be able to rebut any of the things you're talking about. Okay, no, but really, it's a mute point at the end of the day because you're getting off topic. You're getting off track, bro. We talking about FBA, bro. You bringing up Garvey. What those two things they don't mix at all. They're two separate topics.
Relax, and not separate. You just said he was a Pan-Africanist, and you acknowledge. I said, "What you know about Garvey?" You said he was a Pan-Africanist. So this has a lot to do with that, because this all works with FBA. So I'm showing you Garvey was a scammer, but he didn't get a fair trial. So in today's time, you can be guilty of murder or selling drugs or conspiracy, but if you don't get a fair trial, they usually dismiss the case. It's not that you're innocent. Is that you were treated unfairly. You didn't get a fair trial. So Garvey didn't get a fair trial, but he was absolutely guilty. He even spoke in court. This is a transcript of him admitting knowingly selling fraudulent stocks, but he said it was pure. Like he wasn't really trying to, like he tried to say like he really believed in his dream. Like, okay, I did that wrong, but I really would have got them to Africa had I got the ships going. Okay, I did it in the wrong way. But had it worked, I would have got them to Africa and they would have forgave me. Like, that's pretty much what he said in court. So he acknowledged his fault, but he was pardoned because they did him wrong in court. So I can admit that he did him wrong, but he was definitely scamming. He was definitely selling stocks to steamships he did not own. And there's names, Phyllis, forgot the shit, but there are complete names. Okay, so now let's move on to Garvey. So we tackle reparations, right? And you said it should be a global thing.
Let me just say this about real quick before you move on. When if you go to trial, you're found not guilty. It was thrown out. It was thrown out.
No, it was not thrown out. He was
okay. What was it then?
Of scamming. And wait. And before you do that, before that trial, because that was trial. He pled out to another charge, which was fraudulently selling stocks. So just hold on, brother. There's a couple court cases he had that you're not aware of because none of y'all know more Garvey than me. So he plead out, right, to a charge of selling stocks that were fraudulent, that were not commissioned by the government that allows stocks, because you got to register your stocks. He did not register any stocks. He started selling certificates that he called stocks. So he paid $100 fine. In the 1920s, that's like 100,000, like right now. Okay, so that was serious. So none of y'all know more Garvey than me, so just be careful. But go ahead.
Let me just say this, bro. A lot of black people were taken down around that time, generally speaking. You know what I mean? Black people could walk down the street and it's a crime. Black people could vote, could sit in a white chair and it was a crime. I mean, honestly, you're not proving a whole lot by saying what you're saying about Garvey. But again, I don't know enough about the history of Garvey to be able to even have this conversation with you. I know the original conversation was about FBA. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about my issues with FBA. Like we were talking, hold on, we were talking about my issues with FBA. I started out by letting you know my first issue is the fact that it is an online registered store by Tariq Nasheed. He owns the right to the official website. He owns the rights to the flag. All right. He coined the name. He trademarked the name. This is a Tariq Nasheed ran business. All right. So that's my first issue with FBA. The fact that it is a trademarked entity business by Tariq Nasheed. He came up with the shit, decided that he was gonna re-identify people that were already identified in history as African Americans. He decided one day, woke up one day and decided he wanted to re-identify people that were already identified so he can make money off it, because that's really what it is at the end of the day. So that's my first issue with it. My second issue with it is that the leader of FBA, and if you want to debate me whether or not Tariq is the leader, we could do that too, because at the end of the day, who else but the leader would own the rights to the official website, the name, and the flag but the leader? No one but the leader would have that kind of power in most cases. Okay, so my thing is the fact that the leader, Tariq Nasheed, or the proprietor, or whatever kind of word you want to use to dress it up nicely, goes on a daily smear campaign against other Black people that are in the diaspora. This is literally what he does every day. Every other video is about what a Tether did. A Tether did this. A Somalia guy did that. This person did this, and that person did that. And it has very little to do with what the original idea of the movement was supposed to be about, which is reparations. When's the last time this dude ever talked about reparations? He rarely talks about reparations. Why? Because the majority of his argument is about Black immigrants. And I'll say that again, Black immigrants, because when it comes to white immigrants, there's never no issue. There aren't any videos talking about white immigrants and the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who came over from Ukraine over to the United States. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about Trump saying that it was okay for the white South Africans to come on over to the United States, get their 40 acres and a mule. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about how Trump, along with his entire cabinet, are all actual immigrants. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about the general, this dude CQ Brown, who just got fired. There's no videos about that. There's no videos about anything that has any substance other than. There's no videos about anything of substance. There's no videos of anything other than Black immigrants. But go ahead.
Okay, so chat. Everything he said, Tariq has a video for everything he just said. So this is somebody who does not watch Tariq's work, which is, I ain't saying he has to.
Show me the videos.
Wait,
where they at?
Wait, brother, you just ranted for like 2 minutes straight and I was quiet. So let me respond. Okay. So I played them. You know, my lives be like 11 hours long, bro. All right? 8 hours long in the daytime. I played all of his videos and he tackles all of that stuff. Everything he just said, he has a video or spoke about it in the video, every last thing. So one thing I don't do, chat, I don't speak about something I don't know. I don't just wing it and just hope I'm correct. Okay. Now, Tariq I just showed a debate with Jeffrey and Tariq was debunking all of the white immigrants. Matter of fact, every time a white person calls, he always asks their background because, brother, like you just said, mostly all of them are immigrants. And then what he's going to say? Which country you fled from? All right, which European country you fled from? So America is really based off immigration. All right, so you got that wrong, bro. All right, you got that wrong.
Let's. Why don't you do us a favor? Pull up Tariq Nasheed's page, and let's see how many videos where he's talking about that versus what I said he was talking about.
Okay, now hold on. So you just said, so you brought up what we spoke about, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X was mentioned, and other folks. Okay, so white supremacy, global white supremacy is nothing new. So it's not shocking. right? So when you hear about a Nick Fuentes or Jordan Lee Peterson or one of these guys speaking some Ben Shapiro, Louder with Crowder, when you hear Candace Owens, when you but these white guys, when you hear about them saying some racist, borderline stuff, or just outright far right racist, it doesn't shock us. What shocks us is a non-white person saying this. So, like, for example,
so this is about shock value now. Go ahead.
Dude, let me respond. It is. Because when something is normal, it's normal. When something is abnormal, it is more shocking, and you pay more attention to it. So when you see, again, a black guy being arrested for something or being charged with a crime that he didn't do, that's shocking. That's like, hey, I thought this country is built off justice, like blind justice. So when you see a Vivek be racist towards black folks, that's shocking, because that's not something that's like blasted on your station. When you see a Candace Owens saying some, or like you said, just Lee Peterson, when you show stuff like that, that's outside the norms. Like, hey, when did we start adopting these white supremacist talking points? Okay, so now, largely black Americans did not know enough black immigrants had these right-wing conservative views about us. We didn't know that. So when we start to hear it, we like, it draws our attention. We pay close attention because we think we on code, right? Because a lot of these guys claim, hey man, we came off the same boats. It's like, okay, we came off the same boats, then why are we speaking like that? So yes, it is more shocking when your own brother scams you rather than a stranger. If a stranger scams you, it's like, oh, I got scammed by a stranger. Wow. Okay, let me call the cops. But when your brother does it, yes, it's going to hit different.
So Charles Barkley ain't your brother? Jesse Lee Peterson ain't your brother?
So what did
Ricky
Charles
Smiley
Barkley?
ain't your brother?
So
These are all your brothers. But guess what? Just like they sold out.
Wait. So you're just saying names, but you're not saying what they said, because we can do a cross comparison. Because tell me what Barkley said.
Oh no,
and I can tell you, and I can tell you what Chaotic Truth said.
Well, these dudes, they all have the same talking points, and they're all far right.
Barkley,
hold on, they all have this. Every person I name, they all for the most part have the same talking points. They're all far right talking points, super right wing talking points. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There is no racism in America. Black people need to pull their pants up. You know, they all have the same talking points. These dudes all say the same shit. They all read from the same white supremacist script.
So
they all do.
See, the thing is,
all lives matter, same things. Go ahead.
Got you. The difference between me and you is that I'm real confident where I'm at, where I don't got to give you an argument. I'll just ask you and let you just tell me your answer, then I will get on your answer. But you're giving me an argument or position that I never said. I never said Charles Barkley, whatever he's saying is we call it light foot shuffle. Like, so he's foot shuffling. He's not doing it. Okay, look.
That's cooning, but go ahead.
Just be, I mean, but how do you know? You're not one of us. Cooning that's our term. Like only we can determine what's cooning. Like a black.
So okay, all right. I love this. So nobody else but black
you got it from
America.
us.
Nobody else.
You got it from
it's just another word for the same thing. Sellout.
But you gotta use
sellout.
Hold on.
Cooning. Tap dancer, buck dancer, shucking and jiving. They all mean the same thing. So would you prefer I say sell off?
Relax. See, but this is why we say cosplaying. Because, bro, you got to use our context.
Bro, I'm from Miami. Whose other context would I use?
You're gonna use your own. You're gonna cosplay yours and project.
But I'm literally from here though. So I'm literally using my.
No, you're hey brother. Listen, bro.
Go ahead and tell me I'm not from here. Go ahead. I love to hear this. Go ahead. You're regurgitating Tariq Nasheed talking points. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me I'm not from here. Go ahead.
Relax. Why are you so insecure? You screaming over me? Relax.
No, because I already know where you're going. I'm just go ahead.
All right, cool. You know where I'm going. Now look. First of all, me and Tariq hit on different angles. There's some stuff he knows about that I don't know about. And there's some things about history I talk about that he never talks about. Okay, first of all, Tariq has never went on Garvey as deep as I ever did. Okay, never. Now, because again, the average person don't know more Garvey than me. Neither does Tariq, or you, or you Jamaican. But let's go back.
I'm happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you. You did your work. I'm proud of you.
Hold on, just relax. You just said you're from Miami. I'm glad you said that. You just proved the opposite. We know that most Black immigrants go to Florida and New York. So you're amongst yourselves. You're not amongst us. Hey, bro, right now.
So you don't think there's any Black American people in Miami? Is that what you're saying?
Let me finish what I'm saying, and you can understand what I'm saying. Let me paint the picture first, bro. But you keep interrupting.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, because
you gotta have confidence in your stance. Okay, so I'm glad you said you Florida, because all of y'all are in Florida and New York, and New Jersey. All right, you're not here. You're not in South Carolina. You're not in North Carolina. You're not, and you're not in these deep southern states. These Jim Crow deep southern. You're not here. And this is where wait. Well, yeah, it sounds crazy, but not to us, because we know the South is what makes you Black. It's that Southern. Our food comes from the South.
Bro, have you ever heard of Overtown? Have you ever heard of Overtown?
Relax. Let me get this out, man. You talk for 2 minutes straight. I was quiet. Why are you insecure?
Bro, this is cap.
The South, I got you. A Black immigrant gonna tell us South about what we do.
Bro, you're not from Florida, so how you know? You don't know what the hell went down here in Florida.
Florida is your thing, and so is New York. But the South is our thing. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Oh my God. Okay, go ahead.
Relax. I'm talking to the chat. And you gotta be a little respectful. I invite you on, like, let me go in a little bit. So I'm trying to explain something. The South is what makes you FBA. All of us to trace our lineage, we're gonna go to the South, bro. We ain't staying in the North. We're going to the South. This is why Lord Jamar had a hard time with tracing his lineage. He couldn't do it. He can't go to the South. His lineage stays in New York and then goes to Guyana. The South is what makes you FBA. It's the Southern experience. Okay, so you just said you're in Miami, and other you guys are in New York. That's how you don't know us. That's how you don't know us. You gotta be in the South to know us. But anyway, go ahead.
Bro, where's Florida located, bro? Just tell the chat. Where's Florida?
Florida is over there down east. They call it the East Coast. It's in the East Coast.
It's in the East Coast?
Yeah. East Coast.
Okay, so essentially you're saying Florida's not the South. Is that what you're saying?
It's the South, but East Coast. But now listen.
Bro, right, this shit sound crazy, bro. So first of all, I don't know how much. I
gotta mute you. Okay, because he don't know what we mean by South. We're talking about Jim Crow South. Okay, so he doesn't know that. He don't know our history, and this is the thing. They think because they hang around us and listen to our music and watch us and cosplay us, they think they know us. You don't know us. When we say South, we're talking about Texas. We talk about the slave states.
Bro, what the hell, bro?
I gotta mute you. Gotta mute you. You don't know this, but my family know. When I say South, I'm talking about the Carolinas. I'm talking about Virginia. I'm talking about Texas. I'm talking about Mississippi. We're talking about the Southern violent Jim Crow states. That's the South, bro. 90% of us were not in Florida, bro. We were in the states I just named. Florida was a safe haven for you. And Florida was a safe haven, and New York was a safe haven for you. You guys didn't see, when I say South, he's trying to add in Florida. No, we're talking about where we were during slavery, bro. We call that's the South. We understand that they named these other states in the South, but we're talking about historically. The South is where we got all of our traditions, our food. It was in those states because we were predominantly there and nowhere else. When the Great Migration happened, we went to New York with you, we went to Florida, and we went west to California and other places. But before then, we were in a few states that was, Alabama's another one, Alabama. These are called the violent Jim Crow states. All y'all Google, violent Jim Crow states. Okay, so I don't even think Jim Crow is mandated in Florida. But again, when you don't know us and you don't like he can't relate. But bro, I'm gonna mute you guys. You could talk for whatever. I'll be quiet. That unmute. But I want to talk uninterrupted. That unmute. You could go ahead. Unmute. I'm trying to unmute you. Yeah, Louisiana, another one. Yeah, it's the East Side. It's the East Coast.
So I don't know if you've
I'm gonna
heard
be
of
quiet.
I don't know if you've heard of Overtown. It is it was founded in 1896. It was a historically black city down in Miami, Florida. So I mean, what you saying? I mean, there may be an element of truth to it, but there are most certainly were Black Americans that were down in Miami, Florida around that time. It was not just people that were immigrants. That is all cap, 100% cap. So you could do a quick Google search on Miami, Florida, and find that there were Black American people that were in Miami, Florida. All right. It's historically Black neighborhoods down there, historically Black towns down there. And one of the things that went wrong with Florida is there was an influx. They brought in an influx of immigrants and what's it called? Gentrification that happened down there where they moved a lot of Black people out of those towns and those cities. But other than that, bro, like it's all cap, bro. Like there most certainly was Black American people down there in Florida. So I don't know what this dude talking about. Also, too, it's like he's saying you're using our lingo, bro. I'm from Miami, Florida, where Black people are from, and that's how we talk in Florida, bro. Like if you move to another country, you're gonna speak like how that. If you're born in another country, you're gonna speak like how the people that were born in that country speak. You're going to adapt to whatever your surroundings is. This is just regular social sciences. I don't know why Cuz would even say that again. He's regurgitating bad faith Tariq Nasheed talking points, and they make no sense. They don't hold up when it comes to regular logic at the end of the day. So, again, I don't even know how we got this far with this particular conversation, but but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, see how I was totally quiet while you went in?
Go
Because
ahead,
I'm
bro.
confident. Okay, so violence and enforcement. Mississippi and Alabama were especially notorious for brutal enforcement, including state-supported racial violence and lynchings. Georgia, Louisiana, and South Carolina had deeply entrenched segregation and violent suppression of Black voting rights. Tennessee was the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan in 1865, which played a major role in racial terrorism. Arkansas and Texas also had racially motivated massacres and legal discrimination that persisted for decades. So that's why I like to add in the nuance, violent South, because Jim Crow was pretty much everywhere, but it wasn't the same. There's a difference in a Jim Crow in New York than Mississippi. See, but we know that because we got relatives, we got grandparents who experienced Jim Crow in the South. But guess where W. Du Bois was? He was in New York. A. Philip Randolph and Booker T. Washington. These guys are up north. This is why they were able to do what they was to do. In the South, they wouldn't got as far as that. They would have been met with severe opposition, violent opposition immediately, had they tried to build some Tuskegee institution in Arkansas, Alabama, or Tennessee. That thing would have been burnt down, or attempts to burn it down would have been often. So that's why we say there's a big difference between the violent South, the slave states, and other parts of the country. But when the Great Migration happened, which you probably don't know too much about, we went to Florida, bro. So that means that we had harder times other places. We went to Florida. When we went to New York, that means we went there for better opportunities. So why are we going to Florida if it's just as bad as where we just left? Nah, we're going to places that has jobs, less racism, or less Jim Crow mandates. That's where we were going. Okay, so anyway, we can move from there. Okay, so
hold on. Let me respond to what you said. I mean, essentially, what it seems to me like you're trying to. I don't know if this is the oppression Olympics. You're trying to say that one part of the country had worse treatment than other parts of the country.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we can make that debate all day.
No, we don't.
But at the end of the day, the original argument was whether or not Black people were in Florida, Black American people, and they were.
I never said
So I don't know what, but you're making it seem like the culture is somehow different from Florida to Georgia. Is it different? I mean, is it? I mean, for anybody chat, is it different? I mean, because
it
I
has
mean,
to be, because why you're not in Mississippi? Why you're not in Alabama? Why you're not in these southern, like, historically violent slave states? Why are most black immigrants, most black, and you could just Google this, most of y'all are in Florida and New York?
okay, I don't know what that has to do with this particular argument.
Why do y'all go there? Why don't y'all go to the South? Why do y'all go to the safe, protected federal states, the liberal states? Why don't you go to a red state like that's known for discrimination, known for blatant racism, like
so? Go ahead. You don't think there's Black people that, I mean, Black immigrants that live in Georgia or South Carolina or?
No, yeah. Okay. I'm in South Carolina. Y'all ain't here, bro.
It might not be a lot of people that's there, but there's people that's there. They're immigrants, Black immigrants.
Sure. I mean, like this.
There's not a lot of people in. I mean, South Carolina is. I mean, shoot, ain't a lot of people moving there in general. A lot of people are moving away from South Carolina.
Hey, brother.
So, like, I mean,
I think that different. Okay, so you got North Carolina, you got South Carolina. I lived in Mississippi. I lived in North Carolina. I lived in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't see y'all. I seen Hispanics.
So, so you don't think there's any Black immigrants in Texas or Mississippi? Is that what you're trying to say?
Hey, bro, I'm too smart for that. Don't use the word any. I'm saying that majority of y'all. There's only like 5 million of Caribbeans total in America, bro. And the majority of the 5. This is a fact. The majority of the 5 million is split between New York and Miami. I mean, I'm sorry, New York and Florida. The majority of the Black immigrants, the 5 million that's in this country, ain't a lot of y'all. But you guys are in New York. I'm from Jersey. You're in New York and Florida. The majority.
Bro, you can make that same argument all across the board, bro. Most people are in major cities, period.
So let me ask you. Well, no, because majority
yes,
of still in the South.
Yes, you know about red states and blue states. Yes, bro. Go ahead.
Answer this. How many jackets you got?
I got a whole lot of jackets, bro. Whole lot.
Why?
Depending on how I'm feeling that day.
Okay, brother. Well, let me ask you this. Jamaica got its independence in 1962, right? August, I think, 2nd, 1962. Somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but before then, are you aware of the Windrush ship?
Windrush?
Yes.
What is that? Explain that. What is that?
Okay, so my Jamaican history. Okay, so during World War II, the UK was badly, hit, right? So now that's I think 1952, somewhere around there. So they invited a lot of West Indians and mainly Jamaicans to the UK to help build it back up. And they were in war, so it's like, to help build it back up, join the employment field, like keep Britain afloat as they go to war. So So the ships, there's a big ship that was popular for that. It's called the Windrush. I think 1952. Okay. So that happened. Y'all went over there and y'all helped keep British the empire afloat. Then 1962, Jamaica had an idea that they wanted to be independent. So when y'all fought for y'all independence and won, UK said, "Oh, really?" So UK said, "All right." So they passed the immigration law that literally discriminated against just West Indians. They said y'all want your independence? Well, y'all no longer allowed in this country unless y'all like a doctor or a scientist, but no more laymen, laywomen is coming to the UK. So that was a restriction law passed, I think, same year, 62. Okay, so 3 years later, 1965, America passed the Immigration Act, right? Where they opened the floodgates to all immigrants. Again, I just told you about the 1917 and 1924 Restriction Act that was limiting immigration, all immigration, whites too. 1965, America, which is really piggybacking off the 1964 Civil Rights Movement. So that's why when Black folks say, you guys wouldn't be here without us, it's not like we really was caping for y'all, like pushing for y'all. It's the fact that the immigrationists at that time had clamped on our movement like they do now. Like we have the wave and everybody just hop on it and try to get shit done with the wave. So the immigrationists had attached to the Civil Rights Movement. So they passed the 1965 Immigration Act. Okay, so once they did that, a lot of Jamaicans had looked at America as a place to go, and also Canada, as opposed to UK, who just locked them out. So my thing was this: you just got your independence in '62. Why y'all in a rush to leave and go to the United States and Canada? Why not embrace your independence and build your land up? So anyway, they left and they came to Canada and the United States. So, but that's okay because immigration is part of the United States. Like they allow legal immigration, right? That's nothing wrong with that. But here's the problem: your brightest minds and most skilled people left Jamaica, and they left behind the less educated people. And the less educated people, when they're left behind by themselves, and they get into politics and government, they're going to create corrupt governments, corrupt police officers, right? That's what's going on. So now that's called a brain drain. So when a country lose all of their best minds and best skilled workers, that's a brain drain for the country. But the country like USA, who's receiving those people, is called a brain gain for us. Okay, but what happens is y'all come over here, not you, but y'all come over here as a collective, and y'all don't really get with your education, you really don't get employed the same way you would be in Jamaica, like what you're qualified for. So instead of being a doctor or a nurse, you end up working in a factory. That's called brain waste. That means that you have the education to do much more, but America don't have that opportunity for you. So you're probably doing some regular work. That's called a brain waste. Stop. So now here's the issue with Jamaica. This is why Jamaica isn't getting any better. Because those who leave the country never return. The smart ones, the more skilled, they don't return. They stay abroad, America, Canada, wherever they went. And they don't go back to like rebuild it. Okay. So that's a problem with Jamaica, and India and Nigeria is having the same issue. They're most smartest people coming over here and they're not going back to rebuild the country. So now Tariq never used those terms before. So never compare us like that. He knows some stuff, I know some stuff. He never said brain gain, brain waste, brain. Okay, so no, I don't regurgitate nobody's stuff. I do my own independent study, and I'm him. By the way, I'm definitely him. Okay, so the reason why that night Jamaica was murder capital of the world, by the way. So when people talk about Chicago, that's a city in America. Jamaica is the murder capital of the world. It's the Chicago of countries in the world. And Jamaica got the biggest parental scam in the world, where they charge a Jamaican man for being a father. That's called a jacket. And I asked you, Jack, I was talking about that. So they charge a man with being a father on purpose. Like, it's not like she's confused, she don't know. No, she's purposely saying the wrong man is the father of her child, maybe for income or something different. And he believes that he is a father and child. So when a man fathers a child unknowingly, that's called a jacket. He's a jacket father. He has a jacket child. So Jamaica's number one in the world, Nigeria's number two, and nobody's close. So what I'm saying is, so Tariq never talks about that. ever. All right. So we don't have the same talking points like that. Stop. I do my own research. So
Bro,
now
go ahead.
So last thing. So here's the problem. So when Tariq hints to that and say, hey man, you fled your country, why don't you go back and build it up? So now, like I said, he's saying in a more comedic, joking way, but I'm giving a more serious repercussions for that. What Jamaica actually complains about, that government complain about. So as a result, when you leave, now you're immigrating yourself. You're immigrating the Chinese and the Indians over there, the East Indians, to fill these labor markets. So that's why they're over there, by the way. They're over there because you're not over there. So they're immigrating the Indians and the Chinese over there to upstain Jamaica to some degree, like uphold it and keep it flourishing. But you guys are supposed to come over here for education and opportunity, and then go use that and go back and build up Jamaica. So when he says you're not, so but he never elaborates on that too much because he clown whatever. But that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go back and literally help share your education over here, your skills over here, and the money, and go back and make your country better. Yeah. So now Jamaica, 89% of your tertiary graduates. That means people, that's the most, like, so tertiary graduates mean, or tertiary skill level means people who got hired in a high school diploma. Those 89% of your most educated people never go back to the country. You're number two, Guyana's number one in the world. So this is why Jamaica is corrupt, because y'all literally got the worst of the worst running the country. The best of the best is over here.
All right, bro. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So,
Response to
and
that?
this, yeah, I got a whole lot of responses to that. So this is the thing about Tariq Nasheed, dudes that, and I know you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but you clearly share his very, very same philosophy and ideals when it comes to all these things, even though it don't be based on nothing really. It just be based on really half truths, because you tell one part of the story, but you don't tell the other part. But the other part of the story is really the main part of the story. So why did people leave Jamaica? Is it just because the United States was a great place and they were just like, hey, yeah, let's go over there? No, they left Jamaica because there were no opportunities in Jamaica for them to prosper and succeed. But why were there no opportunities?
Y'all didn't stay there long?
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with economic sanctions? Do you know the impact or the implications of economic sanctions have on a particular country, especially from one as powerful as the United States and the United Kingdom? When they sanction a country, they cut off all your trade, exports, imports. Do you know what that does to a country? Do you know what that does to its jobs? Do you know what that does to career? Do you know what that does to economy growth?
So after you leave, after you flee, why don't you build these opportunities over here? Why don't you go?
Hold on, bro. Let me keep going, because you went on for about 10 minutes. I wasn't counting. It was a while though.
Because the going back part,
It was a while.
Nothing stopped you from going back.
No, I mean the same reason why the people that left the South in America didn't come back. They stayed up north.
No,
Yeah, when you go somewhere and you settle there, typically you stay there.
I'm in the South now. I'm from Jersey.
You're from Jersey? Y'all went back? So you don't think you're the exception to the rule. When people go and they settle somewhere, they stay there.
No. See, brother.
So what you're saying is no Jamaican has come to the United States and gone back to Jamaica ever. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, but I can answer, brother. If I leave South Carolina and go to, let's say, New Hampshire, I'm still in America. I'm still in my country. I'm paying, my taxes still being withheld by the same government. I'm still filing income tax. I'm still spending, building up income. I'm answering.
Go ahead.
Still helping build my country up. Nothing changed.
So if you're
Sure.
familiar with the United States, then you know that technically each state is its own really country. So when you leave a state, typically you're no longer contributing to that state where you're from, although it's the same country. That's one point.
Brother.
Another point that I want to make to you
Yeah.
is at some point during the Confederacy, that was another country. So that means that people left the Confederate states, went north, so they fled the country. Okay, so we're going to use these ass backwards ass analogies at the end of the day because it's all ass backwards. If there's no
who is the
economic,
president of Mississippi?
who's the president of Mississippi? There's a governor of Mississippi.
No.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
Hold on. Wait, stop. I'm not saying no to that. If it's a country, it has a president, not a governor. Okay. So if it's a country, it has a
So every country has a president. Is that what you're saying?
In our hemisphere.
Okay, yeah, clean it up. Clean it up. Cause that's not how it works.
I'm using
Go ahead.
Analogy. You're calling states, which is goofy. You're calling states governments. I'm sorry, countries. You're calling states countries. They're just
every state.
No.
Do you know another name for a state? Do you know another name for a country? Do you know what the other name for it is called?
Brother, it's called the United States.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know another name for country?
Okay.
What's another name for country?
Brother, what is our country called over here?
What's another name for country?
What is our country called?
It's called the United States. And then let's look up the definition of state.
Wait, no.
It's called the United States
of
the United States
of America.
So a bunch of states. So hold on. Let's use this for an example. If all the countries in Africa, if they all formed one government,
he just said all the countries of Africa. Exactly, they're countries.
But you're proving my point by saying that. If they all came together and became a country, they would be the United States of Africa because they're united and they're each individual states. Let's look up the definition of a state. Let's look up the definition of a state. A state is a political entity that governs a population and territory. A state.
Yeah, right. Where's the country?
A state is a self-governing political unit with supreme power. A state is made up of laws and their enforcement. A state is made up between different individuals on how to settle disputes. States are individual countries. There's one federal government that unites the state, but at the end of the day, each state is its own country. Okay, so that's
you saying that. That's you, but you didn't.
Let me ask you a question. Can the federal government dictate child support laws in different states?
Okay, so now can I answer?
Go ahead, answer.
You don't know more about America than me, and you damn sure don't know about
Answer the question. Stop filibustering. Answer the question. Can the federal government dictate laws? Dictate state-specific laws in the state? Can they dictate child support?
Okay, hold on. You gotta relax for a second. Okay. I'm gonna toot my horn before I answer. It's my show. I can do that. Okay, brother.
I like filibustering, but go ahead.
It's me toot my own horn. I know about federalism. Okay, you don't. I know about the Articles of Faith. I know all that type of stuff. So now,
I know about the separation between state and.
Okay, relax.
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so federalism. Wait, so what is federalism? Do you know?
Explain it. This is on you now. This is on you. Explain it.
You're asking questions that you don't know what you're asking. So federalism literally explains what the federal government is involved with as opposed to state government. State government is more regulating the affairs of the people. So child support and those things like that will be state regulated because the state governments are more in tune with that's why they leave abortion, they leave like things like that up to the states, because the states, and matter of fact, arrest. The federal agency is not going to arrest you, right? Just because you ran a red light. That's state. So state governments and local governments are more involved in your day-to-day affairs. So no, they're not going to do that. They're going to, because states have the rights to pass their own laws as long as it doesn't contradict federal law. That's called federalism. You don't know more about America than I do.
Bro, you're not refuting my point. You're what you said does not go against what I'm saying. You pretty much proved my point by saying that they can't interfere as long as it doesn't go against the Constitution.
It's already
as long constitutional law is the law of the land, but states have their own laws that also the federal government can impose on their own individual state.
No. Bro, you don't even understand your question that you asked me.
It's not a question. It's not a question.
You
don't even get that I'm not asking a question.
Support. You just said that was a question, bro.
Well, you left that question in dust a long time ago. You answered. You said no. So that's the only question. No, because it's their own state. They control the laws when it comes as it pertains to those things. When it comes to the state, the individual state.
That's not why. That's not why. The Constitution, okay, is the law of the land. So states, and state legislators, they can vote on certain things they want to do in the state. So federalism, the federal government allows states to come up with reasonable laws. They can't be stupid like Jim Crow. Okay, they can't violate your civil rights, your constitutional rights, but they can come up with laws amongst themselves. Every state. So some states you can be 17 to drive, some states 18, some states 15. That states are allowed to do that. Government allows them to do that as long as it don't violate your civil or constitutional rights. It's okay. That does not contradict anything. But now, if a state try to pass something that's like discriminatory or race-based, the federal government will step in and say, "No, sir."
Let's get to the point here. Do states have their own economy?
Again, all right. Here's a better question.
Do they? You're not gonna answer the question?
Well, it's just goofy questions, man.
How is it a goofy question? Do they have their own economy?
Of course, you idiot.
Okay, well, if they have their own economy, all right. If they have their own economy, why would you leave one state's economy to go to another state and not contribute to the economy that you're originally from?
Okay, because some states are behind other states as far as industrialism. Like, for example, you don't know.
You just proving my point, but go ahead.
You don't have a point. You're just saying random stuff.
You asked why Jamaicans left Jamaica, so I'm using the same logic. I'm using the same logic, but go ahead.
No,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're gonna say the same things that I said. Economic opportunity.
I gotta mute you because if I start talking over you, it's gonna sound sloppy. Okay, stop it. I can leave if one state is slow. I can leave this state and go to another state. Okay, because none of these states are successful without us being here, being the labor force. So you're like straight skipping past that. You're skipping past why are other states even more profitable than other states? That has all to do with our free labor. Okay, you don't know that. You don't know our history, and this is where we got delineate for you guys. You don't even know why these states are even popping. It has everything to do with us being over here. Everything. That's why they're popping. The Great Migration, the industrialization, all that type of stuff. That's because our labor, our free labor over here. You know nothing. As a matter of fact, unmute yourself. All right. Because he's asking just random questions. I already said federalism allows states to draw their own rules and laws and ordinances, city ordinances, as long as it doesn't contradict your civil rights or your constitutional rights. Okay, I already established that. But now he's talking about states, we're going this state over that state. Bro, our labor is the reason why that state popping. So yeah, we're going to take advantage of whatever our labor help get popping. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with convict leasing?
What's convict leasing, bro?
Okay. Are you familiar with peonage, the peonage system?
What is the peonage system? Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So these are other ways outside of slavery. So when slavery was abolished, the South, they enacted, even the North, they enacted black codes and Jim Crow. And because the 13th Amendment left a little loophole that said slavery is abolished unless you are convicted of a crime. So what they started to do is they started to convict us of crimes that really we didn't commit, like vagrancy, truancy, just trumped up charges. And this is like documented, like historically. Like this, white folks don't even run from this. They started to lock us up and charge us with bogus crimes, therefore leading to a peonage system of slavery and a convict leasing of slavery. Now, Miss Alabama, during convict leasing, 73% of Alabama's economy was based off convict leasing FBAs. Chat, listen to what I'm saying. 73% of Alabama's economy, he said economy, was based off convict leasing.
Bro, I mean, I'm really trying to figure out where you're.
I'm mute you because right now I'm educated. I'm educated. Okay, so when we talk about reparations, right? We talk about land. They literally owe us states. When you look at how many states' economy was solely based off convict leasing, the peonage system, when you look at how much they depended on our labor, they owe us probably 4 states. We talking about land here, 40 acres a mule. They probably owe us 4 states. No. Plus the bag. We're talking about land. They probably owe us states, plural. 73% of Alabama's economy was convict leasing, an illegal, unconstitutional practice. He doesn't know this stuff. That's why he just can talk freely and just say what he want to say. And when I make sense, it doesn't make sense to him, but it makes sense to you because you always lived here. He didn't. He most likely came here after 1965. Okay, so he don't know about these Southern things. That's why I said, bro, you don't know us unless you got that Southern past, that Southern history. And that's what separates us from Black immigrants. They normally don't have a Southern past because they came here and went straight to New York. He says in Florida, they go there. They don't go to Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. Out here, and man, I ain't other than a restaurant, I ain't meet no Jamaicans nowhere. You see them at a restaurant, that's it. They're so far in between, but everybody, I work in housing, by the way. Okay, I know what everybody is because one of the questions when you get in housing, they ask you, are you a natural born citizen? Right? Okay. And I ain't see one person that said that filled out they were other than Black FBA, ADOS. Not one person. These are Gullah Geechees. That not one person claimed Jamaican or some type of Caribbean ancestry. Not one person. I talked to all of them, and I specifically asked because I want to know. You dig? I'm working on the FBA mentality. Like, hey, so where your father from? I'm asking because they got little accents. So I'm like, hey, so where your father from? So y'all always been here? They all, yeah, we always ever been here. Family goes way back to slavery. So while he's just yapping, I'm out here taking notes. Okay, damn, not one person. And by the way, welfare is like nobody's on welfare. So when folks is on here arguing about welfare, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Yeah, ain't nobody on welfare. Yo, they barely do child support out here. So all these stereotypes about welfare and child support, these women, I asked them like, yo, why you need child support? Like, why you ain't got money? I just want, out of curiosity, I just want to know, like, what? I mean, I ain't, maybe like a hand, like 2, 3, 4, kind of on child support. But majority of these women, that single parents, none of them are on welfare, and few got their baby dads on child support. Few. They got snapped. They don't got TANF. They got snapped. SNAP means non-welfare. TANF means welfare. Okay? So, yeah, so that whole welfare thing, I'm going to challenge that. So, focus, get ready. But, yeah, so he doesn't know because he's not from the South. And I don't like when folks just wing it and just see what sticks. Like, right now, he disrespecting me as an intellectual. He's just throwing spitball, see what sticks. Like, he's trying to see what I don't know. And I keep saying, bro, I know more Black history than you in this country, and I know more white history than you. I said I studied immigration in this country. He don't want to believe me. He don't like his arrogance, but this is why we got delineate. Like, yo, these guys are unreasonable. Why are we on Garvey? Because you said you're a Pan-Africanist, and I want to know if your standard for Tariq is the same for Garvey, or do you pick and choose? I don't do that. If I think Tariq is wrong, I'm gonna say he's wrong. If I in one thing or another, because who agrees with everything? See, now these weirdos believe he's our leader, and these weirdos think we're in a cult, and these weirdos think we believe everything he says. We go with everything. No, brother, he's a human being like us. Okay, I don't think nobody more important than me. I trust me over anybody. Okay. So you got the wrong idea, but I get it. This is the way you justify his talking points that's accurate, because I can omit Tariq. He brought up Dr. Claude. I can omit him. I could just talk about Yvette and Tone Talks. What do they say that's different than Tariq? What they say that's different? They see, that's why I went back to A. Philip Randolph, bro. He was an immigration restrictionist in the 1920s. He didn't want none of y'all. He didn't want none. He said, yo, delineating, bro. He didn't even want y'all. He said, well, he wasn't delineating. That's because you were not here like that. You were in small numbers. But he didn't want none of y'all over here. Oh, he a coon. No, he didn't want white immigrants either. Or Spanish. He didn't want no immigrants. Because he said, y'all going to come over here and do whatever, everything you're doing now. He said, you're going to have degradation. You're going to lower the wages, the cost of living. Everything he said we're experiencing right now with immigration. I'm not blaming one immigrant or another. It's just immigration collectively is happening. They're taking low wages. And by the way, these are not they went away from what immigration is about. When immigrants come over here, they're supposed to bring something, bring a skill, bring education. Now you got immigration come over here working in factories. Like, dude, that's not why we do immigration. It's to come over and help us level up. Like, the VVEX, not the guy working at Home Depot. Like, no, you at Home Depot, you go back home. You come over here, you better be top tier. So that's why, like, a lot of Nigerians are doing well over here, because a lot of Nigerians, they send their top tier. But by the way, there's a term called transportation in immigration, in the beginnings of immigration from the UK to America. Again, he's not on my level at all. Okay, so transportation, what that meant was UK was letting loose of their degenerates. And the term was called transportation. So they had two choices. They can stay in UK and face their charges, right? Or they can escape their charges and come over here to America and be indentured servants. And they could work for their freedom, work for whatever they need to get to, all right? But there were no slaves at all. They were nowhere near a slave. They could work for freedom. They can get themselves out of there. And it was for a period of time. Like, they would win their naturalization, like or they could pledge to get the American citizen. Like, there's a whole bunch of citizenship. There's a whole deal there. But it's called transportation. Okay. That's what's happening now with these countries, not just black countries, all these immigrant countries. They're transporting no longer their best. They're transporting what they don't want in their country. The lazy people that claim they do hard work. It's like, no, you don't do hard work. Your government allowed you over here because you were not prosperous over there. Now, he says that sanctioning, bruh, stop with this sanctioning shit. Okay, Cuba, a lot of countries face that type of stuff, but bro, that's what happens when you want your independence. Like, how you gonna try to get your independence and still want to go to Britain and want all these favors? Like, nah, hell no. Like, yo, you thought the grass was greener, so go do you. But you don't flee. So he didn't really address that. He didn't address that Jamaicans were got the independence in '62 and were already fleeing the country in '65. So sanctions make you flee? No, you stand there and you fight and you build up Jamaica the best way you can, and until you build some type of you do what Nigeria did. You come up with some type of commodity that other countries would like, because just because UK sanctions you in America doesn't mean like they got ops. North Korea gonna rock with you, Russia gonna rock with you, China gonna rock with you. You think other countries gonna rock with you outside of America? Just probably European nation ain't gonna rock with you. But that's a given. Like you need to know that when you're trying to get independence. There's a setback. Like what y'all thought? It's gonna be all good. See, but like that's the delusion for some of these guys. They think of fight for independence. Look at us. Like we got emancipated, right? And what happened? We what was our reward? It was the KKK and Jim Crow. Like, dude, you got to expect this is coming right afterwards. They ain't gonna be happy you're independent. They're not gonna be happy you're emancipated. They come in full force. But what we didn't do was flee. Okay, we traveled throughout our states that our labor helped build. So that was a horrible comparison, dude. You left your country wholesale. Yeah, you're not even there long enough to be fed up. You left in 3 years. 3 years of independence, you left. That's not enough to realize, yo, this ain't working. Yo, do it. Put 10 years in, put 20 years in, put 30 years in and say, you know what? This ain't working. But he didn't address you're supposed to go back. So the leaving, I understand that. No problem. But just after you come over here and get educated and get a great skill set, you're supposed to go back. So I said, God, why you don't go back? I get why you left, but I don't get why you don't go back and help build your homeland up. He had no response. Just excuses. That's the fleeing ethnogenesis these guys developed. Okay?
All right, bro, like, can I respond out to all this what you talking about, bro?
All right. Okay. So I'm gonna give you just as long as I just had. So let me just respond to Michael in the chat, because Michael said that I don't work in housing. Okay. When you want to put your money on that, my boy? Now watch this. You don't know more about housing than I do. Okay, go ahead, KD. I'm gonna put the phone number on him. I want him to challenge me. I'm not in housing. All right, so go ahead, KD. I'm gonna go on mute, and you get to talk as long as I just did. Go ahead, brother. Oh, my fault. I muted you. I meant to mute.
So yeah, I just want to make a few points. You know, he kind of spoke about economic sanctions, like it's not a big deal. You know, like yeah, it's nothing. You know, economic sanctions. Well, we all know that economic sanctions they cripple economies. You know, they take away all the jobs, they take away all the careers, all that good stuff. But in addition to those things, another thing that you know a lot of these dudes they always conveniently leave out of the argument. They always leave out of the argument the exploitative measures that the country that they're so involved in at this particular point, the United States. They always leave out the fact that this country is known for going to these other countries, exploiting the resources, destabilizing the economy, and then bringing all those riches back to the United States economy. Like, that's what these dudes do. That's what the United States government and other European powers, that's what they do. They go into these other countries, they destabilize the economy, because he was talking a little bit earlier about, you know, how Black people were exploited within the country. And we acknowledge that. We all know about slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, all these things. But Black people across the diaspora were suffering from the very same things in their respective countries as a result of the same people that he's talking about. The same people that did it to him and his ancestors did it to us and our ancestors. We all got the same ancestors. I don't know why dudes like him and Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, these dudes want to duck and dodge around that. Like, DNA don't lie, but we ain't got to go into the DNA. It is what it is. And then he mentions fleeing, right? Now, let me see if he still keeps the same energy. Is he familiar with the 20,000 Americans during the 1800s who left the country to go to Liberia and Sierra Leone in order to repopulate those areas? Did they flee? Did the African Americans who went to Haiti when Haiti was offering uh, refuge over in Haiti, giving African Americans free land and money? Did they flee when they went to Haiti in order to escape the crimes and the degradation and everything that was going on within the country? Did they flee? Like, this flee word is very disrespectful, but I only hear it. But not only is it disrespectful, it's very subjectively and selectively used. If we're gonna say people was fleeing, then we just got to be consistent all the way across the board. Everybody be fleeing if that's the case, right? But at the end of the day, we know that when economic hardship is a real thing, war is a real thing, people went through hardships, and you can't victim blame people for doing what they thought they had to do in order to get out of the situation that they were in. And then he mentioned something along the lines of people going back. Like, when you go and you settle into an area, it's very rare you go back to where you came from, especially if you have kids, you met a husband, you know, you got 2 generations, 3 generations in, you're not gonna necessarily go back, especially when the place that you're going back to is still going through the same things you originally went through, or the same things that when you're originally thinking about were going through at that particular time. So, there's just a whole lot of contradictions. Like, these dudes, they always tell half truths, only a part of the story. They don't talk about the economic sanctions. They don't talk about the exploitative things the government does to these other countries, the reasons why they have immigrants in the first place, the quote unquote aid that these governments give so they can make deals with these corrupt governments, politicians that they put in place so that they can exploit the resources from them. Meanwhile, destroying the economy, destroying the people. They don't talk about these things. Why don't they talk about these things? Because it's way more convenient to talk about Black people. It's easy to talk about Black people and what Black people don't do and what Black people could be doing and what Black people did. It's easy to talk about Black people because we the weakest. I hate to say it, but right now we the weakest. We working on that shit. We got stuff going on right now in Africa, Burkina Faso, the Sahel, all that, which these dudes don't talk about that. Of course not, because it doesn't suit their agenda, because they want everybody to believe that everybody who's foreign is fleeing their country, and they're in the shithole countries, or whatever kind of agenda that they're painting. And I'm not specifically talking about the brother here on the line, but Tariq Nasheed is really who I'm directing all this energy at. I don't really listen to Yvette Carnell like that, but that's the agenda that's being perpetrated out here. When in the reality is we all got everything that went on here in the United States, everything that you named that Black people had to go through here in the United States. Everybody, all Black people across the world had to go through the same thing, and it's the same people doing the same things to everybody across the world. And not nor him or anyone else can disprove that. You want to hide behind governments, but these governments, a government ain't nothing but a corporation that some dude put together, right? But it's all the same people. If you trace the founders of this country, the same founders of this country are the same people who are the founders of the UK, who are the same people who are the founders of France, who are the same people who are these people are all the same people, but we fighting amongst ourselves about government borders and things like that, nonsensical things that don't make sense in the larger scope of things. So I land my plane right there, bro. You can say what you gonna say.
Okay, so do you believe I was fair? Like, I went on a long rant and I gave you a long rant?
Yeah, that was very fair.
Okay. Because sometimes you gotta just, both of us just gotta get a moment just to talk, you know what I mean, to get it all out. And then we can go back and dialogue and cut each other off. Okay, so just a question for Jamaica, I'm gonna go to FBA question. All right. So the last question I got for Jamaica is are you aware of Jamaica's crime stat, like globally during your colonization period?
No,
You were the safest country in the world. Are you aware of your crime stat after you got your independence?
I'm guessing the most violent.
Yes. So you were safer when a white man was controlling you, and you were more violent and deadly when you were governing yourselves. Okay, so now that has nothing to do with sanctioning. All the things you're talking about, that has nothing to do. The white man's gone. This is just you guys misbehaving. But I'll leave that alone. Okay, so now FBA. Do you got a problem with us, who you would call Black Americans? Do you got a problem with us coming up with a term? It could be FBA, it could be ADOS, it could be anything, right? It could be CCCCC. Do you have a problem with us coming up with our own self-identifying term?
No,
Okay. So are you aware of what delineating means? Like, oh no, let me ask you this. What does it mean to you? That's a better question. What does it mean to you when we say we want to delineate?
means nothing to me.
Now, I mean, like it's an actual word. I mean, the action, because to delineate is an act. That's a verb. So when we say we wanted to delineate, or let's say when we agree with Tariq Nasheed and say we want to delineate, or when we agree with Yvette and say we want to disaggregate, like when you hear that, what do you think we're trying to communicate to the world?
We're not like those black people over there.
Well, we're not like, what we're saying is like we're not like nobody outside of us. Like just like a Jamaican is like nobody outside of Jamaicans, Nigerians. When you talk about Italians, like they got Italian pride. They're saying we're different Europeans than other Europeans from Europe. The Germans are saying, yo, we're different than you guys, and like nobody's no, the Lithuanians ain't saying no, you're divisive because you want to be called, Scottish. That's or Irish. No, they're like, no, we're actually different. Like this ain't no game. We're actually different. So for us, what we're saying is it was fair game. Not okay. This got nothing to do with you. This is beyond the Caribbean. What we're saying is that we were fair game. Everybody had a delineating term, and delineating just means to draw the line. That's all it means. To draw. It's separating you from the others. It's like drawing a border. It's like, hey, this is my territory, and for us, everything else, you guys got to claim your own territory. And the territory in this term is your identity. It's your ethnic identifier. Jamaican, Croatian, Ukrainian, like those are your ethnic identifiers. So we never really had one, or better yet, we never came up with one ourselves. Something that we agreed to. We never agreed to color. We never agreed to Negroes, right? So when we got a chance to call ourselves something, it was Black, okay? But then, like later on, it was co-opted, and because you got Black Hispanics, you got Black Indians, right? So now it's like, okay, we got to specify now what type of Black we are. See, we don't want to do that. We don't want to keep specifying. We want to be like you. When you say Jamaican, that's clear, all right? Who is Jamaican, who isn't? Okay, so now in around like 2016-ish, 17-ish, we say, you know what? Well, there was already a term for us back in the 1800s, which was free people. So there was already a term out there that Abraham Lincoln said, the free people, the emancipated persons. But we came up, but he said that. So, but we said, you know what? We want to name ourselves. So finally we said, hey, man, we're ADOS. We're American descendants of slaves. And then, Tariq later on made some alteration. He said, you know what? We're FBA. We're Foundation of Black Americans. And what I kind of did with FBA, I like to combine that with free people. So if you got a problem with Foundation of Black Americans, I would say, okay, well, we're free Black Americans or free people of America. It's different ways you could remix it, but it's still pointing to the same people, right? So that's all that means. It doesn't mean we're drawing a line to never speak to you again. It doesn't mean we're drawing a line to show how inferior you are. We're drawing a line saying, hey, this terminology is exclusively referring to us. That's it. Okay. That's all that was meant by delineating. So the reason I brought up African American, because so Tariq Nasheed is just a guy who came up with a term. Yvette came up with a term. That's all. But if we agree, we all say no cap, right? Did somebody come up with it? But everybody use it. So just because somebody came up with something, it doesn't mean it's exclusively theirs if everybody takes it and run with it. It's now everybody's. Okay, so that's how language is. Jesse Jackson said African American, and as a result, that became one of our applications to this day. Now, I never called myself ever an African American. I always said I was Black, but a job or like politically, and you are African American. Like Black is something added on later because of common usage, but politically and school-wide, it's called African American history. It's called Black history later, but everything was African American, everything, right? Before Black was attached to it. So that whole Nation of Islam push had made Black, part of the conversation. So that's how ADOS and FBA is. We're using FBA and ADOS like Malcolm X used Black. We're saying, hey, this is what we want to be called today. Hey, it might change 20, 30 years, 100 years from now. But right now, we feel like this is a more exclusive term that separates everybody else Black from this group and everybody outside of Black from this group. So when you hear Mexican, you don't got to scratch your head. You know who we're talking about. Native Americans, Chinese, or North Sentinel, like you know who we're talking about. So we want the same thing with us. When you say Black, it's so vague. You don't really know. Black, Hispanic. Like on an application, it says African American. When you check that, you're not done. It shows you, it makes you click ethnicity. It says non-Latino or Latino. So I got to explain to all of the tenants, the residents. I got to say, hey, you got to check that one too. They say, why? I said I was Black. I'm like, yeah, but they're also Black Latinos. So you got to, you put Black African American, but there are Black African Latinos. I said, so now you got to say you're Black American, African American, and you're not Latino. That's why that's there. They say, oh, you see, so it's not exclusive like that, like you think it is. You got to still specify with the ethnicity part of the same application. So FBA and ADOS, there's no more need for specificity. It's clear I'm this type of Black person. I could trace my lineage to slavery, right? So like you said earlier, the boats drop people off, Caribbean, Brazil, but this boat, when we say ADOS, we're talking about the boat that dropped Africans off, right, over here in America. And as a result, they went through an ethnogenesis. Now, you said those Liberians. Let me get to that. So those folks that went to Liberia, you can say fled. For those who went to Haiti, you can say fled, no problem with that. I just think like hell that my ancestors didn't flee. They say, no, we're staying here. And everybody in that chat, and everybody listen to this in the future, you should be proud, even more proud, that your ancestor ain't fall for that fleeing bait. They said, nah, I'm good. I'm going to fight. Okay, so those who went to Haiti, they're Haitian now. Those who went to Liberia, they're Liberian now. They went through their own ethnogenesis. Hundreds of years somewhere else, adopting that culture, that language, that food, you dig? That's who you are. So we appreciate allies, right? So if there's a Hispanic, Chinese that want to ally with us and they have a history of being cool with us, you know what I mean? We appreciate that. If there's some Black Jamaicans, Guyanese, or whoever that has a good rapport with us, and they on code, we're not gonna run them off. We appreciate that. But we don't appreciate is the ones who admit that their mother taught them to hate us. I got so many testimonials of Black immigrants, Nigerian, Jamaican, just name it. All of them, Sudanese, Rwandan, all these people are admitting that their parents taught them when they come to America, stay away from Black Americans. And they got like funny names for us, I'm not going to say, but they made that known. Stay away from them. And then some blame movies, right? We watch movies about you guys. That's why we didn't like y'all. I say, okay, whatever. But you can't come to us with that mentality. So if they said that, and it's true, that means that they delineated first. They were divisive first. They came over here with those vibes. Stay away from Black Americans. So when we try to, hey, what's going on? Hey, and we try to build with you and talk to you, get to know you, you're being standoffish. So being standoffish might get you called a name. Because after a while, we be like, yo, why you acting like that? And now we're going to become who we are. You know, okay, we got jokes. Okay, well, this is you now. You dig? And we're going to mock you. But the standoffish is what's going to provoke that. And that's what a lot of Black immigrants openly admit to. I can just play a plethora of videos, which I always do in my openings, of how many different Black immigrants say their parents taught them to hate us. Our parents never, there's no foundation Americans you're going to find, foundation Black Americans you're going to find say their parents taught us to hate Black immigrants or anybody. The best you're going to get is probably the Nation of Islam hating white folks. That's the best you're going to get. Or the Hebrew Israelites. But outside of them, and that's white folks. But you ain't going to find no Black family, no Black household, no Black community that taught their children to stay away from Black people from different countries. That's not going to happen, bro. There's no such thing as that in this country amongst us. So that is the difference between us. Like, you guys bring that divisive spirit over here because you were told by whoever, movies, your mother, the white man, whoever told you some negative things about us. You get over here and you don't experience those negative things, but you still hold those negative biases. That's just irrefutable. So on the screen, so I know Facebook kind of a little played out. That's a little played out. But for those who still rock with Facebook, on the screen, that's the Facebook group. So it's 685 online right now, 1.7K members. It's a private group, so that means I gotta let you in. FBAs versus the world. So I figure we can keep more in touch there. We can have daily dialogues because I won't be able to go live in a day like that anymore. It could be cracked down. So anyway, this is a great space to share links and videos and images and, talk politics, sports, or whatever. But I wanted to talk about the other thumbnail, but I had a brother come on that we were commenting. Well, he commented on one of my videos about Tariq. And here's the thing too, that he like totally ignoring. He's against Tariq, one guy. All right. Like he's like, again, like this monolithic thing. He's against one guy. That's personal. There's 43 million of us. There's a lot of FBA you ain't gonna like. Shit, there's some I don't like. All right. I don't know why y'all think you're gonna get along with 43 million FBA's ADOS. No, there are gonna be some folks you don't agree with. Some folks ain't like Malcolm. Some folks ain't like Dr. King. Some folks ain't like W. Du Bois. That's the way it is. But for me to hear somebody say, "Oh, I hate Tariq now," this guy, it's like chaotic truth is a tether. But you don't hear me on here, and he talks bad about FBA. But you don't hear me. I don't got no. How many videos I got of chaotic truth? Like how many I got of him? Like one. I didn't even mention him. Like, cause that don't bother me. I'm so secure as an FBA. I'm so secure. That don't bother me. Yo, FBA's, I'm your daddy. That don't bother me. Like, we're so secure over here. Like, that's something that we have in us. We're confident people, man. That don't bother. We're used to white supremacists making mockery, minstrel shows. So a tether talking about this and that don't bother us. Like, I do whatever. You dig? So now it's people trying to use the FBA name to get them some type of clout, but it's not working. So Ringo TV, and let me just should I show it now? Let me show y'all something about Ringo TV. So he's the most embarrassing one out of all, okay? Because he's been clout chasing for 12 years. Let me show you something. Okay, so it's not this one. All right, and look at chaotic truth, by the way. Like, these are tether trolls. Okay, look, where's videos at? He made his videos for members only. Like these guys, now look, all of them, him and Ringo, they claim Tariq is all about money, 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 money. The videos that they made about Tariq Nasheed, him and Ringo, they made them, they charged $3 to watch the video. Okay, those are the only videos they got on their channel that's for money that I came across. They all free. So they claim, so that's what I'm trying to expose with old boy, that KD. Like, dude, you're talking about Tariq, but you have a double standard, and you're hypocritical. Because when I talk about Marcus Garvey and show that he's actually a scammer, you wanted to talk about Biden pardoning him. Yo, people get pardoned. That doesn't mean you're innocent. When you like Biden also pardoned his son. Was his son innocent? Like, yes, y'all getting this pardon thing mixed up. Pardon is literally a get out of jail free card. When somebody get pardoned, it doesn't matter if they're guilty or innocent. It's a get out of jail free card. So Biden pardoned Marcus Garvey. That doesn't mean he's innocent. He was clearly guilty. He admitted himself he was guilty, but he tried to say he had pure intentions. But he does not deny him scamming, selling stocks to ships he did not own. That's his history. There's no way to get around that. But he tried to get out of that. He didn't want to acknowledge it. He didn't want to own it. He just, again, so for them, like they got this weird man fetish for Tariq Nasheed, and it's just like crazy because it's like we don't like Math Hoffa for what he did with Fat Joe, but we're not obsessed with Math Hoffa. Who else? Like when these guys do something negative towards us, we'll speak on it, but we're not obsessive. Like we speak on it and we move on. Like every video these guys got is Tariq thumbnail, Tariq name in there, and they're not like promoting him, they're like demoting him, defaming. So they're trying to build a name off an FBA. So it goes back to these guys like to ride our waves. They rode our waves in the Civil Rights Act and other things, hip hop, and now they're riding the wave of FBA, ADOS, the wave that we've created. Yvette sparked off, Tariq took it to another level, and now you got these non-FBAs, whether they white, because they do it too. All of them are clout chasing off of the flag we provided for ourselves. Yvette, Tariq, Dr. Claude, even Umar provided a wave for himself that people are making. Like, you know, it's funny, black immigrants, they got a thing for Umar too. Like they're like just as obsessed with Umar as they are Tariq Nasheed. But they don't out their own. So when I brought up academics to this guy, he made up excuses. I said, yo, are you really trying to compare academic to Tariq? Like, so you're mad at Tariq for making jokes about black immigrants that who calls his show? By the way, listen, are we ignoring the fact that Tariq got a show and black immigrants voluntarily call in? Are we ignoring that? Like, yo, you don't have to call in. You're calling in to shine, you know, to get him, to catch him out there, gotcha moment, whatever. And when he defends himself and comes back with jokes of his own, KD said Tariq's wrong, but the caller is fair game. Like that doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, but again, he's not one of us. He doesn't understand that we got jokes. We don't run from that. You got jokes, we got jokes. All right, let's get it. You know what I mean? That's like me. Like, I can have a serious dialogue, but when y'all guys come with jokes, or I'm coming back with some jokes, you best believe that. So, but again, like when you don't understand us, you're gonna keep running into this problem, and you'll never understand us if you're in Florida or New York. You'll understand us when you come to the South, this rural South. Okay, come to the rural South, and you'll understand us a little more. But in Miami, the point I was making was in Miami, he's amongst themselves. Like there's a lot of black immigrants in Miami, Like they have their own enclaves, they have their own cities, their own buildings. You dig? Where they're amongst themselves. They don't even have to be around us. There's enough Jamaicans in Miami, enough Haitians in Miami where they just could be around themselves, and that's just it. And that's what end up happening anyway. You know, they'll mingle with us here and there, but they're pretty much amongst themselves. So they still don't know us. Okay, but so Chaotic Truth. You see, he got his videos all for the members only. Okay, because you know why, right? Because he was talking his trash, and a lot of us was in his comment section roasting him, and so now his videos are hidden. These are some weird. So they're not ready for what they are asking for. Now this guy with 11,000 subscribers is trying to get Tariq Nasheed attention. And again, I got 1,700 live viewers. I'm sorry, I got 1,700 subscribers. He got 11,000, and we pretty much almost do the same numbers. So he got damn near 10 times more subscribers than me, 8 more, 7 more, and we still almost do the same numbers. So in some videos, I do better than him. But he's trying to get Tariq attention where he's doing my numbers with way more subscribers. That's not so, do the math. That's why I said, like, these guys are clout chasers. So for me to get this guy on my channel and Ringo, they're clout chasers. They're going to come when they see the numbers, the live viewers, or the total viewers when the live ends. So you guys need to be on code. So when I go live, I'm not saying every live pull up, but try to support. Give me the numbers so I can get you guys on. So you see, I had KD on here. We had a good conversation. I was really teaching them, but good conversation. But I want these chaotic truths. I guarantee you, KD would do better than chaotic truth. Like, he's not as bright as you think he is. The dude is a goofball. Listen.
Answer you real quick.
Absolutely. No.
You know I'm married to a black woman. However, I will admit
yes, Courtney. I like.
Hey, bro. Hey,
and believe it or not,
Where you sleep?
Nah, I wasn't asleep. I was listening to you. I was just letting you do your thing. You know what I mean? So,
hold on.
You know,
let me get this in real quick. Hold on.
I only dated 2 white women in my life, and Courtney, I have to say this: it was like being, and I'm not trying. Listen, it was like being in heaven every day. What? That's all I have to say. It was like it was like.
All right, so now, that's chaotic truth. Like, he's from one of these African countries, and he said he only dated 2 white women in his life, and it was like being in heaven every day. This is what we won't do. But let's.
I know, but it was. I got you. Oh, because I wasn't ready for marriage.
Just for good.
Okay, so that's chaotic truth, right? That's the guy that wants to debate Tariq Nasheed talking like that. I say, all right, bro, stop. All right, real quick.
let me say a few things real quick, bro, and then I'm gonna ask you a question. Then I'm gonna jump off because I'm gonna go get something to eat. But let me just address a few things that you said, man. You were talking about how black FBA is one of their own identity, and I don't even like saying the word FBA, but I'll say Black Americans want their own identity. And then you made a comparison to Jamaicans and things like that. And I always hear people make this argument.
Why don't you want to call us what we want to be called?
Well, you're speaking for 40 million people, and it's just you. You want to be called FBA, and that's fine.
Yeah, but you're talking to me, and you're talking. But you're talking to me, and you're talking to FBAs.
Well, I'll call you by your name. I mean, if you want to be called FBA, cool.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You're talking. But you're on the FBA channel.
But you're not the spokesperson for 40 million.
I am a spokesperson. I am a spokesperson.
No, you don't speak for 40 million people. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Hold on.
I don't speak for all Jamaicans. You don't speak for all black people in America.
This is what you just
Come on,
said.
man.
Gotcha.
No. But listen.
Wait, hold on. You're not as weird as you think. I just said,
bro. I'm being very straightforward. But go ahead.
I said, why don't you call us what we want to be said? You said all FBAs, you said all Black Americans. I said, cool. I said, but you're talking to me. I would like to be called FBA. So I'm speaking for me now. In the chat would like, because you're talking to us. You even said earlier, I'm talking to the chat. Okay, well, bro, we would like to be called FBAs.
That was earlier. I'm no longer. I'm just making a general statement at
Yeah,
this
but
particular point.
you're still speaking to us, but you don't have to. But I'm just pointing out to the chat. This is the more reason why we can't rock with them. They can't respect our right.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that you and Tariq do. You act like you speak for 40 million people when you don't. You speak. You wait. You speak.
I made that clear. I'm not. I sound
no, but you're mixing the two though.
No,
you're mixing
I'm not.
the two.
Of course, but I'm saying tonight. Okay. Watch this. It's no confusion. I'm saying tonight. You're speaking to me. I'm speaking for myself. And I'm speaking for the chat. I'm not speaking for all of Black Americans tonight for this phone call only. I'm speaking for me, myself, and the chat. That's it. Because we're the only people listening right now. So I'm saying we would like to be called. You don't have to. You got the right to say whatever you want to say. But I'm saying we would like to be called FBAs. But I'm making a bigger point. I'm saying that these guys that get mad at us want to be away from them and want them back in Jamaica, where they from, out of here. They can't respect our wish. The Hebrew Israelites, right? I don't agree with all that, but if I'm talking to one, I'm going to call them an Israelite because that's what he want to be called. If I'm talking to a Moor, to Harker Bay, I don't believe in that. But if he says, hey, I'm gonna call him a Moor because that I don't even believe in that stuff. I don't accept the LGBT, but if they want to be called that, I'm gonna call them that. Because that's what they want to be called. But that's just how we do. But go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, you're confusing a ideological group or a religious group with an ethnicity. Those are two different things.
Okay.
There's already a name for the ethnicity. It's called African American.
Okay.
That's the actual name. FBA is something else. You know, it's really Tariq Nasheed's online store / fan club. All right, that's really what it is. But let me get to the point I wanted to make. And the point I wanted to really make is that I hear this comparison between, you know, how Black people in America want to self-identify themselves. And first of all, I don't have no issue, but the comparison is always weird because they always, you said this earlier. You said something about how Jamaicans are called Jamaicans and Haitians are called Haitians and are called Black Haitians or whatever the case. But Jamaica is a country. There are white Jamaicans, there are Black Jamaicans, there are Chinese Jamaicans, and guess what? When they go anywhere else, they call themselves Jamaicans or Haitians or wherever country that they were born in. By the logic that you're using, everybody should want to call themselves Americans because you're born in America or the United States, people born in the United States called Americans. So there's really no need for another name outside of Americans if that's the logic that you're using to make these arguments. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing I want to say is you mentioned something about how people who are immigrants, they bring a divisive spirit. I mean, this is stuff that comes directly out of Tariq Nasheed's mouth, directly out of his mouth. You know, you say you don't regurgitate his talking points, but I'm hearing a lot of his talking points coming out of your mouth. Bro, first of all, tribalism is already, that's already in our history, tribalism. We've been doing that. You do that here in the United States. We do it in Jamaica. We do it in Africa. Yeah, you do. Crips and the Bloods, ever heard of them?
Yeah. Well,
Vice Lords.
Wait, hold on. The Crips, let me educate you. Are there Jamaicans in the Crips and Bloods?
Possibly, maybe.
Okay. Keep going. Done. Cooked you there. But go ahead.
You didn't though, because all you did was further prove my point. That is tribalism. Essentially, you're aligning yourself with a particular tribe and you're going against another tribe. Tribalism. That's what it is. It doesn't matter. It's not based on ethnicity. It's based on what you bang. But that's tribalism.
No, because first of all, can somebody be a former Crip?
What do you mean? Can you be a former Trip? I mean, these are irrelevant talking points. At the end of the day,
it's just yes or no. Can you be a former Crip?
No, actually, some people say when you're a Crip for life.
Okay, all right, go ahead, brother. I'm good.
A lot of these gangs, they don't let you leave. You a Crip for life.
My man.
You might not bang
Yeah.
anymore, but you still gonna be considered a Crip
Right,
or a
okay.
blood.
No, you're not. Well, once somebody drop that flag, that's it. But anyway,
You,
go ahead,
you
brother.
still okay, and then them bloods see you and they know that you be with them
No,
Crip people. Guess what? You still a Crip.
but that's fantasy because Bloods and Crips hang together. I don't know if that's fantasy you talking right now.
Okay, all right. So
Hey, but
everybody
again, you're
everybody
in
been
Florida.
making up
You watch
everything
too,
about
but
Bloods and Crips. Okay,
you watch too much TV.
it's okay. So
You watch too much TV.
Bloods and Crips really don't have nothing going on. GDs, the Vice Lords, there's
No.
none of that going on. You're right. Okay, I just made it up just now. All right, but cool.
That's
And
too
any,
much TV.
all right, okay.
Too much movie.
You mentioned some other stuff about bad stereotypes from parents and people coming into the country and them having like a certain ideology about Black people when they come to the United States. And it's just like, bro, if you watch somebody on TV and they're portrayed in a certain light, then that's how you're gonna view them when you see them in person.
So you
We
guys
talked
never
earlier.
watched, wait, so you guys never watched Mo Better Blues? You guys never watched Denzel Washington, Man on Fire? So you guys only watch degenerate movies.
Is that on BT all day, 24/7? What do you see on TV?
Yes.
What do you see? You see
So
back
you
to back
guys,
repeat of Baby Boy. You see Baby Boy
you
17,000
never, yeah,
times.
but okay, hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, but hold on. See, but here's the difference though. You're watching movies about us, but you guys are now watch this. Now here's the thing that you got to sit down and think about. You guys watch movies about us being violent, and then you guys say, "Hey, they must be violent," as though you're better. You guys lead the world in violence. So like let's say,
Come on, bro. You sound like a white supremacist right now, bro. Come on.
No, I'm
Fix
making a
that.
bigger.
Go ahead.
My point is, if you guys were against violence and you watched us be violent in movies, I can kind of get the logic a little bit, right? But if you guys are the most violent people in the world and you're watching us become violent, then it's no big deal. It's supposed to be like that's something you're accustomed to, you're used to. So you guys are the most violent. So whatever violence we do in the movie, you're still more violent than that. So why do you look at us? Oh, they're violent, they're bad. But you're violent too, and you're the most violent. So aren't you bad too? But anyway, go ahead, brother. You got it.
I mean, it's crazy. You just generalize like
millions
of people. you just generalize. You put all millions of people in one box. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's a fact though. Jamaica led the world for like 10, 13 years straight to being the most violent country in the world. That's not propaganda. That's a fact.
Okay, the most violent country in the world.
Yeah.
Okay,
you are the world, Chicago.
I mean, it's crazy. You said the world, Chicago, so Chicago's a real place. But anyway,
but Jamaica's a real place.
Okay, but Chicago is too. So what are you
okay.
saying? And this is the thing that you guys do.
Chicago,
This is the thing that you guys do. You try to make one distinction. You try to say, "Oh,
that's not what we're doing.
We're not that violent over here. You guys are most violent on this side." And yeah, but they put the same label on all Black people.
Brother, I'm not doing that. I'm saying Chicago is compared to other cities in America, not to other cities worldwide, because there's other cities that's still those Spanish cities make Chicago look like Beverly Hills. So what I'm saying is Chicago is seen dangerous when you compare it to American cities, but when you compare Chicago to world cities, Chicago's not number one. But if you compare Jamaica to other countries, you're number one.
Bro, they put the same title on any place that's populated full of Black people. Name one place that has a bunch of Black people in it or people of color, and it's not the most violent place on earth. Name one. Name one.
So you can finish, you can ask the question, because you had a question for me. So go ahead and finish what you got to say. I'm going to go on mute, and you can ask the question.
Yeah, bro. I just want to, cook on some of these talking points, man. At the end of the day, when you're shown a certain image of somebody and you pull up on them, that's the image that you're going to get when you come to the country. It's just regular human behavior. You watch videos about the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? If you see something that look like it could be the boogeyman, you're going to be scared. You watch videos about E.T. and not E.T., but the alien versus predator or alien. You see something that looks like that, you're gonna be scared because it's the programming that we get when we watch TV, when we watch those. But and this is the thing, regular human behavior. But who we never, and this is the thing with these conversations, we never talk about who's putting out this information, who's portraying these people these certain types of way. We talk about the result, but we never talk about the cause, right? These conversations are always like that. And, you know, very disingenuous conversations, you know. But I want to ask a question, bro. I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna wait for the answer. I ain't gonna cook as long as you did. I'm gonna ask a question, wait for the answer. I'm gonna listen to the answer, and then I'm gonna drop off. My question to you, bro, is, and I'm gonna listen to understand. I'm not even gonna listen to respond. I'm gonna listen to understand. How is FBA delineation tangibly beneficial? Period. And I'm gonna leave you with that question. Answer that as best as you can.
Good question. So it's tangibly beneficial because for the first time, a lot of us are putting down our religious differences. We're putting down most differences that we would normally have with each other. Yeah, I was against Sarasu and Seti's, Pan-Africanist position, right? But the fact that he embraces FBA, I excuse that. Like, I don't care. He could be Pan-Africanist all day. I don't give a damn. The fact that he embraces FBA, I'm back in tune with him. I'm back watching. So that's a tangible difference. It made us lock arms in a way, seemed like nothing, like probably similar to like the civil rights movement. It made us lock arms regardless of our personal indifferences. And that's some things I'm trying to like let the chat know. Like, stop arguing over simple stuff amongst yourselves, because this is what they want. They want us to divide on small things. The fact that it don't matter if this person is Native American or he's not. He's still FBA because he most likely got a lineage going back to slavery. So if he want to be Native American, so what? He's still FBA. If he want to be Christian, Muslim, atheist, he's still FBA. So that's what it did for us, it did for me. It made me stop arguing with my own people. So that was my resolution this year, is to argue least as possible the FBAs. And that's a tangible difference, because before I got on code, I was arguing with my folks on the smallest things. So that is something that's did for me. And it got all of us that acknowledge ourselves as FBA and ADOS, it got all of us with one common idea. And so let me correct you a little bit. So ADOS is more centered on reparations, not FBA. FBA, so we say, hey, they'll do reparations. Well, that was never our main thing. FBA, that's ADOS. So when Tariq was saying ADOS, he was saying reparations. And then he would use FBA and ADOS interchangeably. But once he starts saying FBA, he was saying reparations, he was saying tangibles, and tangibles ain't reparations. Tangibles is set aside anything from your state, local government outside of reparations, right? So that just, because he's also asking for Black or FBA hate crimes. That's not reparations. So he started to expand it past reparations when ADOS was more centered on reparations. So Tariq Nasheed started to expand FBA beyond reparations. And then it got to a point, hey, we this is our lineage. This is our ethnic identifier. I don't know if ADOS goes that far to say that ADOS is their ethnic identifier. But Tariq Nasheed is now saying, hey, this is a better identifier for us than the things that we were called before, because those things are not all exclusive. They are inclusive. Elon Musk come over here, he's African American. So that's why we can't do African American, brother, because Elon Musk is African American if he gets citizenship. And those South Americans, so those South Africans you're talking about, so are they when they come over here. They're African Americans. That's why we can't do that. So we're that smart to know to beat it ahead of time. No, we're not African American, because all of those white folks that come over here, those South Africans, once they get citizenship, they are now African American. We're good. But one thing they can't say is that they're ADOS. You can't either. And you can't say you're foundational Black American, and you can't say you're emancipated persons or a free person. You can't say that. So those are the terminology we stick with. But tangibly, that's what it did for us. It made us lock arms and embrace each other and love each other, kind of similar to the civil rights movement.
I would just argue that none of what you were mentioning was tangible. You know, they were more symbolic,
No,
maybe spiritual, maybe, you know, there was nothing there that you could extrapolate that was anything tangible,
but
beneficial.
everything. Well, hold on, hey, bro. Everything starts with an idea. So all tangibles, every last one of them, started with an idea, a universal idea. You had to believe America, right? For the British subjects to come over here, they all had the same idea. They were all against the British oppression, the taxation, representation, and all these different things. How they've been treated as British subjects, right? They didn't like that. They didn't like, but they all had the idea, and the idea turned into something tangible. So for us, we're not going to skip that process. It starts off with an idea, and we're all becoming aware of the idea, and more Black people, Black Americans, are adopting either ADOS, free people, or FBAs. More and more. I just briefly ran it past my aunt, who knows nothing about Tariq or nobody. Like, she's straight Democrat, straight liberal to the core, right? Kamala Harris all day. I just briefly ran it past her. I didn't know how she respond. And when she said, "Tell me more about it," I told her. She said, "Yeah, well, we're FBA." She said, "Because we can trace our lineage back beyond 1870 census." So that's how easy it is for a Black American just to say, "That's what it is." Oh yeah, okay, I'm cool. So the reason why 43 million ain't on cool, because 43 million don't know. Like, they're still doing what they want to do, and they're not in these spaces. But as long as we keep talking about it and talking to them, bro, they're hopping on. Yeah, I told my boy that's back in Jersey. Again, he don't care about this stuff, but I just briefly ran it past him. He's like, "Yo, tell me more." And like, he not all the way on board right now, but he's listening. Like, "Oh, let me hear more." But like, that's how easy it's for us to like get on code. But again, it's the idea first. So we're not going to skip past the idea and go to tangibles. No, it's important to have the same idea. Get on. That's what on code is. Get on code. Get on code. You hear them? You hear us. Get on code. Adolf's got their own mantra, right? But it's to get on code, and then the tangibles come afterwards. But right now, it's a beautiful symbolic feeling right now. It feels good to be loved and to love your people unconditionally.
Right. Now, I'm gonna say something that's gonna throw you into a frenzy right now, bro.
No,
It's gonna be very simple too.
No.
It will. Do you realize that what you're describing are the principles of Pan-Africanism?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, bro. Getting on the same page, the same ideas. This is Pan-Africanism, bro. That's what that is. Collaborating with black people, other black people, uniting, locking arms. This is Pan-Africanism, bro.
Can I respond?
That's what it is. Sure.
Okay, but that's not how Marcus Garvey defined his. Again, you guys don't know more Marcus Garvey than me. Marcus Garvey did not define his Pan-Africanism that way. Marcus Garvey defined his Pan-Africanism as to overthrow white colonial power in Africa and have a government ran by him, where he'll be the president. That was his blatant definition of Pan-Africanism. Now, you guys remixed it later, but your leader, your king, he said Pan-Africanism was to go into Africa and dethrone the white man. So you could try again.
You know that Marcus Garvey didn't create Pan-Africanism, right? It was around before he got there.
Oh, but I'm gonna use that word. He was a spokesman for it.
Okay, he was one of the spokesmen for it, but he wasn't the only spokesman for it. And he's not the founder. He's not a creator of Pan-Africanism.
So who was the spokesman of Pan-Africanism?
Who was one of the spokesmen of Pan-Africanism?
That was largest, because so Garvey had, they say, up to like hundreds of thousands to 1 million followers. Okay, so what influence? Because again, you said tangible. These are your words. You said, so what tangibles came out of this? So I want to know what. So name your guy and tell me what tangibles follow that person.
I mean, we could name a lot of. First of all, we could argue that the civil rights. I'm saying I could argue
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
the civil rights movement was a Pan-African movement.
No, it wasn't. So now let me educate you again. The civil rights movement.
Please do.
Okay. The civil rights movement spun from the it was A. Philip Randolph. He's literally called the father of the civil rights movement. This came from his labor union thing, and also the trains. They had a big movement on the trains. There was a lot of job opportunities on the train, and they were getting paid under white folks, but then they started to be discriminated against. So A. Philip Randolph had joined that protest later, and then he founded his labor union. He had the first black labor union in America. Okay, so now the civil rights spun off that because he was fighting for equal rights and equal pay for those people riding the trains and in the labor unions. Okay, so this predates the civil rights movement. So no, you're wrong. The civil rights movement was literally founded by A. Philip Randolph. He's called the father of it. Try again. You don't know more black history than me, bro. You could keep trying, but you don't.
Bro, describe Pan-Africanism to me outside of Garvey's definition.
Well, I only know Garvey's. Can you get some?
Now you only know Garvey's. Let's just look up the definition of Pan. Let's look up the definition. Let's just look up the definition.
Just hold on, because you said they were.
Just look up the definition. That's all.
You can do that. I don't mind that, but I'm saying.
Okay.
But listen, you told us that they were Pan-Africanists that predated Marcus Garvey. Give me one name, please.
Alexander Cromwell.
Okay. Now, what did he do that was tangible compared to Garvey? And how? Go ahead.
So you keep deflecting. You keep moving the goalposts.
No, because
listen, come on, man.
I'm not. I'm giving you back the standard. I said I live by one
moving the goalposts, bro.
No, sir. I live by one standard, and I apply it to all people. You do the same. Try it. So now you say Alexander Cromwell was Pan-Africanist before Garvey. Okay, so how many people he influenced? How many followers, and where was he at? What state? What state was he at?
But I don't need to give you a history lesson on Alexander Cromwell. I'm just proving the point.
Just Google shit.
You're deflecting from the argument.
Yo,
what you described.
I'm gonna do it for you.
Your tangible benefit that you described that comes out of FBA. Your tangible benefit was literally the definition of Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna leave it right there, bro. You deflected and you going all these other places, but right where we were at. Your definition of what you say FBA contributed to your life is literally the definition of Pan-Africanism, bro. The definition, when you look it up, it says a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent and end colonialism and white supremacy.
Okay.
What?
Okay, so how
close you don't want to end colonialism and white supremacy?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's probably why we have this.
Just cut the check.
So you're okay with white supremacy and colonialism?
White supremacy gonna do what it do.
I got you.
Just cut the check. I ain't see that's that Rastafarianism bullshit where you got to come over here to Babylon.
So how you think you're gonna get them to cut the check,
bro? The same way they. Okay, now watch this. Again,
come on, bro.
You asked the question, so look for the answer.
I'm listening.
You're not as witty as me, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you. White supremacy was well and alive when the civil rights movement was passed. White supremacy was well alive while Abraham Lincoln emancipated and also created the Freedmen Bank and also gave 400,000 acres of Confederate land to free people. So we always got wins amongst white supremacy. That's not new. And that's off the top.
Are you comparing those things to reparations?
Yeah, those are, bro, 400,000 acres of land, that's reparations.
Wait. Maybe I missed something you said. Say what you just said again.
400,000 Confederate acres of land was reparation.
So are you talking about the 40 acres and a mule? Is that what you're talking about?
Hey, brother, do you know what now listen, you said something earlier, right? You said something was symbolic. Do you know that the 40 acres and mule was symbolic to something else? Do you know that? That was symbolic language. Do you understand that? It
was symbolic language for a promise that was actually supposed to serve as some sort of reparation.
No, it wasn't a promise. It was okay. All right. Explain the promise. Who promised it?
I don't remember who promised it, but I
Okay, brother.
understand that the promise
No.
was.
Brother, it was not a promise. It was actually a deal.
Yeah, it was.
Wait,
It was a.
hold on.
So
Wait,
what's the deal? A
hold
promise.
on.
But in
No,
in
a
any
deal,
case,
no,
were you thinking like pinky promise or something?
no. A promise is not a deal. We're talking about an actual contract. We're talking about a contract. There was an actual
A contract is a promise, bro. What are you talking about?
It's not a
Why
promise.
you trying to be? Why you trying to be
All right.
you trying to be all
Hey,
semantical?
bro,
Why?
I promise I'll call you tomorrow. That's not a contract. It's not a deal.
It's a promise.
Right.
If you say I'll call you tomorrow, it's a promise.
Yeah, that's not a contract or a deal. We're talking about an actual deal, a contract. It's different. But anyway, let me move on. Okay, so now the 40 acres and a mill was not a promise, but what was it in symbolic? What was it symbolic of? Like, what was actually going to happen?
People were supposed to get their 40 acres. That's what they were as a part of the reparations part. They're supposed to get their 40 acres.
Let me help you out.
And farmland.
Let me help you out. The term 40 acres and a mill wasn't even part of the deal, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
Say more.
You don't know more history than me. The deal, I just told you, and you didn't even listen. The deal was 400,000 acres of Confederate land. So now amongst ourselves, we were going to divide it, and it was going to come to 40 acres of land
Semantics.
to each
Semantics,
person. No,
bro.
This is actual history, and this is the chat.
It's semantics, though, bro. We talking about the same things, bro. You just all you're doing.
But I'm going back. But I'm going back to comparing. You said compare that to reparations. So that was the first payment to start payment of repairing Black people for slave labor. So Abraham Lincoln.
So
wait, hold on. Just hold on, bro. There's no comeback. This is just history. You're saying, what was that? This is just rebuttal. There's no rebuttal. This is history. We worked out a deal.
But I'm not rebuttaling that, though.
Okay.
The thing about it is was that ever given, though?
Right,
was it given?
Yes,
it wasn't given.
Given, you dumbass. It was taken back. It was actually good. Okay, look. This one.
What was it given? Go ahead, break it down.
Okay, wait, no.
And here you go with the ad hominems and shit. So now I'm gonna have to get. So you shouldn't get mad if I come back at you. But go ahead.
Oh no,
go ahead.
no. I welcome that.
Okay, I'm glad you're a welcoming guy. Now go ahead, finish explaining because you got 400 acres, right? Go ahead, tell us about the 400 acres that y'all got. Go ahead.
So now, do you know what happened to Abraham Lincoln after that?
What happened?
Wait, first of all, do you know about Black Reconstruction?
Bro, stop. Just tell me about the 400 acres, bro. You always do this thing where you trying to deflect, you trying to go here, you trying to go there.
I gotta mute this guy because he want to deflect now. If I explain this, bro, you gotta be with me. So I want to know, I might have to explain these things as well. Are you aware of Black Reconstruction?
Yes, I'm aware of Black Reconstruction. Go ahead.
Okay, so what happened during Black Reconstruction?
There were some Black cities that were burned down by white people, and
no, that's not Black Reconstruction.
That was part of the Reconstruction era. Go ahead.
No. I'm saying explain Black Reconstruction.
Oh, you, bro. Listen, you are you gonna talk or are you gonna let me talk? Just go ahead and say what you're gonna say so I can respond.
There's no burning down. There's no burning down during Black Reconstruction, my brother.
Okay, so Black Wall Street wasn't burned down by a bunch of white people during the Reconstruction era?
Do you know what again, you don't know what Black Reconstruction is. Just say you don't.
Are you talking about the Reconstruction era? Is that what you're talking about? Or the history?
Brother, Black Reconstruction is a certain time period.
I know what you're talking about, bro. I'm saying you're talking about the Reconstruction era, right? During that time period?
Bro, when did the Black Reconstruction era end?
Bro, you want dates? Just say what you're gonna say, bro. Let
me mute you. He don't know. So Black Reconstruction ended as soon as the North Union soldiers pulled out of the South. And then the KKK, and so it ended during Jim Crow, bro. Fuck you talking about Black Wall Street. Black Reconstruction ended once the Union pulled their soldiers out the South. The KKK came right away and they implemented Black codes and Jim Crow. Black Reconstruction done. So now what he didn't know, that you guys know, that we were in positions, sheriffs, we were mayors, governors, all types of Congress. That's Black Reconstruction. We were in political positions, and we had our land. So Abraham Lincoln got assassinated, I think, by John Adams. And then, no, I'm sorry, not John Adams. He got assassinated, and John Adams came, I think he was the vice president. So he became president, and he wasn't, sorry, that was a slip. He was not assassinated by him. He was replaced by him. He got assassinated, and John Adams took his spot, and John Adams gave the South, he awarded them back their land, kicked us off the land, and we were actually tilling the land. We were living on the land, and we were growing it, making it better. We were tilling the land. Okay, and they got us off the land physically.
Now tell me how the fuck that's relevant, bro. Tell me how that's relevant.
Okay, now be quiet. Let me tell you, because you asked about how does reparations compare to that. I said, because that was reparations. That was a form of reparations, the same way we're talking about a form of reparations today. So you asked that question.
Nigga, but they took this shit back.
Okay.
Why are you talking about some shit that was taken back? You don't have it no more.
But that wasn't.
So what are we talking about right now?
Okay. And I think you're a little slow, my boy. You're a little slow.
Bruh, you bringing up these irrelevant facts. You're bullet pointing a bunch of different little historical things that you done learned. That's cool that you know it, but it's irrelevant. Bro, you gotta if you're going to state facts, make it relevant to the conversation. That's the thing that you do.
So what was your question?
You just like, yo, Jupiter's the biggest planet in the solar system. What the fuck they gotta do with what we're talking about, fam?
So what was your question you asked me? Do you remember?
Lord, my question was, it had to do with the 40 acres and the mule. I asked you about you were talking about reparations and how to get reparations.
Right.
All right. And then I brought up the 40 acres and the mule.
No.
You brought up the 40 acres and the mule.
No. Let's go back a little further. You said, how we gonna get it doing white supremacy? And then I said, brother, we always caught wins and white supremacy. And I brought up the 40 acres mule, and you said, what they got to do with reparations? I said, bro, that was reparations. So I had to explain how it was reparations, because it was reparations.
Bro, but it's mute as fuck. If they took it back, it's mute.
No,
it's mute. What are we talking about?
You can go.
That's the thing that you do, bro. You just bring up these
points. They love to talk in circles.
Okay, bro, that point is mute, man. Okay. If they took the land back, what are we talking about?
That had nothing to do with that. But anyway, brother, carry on. Go ahead. Finish what you got to say.
In any case, man, it's like this, bro.
Cook them.
At the end of the day, when it comes to because we were talking about the principles of Pan-Africanism and how everything that you said that was tangible from FBA was really a principle of Pan-Africanism. And I just read the definition of Pan-Africanism, and it literally states a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent. I just Googled it. I did the same thing.
Yo, chat. He can't. That's why I was being funny saying what chat site was that. You see, I'm telling you, these guys got double standards.
It don't matter what site you look it up on. It's gonna be the same thing. You can't show me a patent, but it's a definition, bro. Whatever.
I gotta mute you. Chat. I just said earlier, I said my standard is the standard for everybody. I don't flip-flop like these guys. I don't flee from a standard. These guys got the fleet ethnogenesis in them, and that's what they do. Okay, I don't. Whatever I stand on, I stand on. My standard's for everybody. Okay, so he just said I can't Google it. He needed .gov. So he just Googled something real randomly. So I said, bro, where you get that from? I know what I'm asking. I'm more wittier than this guy. So he fell right for it. I just Googled it. Oh, so Google is, .gov is for me, but Google is for you. Got it.
Bro, you smart than a dumb nigga, bro. Like, I don't even understand what the fuck. Like, bro, at the end of the day, bro, you can go in any definition. You can look up Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism. It's going to tell you the same definition. It's just going to be as read.
What was So the guy Alex? What you said his name was? Alex who?
Alexander Cromwell, bro. But listen, you're going away from the point.
I just want to know. I want to know what was his definition.
See, you deflecting again, bro. You out here like you got your lightsaber. You just deflecting right now, bro. You swatting flies. Stop swatting, bro. Stop swatting.
Yeah, you know what
we're talking about Pan-Africanism right now. The definition of it. Are you telling me that my definition is wrong? Say that. Don't bring up a whole bunch of other shit. Is my definition of Pan-Africanism wrong? Is that what you're saying?
What's the source?
I just Googled it, bro. You Googled a patent. I'm Googling a definition.
Yeah, my man said he just Googled it. All right, fine, go ahead. All right, so your definition of Pan-Africanism is black folks of African descent, right? Doing what?
Seeking to unite people of Africa. It's a movement that seeks to unite people of African descent in colonialism and white supremacy.
All right, so let me ask you this now. Nigerians, are they practicing Pan-Africanism?
Oh, here we go with this shit.
I'm just asking a question because you said it's to unite Africans, all right? So I'm asking about Africans. Do Nigerians practice Pan-Africanism?
Yes, there are Nigerians that practice Pan-Africanism. Yes, there are some. Yes, there are Nigerians. There are Nigerians in Nigeria that practice Pan-Africanism. So,
bro, why are they purposely allowing Shell BP to taint their land with cancer-causing oil? And
okay, you're talking about the government.
Okay,
the government is not the same as the people. The government are a particular group of people.
Okay, all right. Now watch this. Are you aware of the floating slum in Nigeria?
No, tell me about the floating slum in Nigeria. Here you go in all these other directions. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You be deflecting, bro. You be swatting. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, bro. How are you practicing Pan-Africanism when your government is literally killing you? You don't got time to be uniting with different blacks of the world. You're trying to save your own soul from your government.
So you don't think the government in America is killing black people? In America?
Brother, is the government black or white largely?
Bro, you deflecting again, bro. You swatting. Stop swatting,
okay,
bro. You swatting.
Stop. Here's your thing, and this is what most black immigrants fail to realize.
Oh, boy, here we go.
They fail to realize that we're the only black people in the world that do not govern ourselves. We don't police ourselves. Every other black person, African descent person in the world governs themselves and police themselves. So when their government is corrupt, that's literally black on black crime. They can't blame nobody. We can actually point a finger and say there's an outside person who's not us, who's racial profiling, discriminating, those type of things, harming us, killing us, is not us doing it. It's somebody else.
Bro, do you know what neocolonialism is?
Wait, no. Okay, go ahead and explain. Go ahead and explain.
No, tell me. I'm asking you. Do you know what it is?
Bro, it's an excuse. That's what it is.
How is it an excuse?
Because, bro, your black people got independent. So are you telling me they're not independent?
It depends on your definition of independent. What's your definition of independent?
So independence, well, when countries go for independence, they get their own flag, right?
Okay, it's a flag. What else?
Don't they get their own government?
They have a government. I don't know about their own government, but go ahead.
Okay, so it's their government. Because, for example, Nigeria, when they got their government together, it was theirs. It was literally their government. There's no white folks involved at all. It was their government. No white folks. Oh. Okay, so now.
So did the Nigerians get to pick who were their leaders in government?
Yeah.
Through a non-rigged democratic process?
Okay, so you don't know the story. You don't know the history of Nigeria, do you?
I do know the history of Nigeria. You're gonna tell me about oil and how they got oil and how you know.
No, I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna tell you anything. I'm gonna ask you. So Nigeria, what was more prioritized in Nigeria? Was it oil or building a strong government?
Okay, who were the leaders that were in charge of governing those resources?
Nigeria.
Okay, but Nigeria is a country. The government runs the country. The people do not run the country. The government does.
And the government is ran by people. It was Nigeria.
Okay, the government is run by select people. Who selects those people?
No. Hold on. Relax.
You're running away from the question.
No,
go ahead.
I'm gonna educate you.
You're running away from the question, bro. Answer. Who selects those people? How do those people get in power?
I got you. Relax. Chill out. Relax. Okay. So what you don't know is that the government was always there, even so. well, first of all, you don't know Nigerian history. I know you don't. Okay, because let me ask you this: the UK, the British came there in what year?
I don't know what year the British came in, bro. I don't know. You deflecting, you moving the goalposts, you swatting, bro. You
Okay,
swatting again.
now, okay, so no. I'm gonna have to mute you again because this is something you don't know. Now, the British government, they went into contracts, which you don't know, of course you don't know. They went into contracts with the Nigerians. They didn't enforce nothing over there. They went into contracts on how to get the oil. Okay, so they had them sign contracts with Nigerian government signed a contract, and they were getting paid. They were not forced into nothing. Everything they did was a deal.
Bro, please stop it, bro. Do you know the splits on these contracts? Do you know how much of the how much actual money they were getting for these resources that they quote unquote had these contracts for?
Hey, bro.
That's why I say you clearly don't know about neocolonialism because that's what it is.
He's still doing the same thing. I gotta mute you so I could go real fast because you're just talking right now. You don't know shit about Nigeria. Okay, so he just said contracts. You don't have to sign the fucking contract, my boy. You can say no. They said no, by the way. They ended up saying no. They didn't say yes to every contract. This is why you don't know more nothing than me. I'm starting to realize. The Nigerian government said no. They didn't say yes to every contract they were offered by Shell, BP, or the British, colonizers or whatever. No, they said no sometimes. That's how they got the independence.
Bro, what the hell that got to do with them signing an exploitative contract? If it's a fucked up contract, it's a fucked up contract.
Gotta mute you again. Because contracts are negotiable. You don't have to sign it. You can negotiate a better deal for yourself. I make the same argument for rappers and musicians. You don't have to sign a contract. You chose to. You got stories of other artists that had more faith in their abilities and they said no. They said no. These are big time producers, big time rappers want to sign them, and they said no. I believe in my ability, and they won. They got a better deal for themselves somewhere else. That story goes on for the best rappers right now. A lot of their stories are just that. Look at Jay-Z and Dame Dash. Okay, they ended up doing something better. They went into joint venture with Def Jams. They did better than what other artists would do. They went to.
There's no way in hell you comparing a record.
Okay, no, it's about contracts, my boy. It's about contracts. I'm comparing contracts. I didn't meet you again. I'm comparing contracts. I'm saying contracts are negotiable. They're not forced on you. Okay, you can sign it or don't sign it. So the Nigerians, they were greedy. Okay, I'm trying to use good words. They were greedy. They wanted money. They were selfish. They didn't care about the Nigerian people. They were not Pan-Africanists, the way you defined it. They were Nigerian, okay, Africanists. And they wanted money. So they signed a deal where they got the money and they never invested in stronger government. They were the government. Ain't no British person select their people there. Now, that might have happened later, sometime in the future, but their initial government, that was all them. And they were,
man, that's cap, bro.
And they were corrupt on, well, it's not cat because we actually read you want to .gov? We actually did a study on this, bro. You're late. Go look at my videos on Nigeria. Okay, so I think it's Alabama University, I think it was. So you're late. Like we already did this. We did one on Rwanda. So you're late. No, it's not cap. I got videos actually called Nigeria. Just go look at it. I think they're 3.5 hours long. Go look at it. So it's there. So I was reading from universities. And matter of fact, we read different sources, by the way, because he pulled up some sources from newspapers over there in different countries. So we didn't rely on just sources in America. So we actually did 3 lives on this, 3-4 lives. Me and Focus, we debated this. We did about 3-4 lives on Nigeria. We did about 2 lives on Rwanda and the genocide over there. So it's not cap. This is what it is, man. And you don't have nothing that contradicts it that's credible. Because we did .gov, we did .edu. All right, you're going to do .jokes.com. That's what you're going to do. Okay, so I'm comparing contracts. So the bottom line is that when somebody offer you a contract, you do not have to sign it. And I was making a comparison, something that we can relate on over here, FBAs, because we think when somebody hands us a contract, we got to sign it. Even when I was young, when I was going to job interviews, I never negotiated for like a better pay or some things that fit me. I just took the job or for what it was, what they offered me. And once I got older, where I started to say, I want more money, or you know what, I want to come in during this time. I want this much time off on lunch, where I would negotiate because I knew my value, right? And I wasn't thirsty for the job. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the contracts are negotiable, but we in greed and desperate measures can make us not negotiate and just sign the contract blindly and just hope for the best. And usually that don't work out for you because the initial contract is going to be better for the person offering the contract. You could look it over and say, hey, man, I want more money because you need my I need your equipment. I need your machinery, but you need my resources. So we need to do right now. It's a 95-5 split. I need a 60-40. I need a 65-35. I need a 70-30. They could have did something like that. They did not do that. They signed the first contract put in their face. And guess what, bro? When you sign a contract, you got to live up to it. And the contract was not forever. It actually had an expiration date on it. Okay, so the contract actually expired. And they were offered another contract, and they said no. They would rather extract their own oil, and that's what they decided to do. They said, no, we don't need you no more. We got it from here. Okay, so that's why I said you don't know more about that than me, so stop.
Bro, you sound very naive.
Sure.
Very, very naive. This tells me that you don't know much when it comes to neocolonialism, because if I go to your house and I take your house over.
Oh,
right?
So now you're making an analogy? I couldn't make a rap.
I'm making an analogy. You made like 17 million
hold on.
analogies tonight. Come on, bro. I can't make.
Now, yeah, the point is, bro, you're double standards.
Bro,
no,
come on, man.
I have to point this out. He just said I could not make. So now I'm making a contract analogy. How you don't have to take the contract. You can negotiate. And I just said rappers, they do the same thing. I mentioned rappers because we know about rappers who said they signed bad contracts. That's something familiar with us. Like we know rappers said that. We know that. So I was trying to use something that's like relatable. Like, you don't have to sign the contract. You can negotiate or don't sign at all. Okay, that's all we're doing. But the thing with you, I muted you, was you had a problem with me making an analogy, and the first thing you do is make an analogy. I'm like, what are we doing here? But again, that goes back to Black immigrants. You're really looking.
Oh bad. My Lord.
Yeah, you're really looking bad because you.
So it's Black immigrants that do that. Okay, bro.
I gotta mute you because, bro, you don't know what I said earlier. I said about a month ago. I said I've never met an honest Black immigrant, and I still haven't. You've been using double standards all day today. You say I can't do something, you go do it. You said I can't Google, you get in Google. You said I can't use an analogy, and the first thing you did was use an analogy. I've never met one honest Jamaican, and I right now I give up. I don't think I ever will. Everything you said I couldn't do, you went right behind me and did it. Okay, now go ahead and make your analogy that you said I couldn't do. Go ahead and make the analogy. You come to my home.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. You got Black people that use white supremacist talking points. You never met an honest Black person, huh? Okay.
No.
But in any case, okay. Yeah, I know.
Immigrant.
I know. Okay, because all dishonest people are immigrants, right? There's no dishonest people who are from America, who are born in America, raised in America. They're all immigrants, and this is what it comes down to. This is why the whole FBA delineation movement. This is why it's a ridiculous move. It does, because this is the rhetoric that people such as yourself and Tariq Nasheed, this is what you guys promote, what you propagate. Oh, there's no honest immigrants. You know, immigrants are the bad people. They're doing all the crimes. You sound like the KKK. You sound like white supremacists. You sound like dudes that neo-Nazis, except you're not white. You want to be white, but you're not white. But in any case, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying, though, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying.
KKK,
So
can I ask a question?
Nah, let me finish what I'm saying, because you know, I mean, you've never met an honest immigrant, right? Yeah, okay, all right. I bet you've met honest white immigrants. I bet you met those. Oh yeah, we know how you dudes do. How y'all be tap dancing, buck dancing, buffooning. Yeah, we know how you dudes do. It's always black people that always are the dishonest ones. And you see how this goes. You see how you dudes do? You regurgitate these talking points. You get them from white daddy and from white mom. I know where you get them from. This is why the shit that y'all say irritates real black people the way it irritates.
You didn't answer my question about the Klan, though.
What question did you ask about the Klan?
Why did Marcus Garvey meet with the Klan?
You going deflecting, filibustering, you talking about this, talking about that.
Why did he meet with the Klan?
Maybe he was trying to negotiate a deal. I mean, Marcus Garvey wanted to segregate. He didn't want to integrate. He wanted to segregate. So maybe he was negotiating a deal. Could have been that. You asking me to speculate. So I don't know what type of answer you want. What answer? What kind of answer do you want for that kind of question?
He wrote a letter. Are you familiar with the letter?
What answer do you want for that question? What kind of answer?
The letter. Are you familiar with the letter?
I'm familiar with the letter. But I still don't understand what answer do you want to that question?
Why was he praising white supremacy in the letter?
That's political shit.
So
why do you niggas swing from Trump's nuts? I don't. Because you're trying to get benefits.
Right? He just said that we borrow white supremacy talking points, and Marcus Garvey just praised white supremacy. He said, he was political. So I guess now it's cool if Marcus Garvey does it. It's cool to borrow white supremacy talking points. I get you.
That's not a white supremacist talking point. That's just him saying he cool with segregating. That's all that is from white people.
That's not what he said. No,
you comparing apples to oranges, and you thinking you're making so much sense, but you're not. Sounding crazy right now.
He literally praised. Listen, he literally praised because they wrote a book or an article. He literally praised the article that was clearly hate. Is a hate article towards Black Americans. He actually praised it. He said, that's a beautiful writing that you did.
This nigga keep bringing up Garvey. Why you, bro, are we talking about Garvey right now?
Because
bringing up Garvey.
Yes, because we're talking about Pan. You just said it also. We're talking about Pan-Africanism. You brought up that.
We can talk about Tariq Nasheed talking about how to turn out 15-year-old girls in his book, Art of Mackin. We can talk about that too. So you want to bring up everything that has to do with Garvey? Let's talk about Tariq. How he be pimping out girls. How he be talking about pimping girls and stuff like that all the time.
Okay, good. Let's talk about that. See, for me, it's full disclosure. Nobody's off the hook. So I talk about Garvey. I talk about some people. We could talk about that.
Well, why haven't you brought it up though? Because you've been talking about everything that Garvey's done wrong.
Because I think you're lying.
Garvey's that. But I mean, what about Tariq? So, why haven't you brought up Tariq? Let me ask you that question. Why haven't you brought up the things that Tariq Nasheed has done?
Because I don't know anything he did that was illegal. I know things.
That was very political. Very political.
So go ahead. Enlighten us of what was illegal. You said pimping out 15 girls. What page right now? Tell us what page.
Why don't you name what page? It's in the Art of Mackin. Go read the book and you'll see exactly what it is.
Read the whole damn book. Come on, you hear this guy?
Am I lying? Tell me I'm lying. Yes. Say I'm lying. So it's not in the book. I'm lying?
No, because you can't tell us where it's at.
Because we can't. Okay. Yeah, because I can't tell you where it's at. Okay, Go ahead.
Here's a better question. Did you ever read that for yourself?
Yes, I have.
So you got the book, right?
I don't have the book. I read it online.
Back to Google.
Not on Google. There's such a thing called ebooks, sir. I mean, it's 2025. You got ebooks.
Yeah, this guy read Taharka Bey's post, and all of a sudden it's a fact. I got you, my boy. Yeah, you got to source up, my man. When you say
what about first of all, what about the Tariq Nasheed doing the little thing where he was teaching people about how to pimp on girls and doing the little comedy spoof thing? When you talk about that, there's a whole ad of him doing it. He was on there with what's the dude, the little fat dude name?
The
Michael
white guy?
Moore. Michael Moore. He's up there talking about things. You see, you want to play dumb when it comes to Tariq Nasheed. I see how you do. I see how you do. When it comes to people who you like, you don't know nothing about none of that. You don't know nothing about none of that.
I don't.
But yeah, I bet you don't. I bet you don't. I know you don't. I know you don't.
But you're not
because you be talking out both sides. You one way here and you one way there.
So he just said, I got see why you want to scream match, bro. I don't want to.
I'm not screaming.
Okay,
I'm not screaming.
Dude, I don't want to scream match. You just said earlier. Okay, watch this. The double standard. When I got on Garvey, you kept saying, "Why you on Garvey? Why you on Garvey?" And then just now, and look, so that you had a problem me bringing up Garvey. You made that clear. But just now, you said, "Let's get on Tariq." What I say? I ain't say why Tariq. I said, "Okay, let's get on Tariq." I kept explaining all day. I said, "I got one standard, and nobody's off the hook. If you got something on Tariq, let's hear it." So I never said, "Hey, let's not talk about Garvey or Tariq." I'm saying, let's talk about it. I asked you the page. You couldn't tell me. No problem. So let's move forward. Now you're saying there's a skit he did with Michael Moore. You said a skit, right?
Yeah, skit.
It's a skit, right? So it's like TV ratings type stuff.
It might have been. I don't. First of all, I'm thinking it was a skit. I'm not really sure whether it was or wasn't, but it looked like it was a skit.
Okay, then we can't use that. So we won't. That's
why we can't use that? Why can't we use that?
Because you said earlier, speculation is no good.
What do you mean speculation is no good? It's documented. It's on TV. You can see it.
But you're
what talking about?
I got it. Listen to what I'm saying now. You're speculating right now. We just heard you, whether it was a skit or something true. So you don't know if it was a skit. We got to throw it away. It's a skit.
But it doesn't matter whether or not it's a skit. It still portrays Black people in a negative image. So it's still negative, no matter whether it's a skit or not. If I went on TV and I started tap dancing and shuffling and
those are white women
butter biscuits, that would be harming too, whether it was a commercial or whether it was me doing it for real.
Hey, hold on. Were those women white or black?
Where's what?
The women that was part of the skit, were they white or black?
Bro, that's irrelevant, man. You
just said black women. You just said they were black.
Here you go. First of all, is Tariq black? Yes or no?
This guy
is Tariq black? Yes or no?
This guy, yes, he is. But
so he's a black person portraying a pimp on TV in front of millions of white people and Black people. Is that positive for the community or not?
Neither. It's a skit. Like you talk about. It's entertaining.
What do you mean neither? It's a skit. Then you shouldn't have a problem with anything that portrays Black people in a negative image, right? You shouldn't have a problem with all the movies and all the music videos. You should have.
I'm gonna mute you real fast. Unlike us, FBAs, we can watch a movie and take it for what it's worth. You're out of your own mouth. You are the ones who watch movies and judge and make racial judgments based off a movie on a whole ethnic lineage. You said that. You said that we are in movies, you guys watch it, and the movies are enough for you guys to say Black Americans, FBAs are no good. You said that. That's how you guys think. That's not how we. Hold on. I mute you again. You talk. That's how you guys think. We watch movies and we take it for what it is. It's a movie. So Denzel is a bad cop in Training Day, and he's Malcolm X over here. Okay, and then over here he's a super cop, and over here he's a dirty cop. Okay, to us it's just a movie. So when Tariq does a skit, like you said, your words, it's a skit. Dave Chappelle does a skit, it's a skit. Biggie Small does a skit, it's a skit. You had Obama doing skit, it's a skit. Skits are not real.
Bro, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Are those portrayals harmful to the? They're not harmful, so they're okay.
Yep. If it's a skit, it's okay. It's harmful.
It doesn't matter what it shows. It could show Black women getting beat up. It could show children getting raped. Okay. It could show whatever, but it's a skit, right? So that's okay.
It's a skit. Now, what's alarming? Things like that's not a skit. That's alarming. So when you got Marcus Garvey out here scamming, selling fake.
Here we go back to Garvey again.
Yeah, because this is not a skit. This is reality, right? Because you said Tariq's our leader, right? I never said that. You said that. Well, I'm saying
he's the owner of the FBA website and the official flag.
And Garvey is the owner of his flag. He's the owner of his website. So cool. So you got Garvey, I got Tariq. Okay, so now let's go. So now Garvey is a convicted felon deported failure. He fell
Tariq's
from
a felon
Jamaica.
too.
I got
Go
it.
ahead.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay, so they're even right there. But Garvey's a failure. He failed in Jamaica and he failed in America. He went back to Jamaica and failed again. So he failed 3 times. Tell me about Tariq failures.
All of them? What the hell has Tariq done? Name one thing.
I got you. So Tariq got a series of successful Hidden Color documentary films, right?
That's for him. Who cares? What does that do for the community?
Bro.
Nothing.
Well, okay. My God. Bro, these are #1 selling documentaries.
So what?
So again, your reality is different from ours. So my reality is, I remember being in the barbershop and thugs who would normally talk about foolishness will come in there and talk about Hidden Colors. And like, to me, like, that was like, oh wow, like that was eye opening for me. It's like, wow, there's a consciousness that's being pricked, and now we got guys who I can never talk to in a serious manner. I can now talk to him in a serious manner, all because these Hidden Color documentaries. And by the way, when they were coming out, I had no idea who none of these guys were. I didn't know who Umar was. I didn't know. I'm just seeing Hidden Colors. What the hell is this? But
so
like
Tariq
I said,
is responsible for what?
Okay, the consciousness. He pricked consciousness. He made us one. So he made these guys cool. He made information cool. The way he put these documentaries together, he made research, and I just said it. He made documentaries cool. All those guys pretty much got blue checks now. You dig? Blue checks means that they gained popularity for being smart. All of them got, they all got blue checks for being smart. So wait, you asked the question. So Tariq is largely responsible making intelligence cool in the Black community, which is not the thing. And our thing, negativity is cool right now in the 2000s. Negativity is cool. So what he did was he reversed that. He made being smart cool. So now all of a sudden you got these guys like Young Pharaoh who bragged about being in jail and selling drugs and busting his gun, but now he wants to be smart. So now his followers he got a whole bunch of followers, hundreds of thousands of people follow him.
Please stop. Please stop. You trying to give Tariq credit for the collective consciousness in America? Come on, bro. Stop it, bro. This sounds bad.
I gotta mute him because all these guys, Dr. Umar Johnson, who we all talk about, nobody would know him without Tariq. You wouldn't know Dr. Clark Anderson. These guys are relatively just smart people nobody ever knew about.
But these guys were around, bro. First of all, you gotta stop muting me.
I gotta mute you because I don't like misinformation. I gotta be responsible. Remember, the views and things are not of mine. I didn't say that earlier. So when you talk, people might actually think that your views are my views. So I gotta mute you because I gotta control the narrative over there. Like we're not just gonna say any other thing. You gotta be held responsible for things you said. And so far, you've been saying stuff without proving. You said Tariq Nasheed told he macked on a 15-year-old girl in his book. I said, what page? You couldn't name it. So again, we're different. You say something, you can't prove it. I say something, I can prove it on the fly, on the spot. You can't do it. And you got to Google. Now, how you going to Google a goddamn book? I'm thinking he got the book, but he Googled it. Does that make now he said he owned the book, but he also Googled it. What if like I got books right here? I got the New Jim Crow. I got the old Jim Crow.
Deflecting, bro. Deflecting, filibustering, deflecting,
Wait a minute.
swatting.
Yo, what happened to you earlier? Wait, what happened to you earlier? You said this. You said, yo, listen, man, I'm about to go. I got one question. I'm going to say something. I got a question. I'm out of here. You said that 4 hours ago. You're still here.
It wasn't no damn 4 hours ago. Now who lying? That was probably like 30 minutes ago, bro. But in any case, man, yeah, man. Yeah, but you had to laugh at that one because you already know you've been the one all technical and with the semantics and all this whole time, bro.
You're not ready.
Talking about 4 hours ago. But in any case, man, yeah, bro, I'm gonna go ahead and hop out. I'm gonna let you have it.
I want you to come back on tomorrow. No, wait, hold on. Wait. I want you to come back on. I want you to come back on. I'm trying to think because I might be debating religion tomorrow. So I want you to come back on. Yeah, you can come back on early Saturday.
Saturday, I'm gonna be on. I'm going to see Cat Williams on Saturday. I'm gonna be out of there.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe sometime next week, bro.
Yeah. Well, next week I'm pretty much free. The same time I was today, I'm free like that pretty much all like during the week. But we probably won't talk this late. Probably like 10 o'clock to cut off. So probably like an hour or two. We could discuss some things, and like we'll have some topics. Right now we just freestyling like a fill out, but we talk again, we'll have specific things we can talk about.
Yeah, I don't mind talking to you, bro. Even though you saying what you're saying, bro, you still my brother. At the end of the day, that's what Pan-Africanism is, And I disagree with 90% of everything that you say and your ideals, but shit, bro,
Do you
I can still
disagree
call
with
you my brother.
Do you disagree with Garvey's idea of Pan-Africanism?
Do I disagree with Garvey's idea of Pan-Africanism? No,
Yeah.
I think it's just another way, a school of thought. I don't necessarily disagree with it.
Do you think
You
it
know
was
what I mean?
realistic?
Yeah, it's realistic. Why would it not be realistic?
So it's realistic to gather all these tribal countries and groups together to dethrone white supremacy.
Yeah, absolutely. White people did it with us when they came and colonized Africa and they did the
Yeah, but
transatlantic slave trade. Did you know that the Europeans were at war with each other and they came together and decided that they were going to go ahead and infiltrate Africa and colonize it, divide it up? Yeah, they were at war with each other when that happened. So yeah, we could come if they could do it, we could do it. Why can't we do it?
First of all, they weren't tribal.
They were, bruh. They were tribal. The Vikings,
Hey, yeah, you know what?
Bruh.
Dan, he goes back to the Vikings. Hey, yo, you know what? Dan, like, where's your time frame? You just be saying any old thing. You got.
So they were over there in Europe living in harmony before they came over to Africa. Is that what she's saying?
Brother, I'm giving you a time reference. I'm saying, Garvey said Pan-Africanism, right? Listen, I'm doing. So that means I'm talking about 1920. I said, how realistic is that? In 1920, a bunch of tribal Africans are going to get together sometime soon and work together to dethrone the white power structure that's colonizing the world. I said, is that realistic? You said yes. I'm like, wow. And then you went to say white people. I'm thinking you're going to use a time frame for white folks. You just randomly just talking. You said Vikings. Like, God damn, Vikings. I'm giving you what Garvey said. Garvey said Pan-Africanism is basically blacks hooking up all over the world. And in Africa, he made that clear. He wanted to be in Africa. Okay, in Africa, dethroning the colonial power in Africa. That's what he said. And I asked you, was that realistic? You said yes. In 1920, 1940, Jamaica didn't get independence until 1962. As a matter of fact, so did Nigeria. A lot of these black countries didn't get independence until the 1960s. And you're telling me that Garvey's dream was true when these countries were all being colonized at the time. They weren't even free yet.
Bro, but you're thinking about these places as countries. Before they were countries, they were different tribes that existed in Africa. Before they were countries. Countries are new. Countries are within the last 100 years. Countries are new as hell. Yeah, so I mean, let me also say this as well in response to that. There's no point in time, I believe, that Africans couldn't have united together and overthrown white supremacy. The only thing that we didn't have particularly was the technology, that machine gun. But other than that, we were always physically superior. We always had the warriors on our side. We were always, there was no point in time that couldn't have happened. You're talking about spread out across the world. But first of all, we were sailing across the seas before.
Oh, shit.
So you're trying to say we didn't make any trips? We made trips from Africa to the Americas, but prior to transatlantic slave trade. Go ahead.
I want to respond to what you said. Okay, so you're right. You're right. The white man made y'all countries. He united y'all guys. Without him, you just reminded me. Yo, you're right. You were tribes warring all the way back in Rwanda, Burundi. These were all tribes warring with each other in Nigeria.
So were the Europeans.
Just
everybody else. But go ahead.
You gotta see. You respond without hearing the point. Just hear the point first. I'm saying you guys were so tribal when the white man came to extract or colonize these countries. they realize they won't get far because these guys aren't they're not on code. So the white man literally meshed them together. Said, "Y'all Nigerians." He said, "Yeah." He literally unified them. So y'all couldn't unify yourselves all this time before. This is pre-colonial, right? Pre-colonialism. Y'all couldn't unify. Y'all tribal as hell. The white man came over and was trying to pull resources. I was like, damn, this can't happen with these guys not on code. The white man literally unified you guys. Something you guys couldn't do, he did for you. Say, yo, stop all this, you this, you that. Y'all Nigerians, get in line. And that's how they became Nigerians.
Ah, man, please stop, man. That's big cap, bro. Come on, bro. And again, you thinking about these things like
It's not.
a country ain't nothing but a LLC, bro. It ain't nothing but a corporation.
Oh, so
That's all it is.
Yo, this guy.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
Bro, I just use a contract similar to the hip hop contract.
Tell me I'm wrong. See, you talking about something else. Tell me I'm wrong.
Now you can use an LLC contract to countries.
It's not the same contract, but it's a corporation. You get what I'm trying to say?
No,
it's a corporation. It's a corporation. A country is a corporation. That doesn't. The people. There are different tribes that were in Africa, just like there were different tribes that were in the Americas. Native Americans, they had different tribes, the Seminoles, the Choctaws. These are different tribes that were in the Americas. They didn't have countries. They had tribes. In Europe, they didn't call them tribes, but they had different sects of white people that were there. These Vikings and these different types of people. Right? In Asia, it was the same thing. In every part of the world, it was the same thing. There were different groups of people that just lived amongst themselves in these different sects. All right. And that's how people lived up until the Europeans up in Europe decided that they saw these group of people. They saw that there was an opportunity for them to benefit, make money, whatever it is, right? Colonize, because I think it's something deeper than just making money with these people. But they saw an opportunity, and they had a conference called what's the problem? I think it's called the Berlin Conference. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
What year?
I don't need to know the year, bro. You hit me with the technicalities.
1880. No.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. Listen. I'll give that to you. The Berlin Conference. I appreciate the help, but let me finish. The Berlin Conference, they decided you gonna get here, you gonna get there, I'm gonna get here. We're gonna stop fighting with each other. We're gonna exploit these people. This is your part, and we're gonna stick to this agreement, and this is how we gonna rock. And that's what they did. The only reason there are countries in Africa is because these are the pieces of the pie. The Europeans divided Africa up so they get amongst themselves. That's the only reason there are countries there. Other than that, there would be no countries there. And they did the same thing in South America. They did the same. They tried to do the same. They kind of did the same thing in Japan. They tried to do the same thing in China. Like they actually did do what they kind of did, not all the way, but you get what I'm trying to say. But this is how it went, bro. Like,
hey, but bro, the one thing you're leaving out is that what you're admitting is that the Europeans had got it together. They realized being divided didn't do good. It didn't do them any justice. So they had that aha moment, and they said, "Yo, we will do far better if we unify and go ahead and start carving out these indigenous places." Right? Okay. So the problem is these African nations, these African tribes, they're not nations, these tribes, they never had that aha moment. Now, brother, Japan. I also studied Japan history. The Japanese, they had the shoguns, like they had their wild over there. They had tribes, but bro, their elite said, okay, this tribal shit ain't working, and they said we're going to become more westernized. We're going to seek out. We're going to send people to America. We're going to send people across the world, these white nations, to get westernized. We're going to learn what they learn, the science and all type of shit, and we're going to build ourselves up. We're going to compete, bro. Some people, as you expect, they said, nah, you're collaborating with the enemy. That type of talk. So shit y'all be doing in Pan-Africanism. Oh, the white man. So guess what? The Japanese just killed them, right? People talking like that, they just killed them. So they had like a civil war because they really didn't want to do anything with white folks. Because they had that Pan-Africanist view, white man the devil, and they just killed them all, bro. Literally just killed them all. And then they went and sought help. They got education from America, and then I think later Germany, and they became a superpower in 40 years. Right? So when they dropped, so everybody who dropped their tribalism, it seemed like they had a unified goal and they became powerful. Now you said America, you said Black America, you said we got tribes. You said Bloods and Crips. Now, the misrepresentation of that is Bloods and Crips are far in between and they're low in numbers. These are not, and they're like so non-influential in our communities. Like, I couldn't tell you how many Bloods and Crips I don't know. Because there's
how many Bloods and Crips rappers do we have right now that represent the community? But go ahead.
You said rapping?
Rappers, yeah, that represent the community. How many Bloods and Crip rappers do we have that represent the community?
Okay, so you got, I'm sure you probably got some real ones, but you also got some fake ones. But
hey, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, but even then, but rapping is not reality. Like, rapping is rapping.
That's what they put in front of us as our leaders.
No, our leaders. What? All right, now listen, brother. Listen, you're about to be mad. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I just finished the point. You're about to be mad because, brother, I studied this industry also. Stop. That's not what happens in rap. Black leaders don't go out looking for young Black musicians or rappers and bring them to Bad Boy. That's not what happens. So stop before I cook you on for rapping.
Bro, so you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. First of all,
Yeah,
what I'm saying is the rappers are who are put in the forefront of the Black community as leaders.
Okay,
who put them? Yes, go ahead. Let's talk about who put them because that's what it is. But go ahead.
Slow down. Because now you're changing up your language. Okay,
no,
cool.
I'm not. Okay. Go ahead.
In a sense, they are leaders in a sense. Like, so whether we like it, Mr. Farrakhan brought this up 20 years ago, 2 decades ago. Okay, that's why he was meeting with Ja Rule and meeting with rappers, because he realized in a sense they are leading to a degree. Right? You'd be delusional to believe they don't got influence and they're not, and like their fans don't look at them as leaders. So yeah,
that's not the argument, but go ahead.
Right, it's part of the argument. So now,
no, it's not.
Okay, so now watch this. You said they're being put in the public as leaders, right?
Yeah.
Who is putting them as leaders?
European corporations, the record labels.
No. You're saying random stuff. Name one.
Universal Music Group. Okay. I mean, who are these people that run the music industry?
Stop.
Go ahead.
Okay, because I love this conspiracy theory, bro. What person in Universal Music Group got out there?
Universal is a corporation.
Right. Okay, I understand that, but so it's not a person. It's a bunch of people. So that means somebody had to go and say, "Hey, I'm gonna get these Black folks and put them in leadership." Which one did that? Which one of those guys?
You're being disingenuous, brother.
No,
being very disingenuous. You are.
What
go ahead.
I'm doing here is I'm saying you're just throwing out random conspiracy theory stuff, and when I try to hone you down to the person who's responsible, you can't give me that. See, we don't do that, because that's called bad. We don't just point a finger and say the boogeyman's over there, but never identify who's actually the boogeyman. What we like to do is we like to pinpoint who is doing it. So, for example, when the Nation of Islam print out that book, the secret relationship between Black and Jews, they actually named the Jewish people. They didn't say the Jewish people, like their whole monolith. They didn't do that. They actually gave you names of Jewish people. So
let's do this, bro. Name a leader in the Black community right now over the last 20 years who's not an entertainer or an athlete.
Okay, brother. First of all, there are no Black leaders, right? No, I'm not done with the answer. There are no Black leaders. Like, we're all influential. Okay, we never really had leaders ever in this country. We never had leaders. We all played a part in just being on code. So if you go back to the Civil Rights March, okay, and even before then in the South, with the Klan running rampant, we had no leaders, right?
MLK wasn't the leader.
No,
Malcolm X wasn't the leader.
No. They were the leader of a movement. They were not leader of a race, bro. They weren't leader of a lineage. Malcolm X was a leader in the Nation of Islam movement, organization, religion. He was not the leader of a race. We had no leaders of a race.
See, now you again, you being disingenuous, bro. Come on, bro. Like you know
again. You're not
there's
FBA.
there's no leaders of a race, period. But the president is the leader of the country.
So how does somebody right? But
Tariq would be the leader.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so wait. So now, bro, you're kind of like going to what I was going to say next. A leader is chose. They voted in unanimously. Bro, give me the black man who was voted in or chose unanimously as a leader. Tell me.
First of all, that's not the definition of a leader. A leader doesn't have to be voted in. What are you talking about? That's not how that goes.
Wait. Now I said voted or chose, bro. To be a leader, somebody they got to look at you as a leader to follow you. Like, okay,
right.
Just slow down because you're kind of not listening. Because if you're saying right, then you got to name that black person. So what I'm saying is a leader is somebody who stands up, either is voted in, or he assumes or she assumes that position and takes lead, and then we follow. Okay, there are so many of us, as you said earlier. Remember, you said everybody in FBAs because there's so many other black folks. Okay, then you're gonna have that same problem with leadership, because leadership, according to you, everybody got to agree. Because you said at the FBA thing, everybody. Wait.
That is not what I said, bro. But go ahead.
Got it. Earlier, when I said we want to be called FBA, see, I know what I'm saying, and I can recall exactly what I said. I said, bro, why you just can't call us what we want to be called? You said, but y'all don't want to be called that. There's so much more of you guys out there that's not claiming FBA. That's okay. Let me just narrow it down to just us in the chat. Okay, so now you said a black leader. So now what you got to do is show us the black leader that we, because according to your standard, all of us got to choose him as leader. So just give me one leader, and Dr. King was not our leader, by the way. He was a leader, or not even a leader. He was a face, because the leader of the civil rights movement, I already told you, it was Philip Randolph. But Dr. King became the face of it. It started before him. I already explained that. It started way before him. I showed you how it evolves to the civil rights movement by A. Philip Randolph. That's why he's called the father of it, not Dr. King. And A. Philip Randolph did speak in 1964. Matter of fact, he was the one who talked about marching. So it wasn't Dr. King, it was A. Philip Randolph. He said he was going to march to Washington, and he ended up joining Dr. King. So it became a bigger thing than just what he had going on. It became bigger, but that was his idea originally, to march on Washington. All right, but so we got two calls we called in. So
definition of a leader is a person who leads or commands a group, organization, or country. Bro, Dr. King was definitely a leader, bro. Like, I don't know why you trying to go around this. You're trying to use semantics in order to, shield yourself from what I'm trying to say. He was definitely a leader. Okay.
Right.
And this very same definition also describes a lot of our entertainers and a lot of our athletes. They also take on the role as leaders.
And that's why you asked me the question. You said, who was our leader? And I said, we don't have a leader. And what I was going to say is, like, we're all like leaders. And that's why I said it's the code. It's always been the code. There was never a leader. People assume the role of leader, but we all did that. We all did that. I'm doing it now. Like,
but we know that there's levels to it, though. We know that these celebrities, these dudes that got
dude, you're just talking now. Like, there's no leader. There was never a leader to us. People stood up, and a certain portion of us followed that person, or did what they did and hopped on it. But it was never all of us. Elijah Muhammad was a leader, but we all didn't follow him. There was so many black people in this country that became leaders, but we all didn't follow them. A certain portion of us followed them, but the masses never did. Like, what percentage of us follow any one of these guys? It was very small. Like, we never had a leader. But
this is irrelevant though, bro. Because
hold on, we're talking in circles. I want the guy who just called in with the 0964. What's your name, so I could change the phone number to your name?
Thanks, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Tiger Crane Shakir.
So I'm gonna just put Tiger.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, a few things. One, a lot of the stuff that this brother on the panel is bringing up, kind of disingenuous, to say the least. Like by mentioning Tariq Nasheed's name, a lot of these things that you bringing up, bro, these were things that was going on for years within the Caribbean. Now, I'm Jamaican descent, born and raised in New York, but the experience I had growing up amongst FBA, a lot of things I learned that Tariq and others have put out, we've been hearing this shit for years. Black folk from the South, like like Native Black Americans, I would always hear someone. There was always an FBA that I knew I grew up with that had a Cherokee grandparent, Blackfoot grandparent, family tree go back a couple of hundred years in either Louisiana, Kentucky, Texas, Tennessee, the Carolinas. So this thing of Black folk coming here, all masses of us as slaves, many of us were already here. Many were in Caribbean and elsewhere. So as far as I'm concerned, when I see this delineation going on and been going on with Black Americans, and when I say Black Americans, I'm talking about those that are genealogically American, not just American by citizenship, but genealogically. And the haterism from a lot of the Caribbeans, Africans, many of y'all in denial of it. Y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all deflect and get around it. I remember a quarter of a century ago, debates I had with boomer Jamaicans. And let me say something real quick. A lot of the Caribbeans, and I just want to add this, I'm not trying to dominate the panel, but I just got to put this out here. A lot of Caribbean people, and Jamaicans especially, y'all got to stop being in denial of this shit, man. This thing didn't start with no Tariq Nasheed. It's been going on for decades. And all you have to do, you talk to any first generation born Caribbean person that's here. And if they're honest with you, like I am, they'll tell you, we've seen it. We've seen it. And I know Caribbean people who came here, they told me they got their citizenship here. That white man would shake their hand, welcome them to the United States, and told them stay away from the Black Americans. So there's levels to this shit. Okay, we got to deal with the white supremacy. If we're gonna talk about white supremacy, let's be honest. Let's be transparent and put all of it out there. A lot of Caribbeans still like kissing European ass. I'm in 2 groups on Facebook now, and within the last week, 2 of these Jamaican groups specifically, we've been going back and forth. A lot of them, one of them, talking about this German girl. She's born and raised in Jamaica, but both her parents are German. But they claim her as a full-blooded Jamaican. They don't question her. I'm talking about Black Jamaicans. This is how Black Jamaicans specifically and Black Caribbeans in general think.
Wow.
Anybody tells you to the contrary, I'm telling y'all, you was a lie.
All right, so
when I came in here, because I'll just say real quick, because both my parents are Jamaican, my grandparents Jamaican. Nah, you're not Jamaican because you're born a foreign. This is the attitude they have. And there's a lot of other Caribbean people in my shoes, they can testify to that. Okay, you was going to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wanted KD to respond to that.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's a lot I could say in response to that. The thing is that a lot of people, they love to speak to the results, but never speak to the cause of the situation. Are there a lot of Jamaicans who be shuffling, jiving, shucking? Yeah, of course. But you're gonna find that kind of behavior anywhere, at any time, any place. Black people as a whole, we suffer from self-hate and identity crisis all the way across the board. And my only thing with this whole FBA thing is that it's trying to isolate one group of Black people from other groups of Black people, when in all actuality, we've all really gone through the same things from the same people. Sure, there are different
Can
governments.
you explain that real quick? Because I thought I already explained what FBA was about. But can you
And
explain?
I got a response for that too. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay.
Go ahead. I just want, when y'all finish, I want to respond to that.
Okay. So you want me to explain that? So you mentioned slavery, you mentioned Jim Crow, these types of things. Slavery went on in Jamaica, some of the worst slavery.
No.
Go ahead.
No.
What? No.
Said, I made it very clear. I said that everybody in this world, again, Rwanda, the Hutu, the Tutsis, the Ogoni people in Nigeria, everybody in this world has an exclusive ethnic identifier where nobody can usurp and say I'm that too, because they can't go, they don't have a lineage, they don't have a history behind the people who actually claim it. I said except for us. We were the only people who had terminologies that were very exclusive. We were called Negroes, and so were you. You were called Negroes too. Marcus Garvey called you Negroes, and so did us. Like we called you guys Negroes. I'm talking about Jamaicans. So Negroes wasn't an exclusive term for us. Okay, then we were called color, right? And these are terms that are being called to us that don't really mean nothing. Like what the hell is color? Like the NAACP is a national advancement for something for color associates for color people. So like that's not really an ethnic identifier. Everybody's color. We got colored folks now, colored Hispanics, Indians, Chinese. Everybody's colored but white folks. Okay, so none of these terms are exclusive. So I told you that then we're called African American. But if the South Africans come over here, like you said earlier, and get citizenship, they're African American. And then Black American, you yourself as a Jamaican man checks that box as Black African American. So again, that's not an exclusive term for us. So we're the only people on this earth, literally, that don't have an exclusive term, like exclusive ethnic identifier. So we came up with ADOS, free people, free men, and FBA. So that's how it's used. It's used as an exclusive ethnic identifier, which when you say it, you're only talking about us in this country who experienced slavery from our experience in this landmass. That's what it's used for. So when you say it, there's no confusion. Is it Black American Jamaicans, Black American Nigerian, or is it just, so now there's no confusion. FBAs is FBAs and ADOS is ADOS. That's why they was named. So now we have our own exclusive identifier. That's all it is. And the reason why they came over, and the reason why they used it, it was for reparations. It was to show, it was for, so now all Black folks around the world can't latch on to something owed to us from our government, because you have Nigeria, which is the scam country of the world. There's no debate there. They're definitely going to try to latch on to some reparation case for us. So we said, let's use language. Let's use language that other Black people just can't hop on and get a free bag, taking the money from our pockets. That's why these terminologies were even thought of to begin with. And then they stretched, like FBAs had evolved to become an ethnic identifier. So it far stretched past a claim for reparations.
Let me say this, and then I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna say this. The thing is, you guys like to remix ethnicity and lineage and interchange these words and turn them into something else. When you the definition of ethnic group is a group of people who share common culture and religion and other characteristics.
And history, right?
So
wait, hold on. Keep okay. Going. And a history too, right?
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say history. It just says characteristics. Okay.
Slow down.
Go ahead. You need me to repeat it?
No, where are you pulling this?
Just Google. Google. Wait. I'm keeping it simple.
Okay. Right. Oh, hey, no. See, hey, now look, hey, Tiger. This is what he does. While we're talking.
I can't even finish what I'm saying. No, but go ahead.
You're being this genius. Hey, brother, while we're talking, he likes to go get tailor-made definitions of words. Now, he knows that these words, depending where you pull it from, it's going to say something different. So what he does is he tries to find something. Now, I just said a whole bunch of something that should have meant something. All right. So when I get done, that meant nothing to him. See, at that point,
wait, hold on.
So at that
I saw it already.
Yeah.
But you know
ahead.
what, bro? You know what? If you want, you can add history in there.
Wait,
Because the thing about it is, when it
wait.
comes to,
But I
go
wasn't.
ahead, you can add it on there. But go ahead.
But I wasn't finished though, because I was saying at this point it gets disrespectful for me, right? Where I don't want to talk anymore because I'm sitting there explaining that we're the only. There wasn't even rebuttal from you. I said we're the only people that I believe on this earth that don't have an exclusive term. Where when you say you think about us only and exclusively, I said so now we want a term. It is called an ethnic identifier. I just explained earlier. You checked the box for Black African American.
But hold on, but that's cap, bro. Because it's the same thing in every country. When you say Jamaicans, and the brother that's on the line, he said the same thing. They're white Jamaican.
I gotta meet the guy. He just like to talk. Okay. Those white Jamaicans were something before they came to Jamaica. You dumbass. That's my whole point. My whole point. They were
okay, but do they call them anything but Jamaican? No, they don't.
Brother,
so it's cap.
If you keep cutting in, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room, but you cannot respond. All right. So those people, their lineage is gonna go past Jamaica. Their lineage, so they can call themselves what they want to call themselves. People over here call themselves Moors. I made that analogy. People say they're Hebrew Israelites. People say they're Muslims, right? But that goes. People say they're Jewish, but that goes past that their lineage. So that's why we keep saying ours are lineage based. So you could call yourself. We can say we're the Black Towels, the Black Owls. Don't matter what we want to call ourselves. Our lineage is going to go back to something to still point at a particular people. This is why I don't get mad at ADOS or FBA. Like they get into that. Or
Exactly.
I use them all interchangeably because it's going to all point back to the same people. So I'm like, hey, ADOS, you mad at FBAs, but guess what? When they say FBA, they're talking about you too. And FBAs, you're mad at ADOS, but guess what? When they say ADOS, they're talking about you too. So they're not excluding you. You're still included into that. So now I just said all of that. And all he came back with was what a rebuttal. So now all day, I didn't say the word tether. I didn't say like anything that he would find offensive. I was keeping it clean. And even though I was feeling like that, I was feeling like I want to say something.
Just call me a dumbass, but okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to refrain from more worse things I could say. Right. So now that's me not being able to bridle my tongue much longer. Right. Because of like I really can't believe what I'm hearing from you, but I'm starting to get used to it. I'm starting to get used to it, especially from people that's not from America. I'm starting to get used to like the disrespect of not listening to it. Be like, yo, this is what we're calling ourselves, and this is why. That's it. Like we don't even got to explain past that. That's it.
Bro.
Like,
Can I respond to this, please?
No, not yet.
Of course, I know you don't want me to respond to it.
Not yet, because you got the Eritreans, right? It's disrespectful to call them Ethiopians, even though they technically are, right? They got independence, they're separate, and they call themselves Eritreans. Now, it's a fairly new term. It's not as old as Ethiopian, but they're saying, I'm not that, I'm this. And they'll tell you why, right? And now the honorable thing to do is, the human thing to do is respect what they fought for to be called, okay? So we're doing something similar here, right? We're saying, yo, I understand what these terms mean. They're not all exclusive. They're very inclusive. I just explained earlier. But as I'm talking, this guy just keeps trying to find a Google way to respond and rebut without actually trying to listen to us being communicated. But then he claims that he's a Pan-Africanist. Like we're all in this boat together, but his actions are showing otherwise. I'm sincerely trying to just say, hey, bro, this is why we're doing it. Whether you would like it or not, this is the reason. I'm just trying to give him the reason. This is why we're doing it. Now you might not agree with it, but this is what we're doing, and we're not moving off of it because we understand this is important.
Excuse me, brother. FBA defensive unit.
Yeah.
See, when you hear a lot of these cats say, "Oh, you know, we Pan-Africanists, so we all together," what they mean to say, you know, you mentioned your boat analogy. What they mean to say is we all in the same boat, but you, FBA, y'all are rowing and we just kick back, and
right.
Y'all should, and for y'all to even suggest that We help y'all roll because we in the same boat. Oh, the temerity. They're appalled that you would to even have the gall to come out your base and ask them. And there is an arrogance amongst Caribbeans that, again, I've been addressing this for years, way before this social media stuff. That's why when I hear people throw Tariq's name in, that chafes my, excuse me, I don't want to be revolved and you get a strike on your channel. It irritates the heaven and hell out of me because y'all act, a lot of Caribbeans, y'all act like this something new. This ain't something new for the last half century plus. You know, and I can talk not only from my anecdotal experiences, I'm sure that the brother on here, he knows of some. He's not going to mention it, but he's already said quite a bit over the last hour. I won't be on the show. I just happened to be scrolling by and your thing popped up on my feed. I said, okay, check this out. They live right now too? And I couldn't call in earlier because I was underground in the subway. So, you know, all the noise and stuff, I didn't want that in, you know, that background. So I had to wait till I got somewhere where there's no midtown noise and all that other stuff. But no, you know, a lot of them, a lot of Caribbeans and the Africans and the Nigerians, I don't want to get on them, but this envy, what in Jamaica, what we call bad mind. And the brother on here, he know what that means. If he's Jamaican, like he, you know, what I saw in the chat, somebody put up in the chat, he's Jamaican or Jamaican descent. I don't know if he was born here or born and raised in Jamaica, but there's a bad mind. When somebody's bad mind, they have a hateful, spiteful, envious spirit towards you. And I don't see no problem with that. FBA, claim your history, claim your culture. All of that, you're supposed to. FBAs were friends to Caribbeans and Africans when we ain't had no goddamn friends. And I've experienced this not only myself, but you can go back into history. I'm not going to go into all that because a lot of y'all already know, so I don't have to, you know, go into that. We're going on to other things here. But bottom line is we can't be disingenuous. And then when we say Pan-African and let's all come together and we don't deal with certain things, we don't address the elephant in the room. And a lot of Caribbeans don't want to do that. You can't say as a Jamaican person or Black Jamaican, oh, Pan-African, and we all Black people, but then you look down or you don't consider Jamaicans in the diaspora not one of your own. But these same Scots and Irish and Germans or whoever that Brother FBA Defensive Unit mentioned, you know, they know their lineage, their genealogy, even though their nationality might be Jamaican. But their whiteness, trust me, they stay connected to that. They make sure they know that. Same thing with the Asians. Jamaica's going under a colonization again. This time with the Chinese, though. One of the posts that I've been going back and forth with some people on there, it's like the Black Jamaicans, many of them are so oblivious to this. Like the country's motto, out of many races, one people, that bullshit motto should have been trashed a long time ago because it doesn't benefit us, don't benefit Black Jamaicans at all. But if I say it, like some of them said, they try to come for me. Which I don't have no problem with because I got the smoke and brimstone and fire to come back at it. But to say that oh, well, you know, we were all enslaved and we went through this and went through, it's like when the Black Americans, now when there's something for them specifically and they want to do that, instead of, you know, cheer for them, celebrate their accomplishment, you know, that's theirs. Because when we have ours, we celebrate and we, you know, share, and nobody else, they got no issue with us. So why can't we reciprocate that same energy without feeling away? It's not always about us. It's not always about you, dude, or you, chick. And that's what a lot of Caribbeans and Africans, namely Jamaicans and Nigerians, they the poster children for that attention whoring. I'll be the one to say it. Nobody else will say it. I don't know why, but I'll say it. On too bad mind and too licky. Go a foreign, on spite the black American them, and then know when shit happen to no, excuse my language. When badness happen to no, black people and brothers and sisters, let's come together. No. So the black Americans are saying, no, bullshit. We gonna do us, and you do you. And I can't say I blame. Can't say I blame y'all.
Let me ask you a few questions, brother. Let me ask you a few questions.
I'll say this real quick. Wait. Ask your questions. I'll say this real quick. When we straighten our shit out, that's when we look more palatable to people. They take us and say, yeah, because I want to do business with our brothers and sisters. Thing is, I want to be able to, when I go back to Jamaica, it's been some years since I've been back there. I used to go there quite often as a kid. But, do I have to watch my back more there than I watch my back over the white supremacists here? Go ahead and ask your questions, please, bro.
All right, bro. Let me ask you this. In Jamaica, would you say that there are Jamaicans that spite other Jamaicans?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Jamaicans spite other Jamaicans in Jamaica, just like you would say Black Americans spite other Black Americans in America, right?
Yes.
So my question is why would it be any different for a Jamaican to spite a Black American in America and vice versa?
Because Black Jamaicans don't mention these things or point these things out until it's something where they feel they may not benefit from, or if it's a detriment to them, then it's why we're the Black Americans to assist. Like many of us, and I notice also, what I'm saying is not to digress, it's connected to your point. Many Black Jamaicans, we've been so Christianized. We so out of touch of our ancestors and our ancestry. We can't talk about Black Americans with they. I had to shut some Jamaican boomers from the boomer generation. I had to shut them down. Years ago, I could tell you debates I had back in 2002, 2003, where they would say certain things they teach of Black America and them, and they're rapping. Then Jamaica, the rapping come from. I say, how so?
Hey, bro, but the thing about what you're saying though, bro, is you can make that same argument for any Black person in the world.
And when you say can make that same argument for any Black person in the world, all right, go a little further, because I'm trying to see where you're going with this. Because
me too.
When you say you do it with any Black person in the world, no, really, because then we can say white people do the same thing, Asians do the same thing. In fact, I'm glad you said that, because the Chinese that's been flooding in Jamaica within the last decade, they don't even see the Chinese that's been in Jamaica for the last century. They don't see them as quote unquote authentic Chinese, and they've been doing them dirty.
Well, that's a little different than where I was going. What I was saying is that every Black person in the world has been indoctrinated by religion. We've all been taught to hate ourselves in one way or another. We've all had to go through slavery. We've all had economic sanctions. We all do the same thing everywhere in the world. And there's no one group of Black people that you can point to and say, well, this group of Black people did things different than this group of Black people.
We actually
for the most part.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. For the most part, we can. We can.
Okay.
You guys didn't experience You guys didn't experience Black codes. You guys didn't experience Jim Crow.
We experienced it in the form of economic sanctions.
No. Okay, bro.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. When you say economic sanctions, and about an hour ago, I typed this in the chat as a question. Who imposed economic sanctions on Jamaica? When and who and when?
Who and when?
Hello?
Economic sanctions. So I don't know the exact dates.
Googling.
Come on, man. Don't. This is what I'm talking about, brother. And I'm not being. I'm not coming at you with a spirit of not. Trust me. This is nothing like what I've encountered with some of the debates I have with some other people. But if you say when you put that out there like that, people are gonna ask questions because at that point they're gonna look at you as an extension of a representation of something. Now, I'm not saying I'm the best representation of Jamaica or Jamaicans outside the diaspora, but I make sure if I'm gonna say certain things, I'm gonna put it out there because, like the brother who mentioned Garvey, the FBA defensive unit, he mentioned something about Garvey earlier. Apparently, he's done his research. And he has to, because if he's talking about someone or something from another culture, he's got to be on point. He can't just do the Negro thing. Because Negroes, they'll just put stuff out there, and if it looks like, oh, look, he didn't even research it. Well, as a Negro, what do you expect? So he, as a representation, as an extension of a representation of FBA, he has to come with it. He can't just put shit out on nilly-willy.
Well, let me put it to you
That's
like
a
this.
fact.
Let me put it to you like this. Are you familiar with the organization called BRICS?
Yes, I've heard of BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, another one, South Africa, I believe.
Okay. Now, were you aware that right now Jamaica is considering joining BRICS? Have you heard any information like that?
I've heard something vaguely. I haven't researched it further, to be honest, but I did hear something about that vaguely about a month ago.
Okay. Did you hear that? Did you hear Trump's response to Jamaica potentially joining BRICS?
No, I didn't hear. Enlighten me, please.
So his remarks were something to the effect of Jamaica better not join BRICS or it'll be a problem. Something to that effect. Don't quote me word for word verbatim. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When you have a superpower that is literally walking distance to where your country is located, you're at the mercy of that superpower and you have to do pretty much what they say to do, or you're in danger of facing these sorts of things, issues, especially when a lot of your economy is based on the fact, especially with an island like Jamaica who thrives on tourism, from people who are from European countries.
KD, this was your response to.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Chuck. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
So, KD, this was your response to you saying, "Hey, all black folks pretty much experience the same thing." I said, "No, you guys didn't experience Jim Crow and black codes." And this is your response to telling me that this is something similar?
Okay, so what is Jim Crow?
Okay,
break it down for me.
Cool.
Excuse me. Just real quickly, I appreciate KD, if I'm pronouncing it right. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, please correct me. I appreciate your response. However, you didn't quite answer my question. Donald Trump, as a president, a head of state threatening a country, and from what the answer you gave me, the response, he didn't threaten with sanctions. He just said they better not. And yet he didn't do anything. So Jamaica don't have any sanctions. The only thing Jamaica has is there's a Russian corporation, a U.S. corporation, a Chinese corporation, all stripping the hell out of the land of their bauxite for the aluminum foil companies that they have. That
so Katie, you just paying stuff.
So I don't know why. So here's the thing: when it comes to the U.S., I don't know why we're pretending like when you don't do what the U.S. tells you to do, they don't slap you in the head. They don't hit you with sanctions. They don't economically punish you. And in some cases, they even send people, like in the case of Haiti. And I know y'all gonna say, "Oh, it's speculation," but they send people. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, though, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
I don't want to turn the show into that. The hypothetical. What if? Like, let's just deal with what's going on. And let Chuck go ahead. Hey, Chuck, what you got?
Salute. I was just listening for the past few minutes. Interesting conversation. I think there's points on both sides. Okay, my mom is a Black American, descendant of chattel slavery. My father is a Nigerian. I was born in Nigeria, so I'm half Igbo, half Black American. I'm not really down with this whole FBA thing, but I think there's one thing that you have to understand. The main difference between Nigerians and on the continent and Black Americans is Black consciousness. So Black consciousness is like an adaptation, a cultural adaptation to the specific conditions that only existed here in the United States. This is Jim Crow, Willie Lynch, slavery, segregation, the one-drop rule.
Racism.
Racism, yeah.
No, scientific racism, where they try to act like science was back in the, look at it.
Right, but this unique cultural environment in the United States produced the adaptation of Black consciousness in the United States. So Black people in the United States live in a condition where they are the racial minority group surrounded by a hostile majority group for most of the time that, since they came off the slave ships. So this produces a very distinct sense of Black consciousness and how you see yourself in relation to your environment. These conditions did not exist in Nigeria. So in Nigeria, people live in a condition of being the racial majority group. And, in that condition, even under colonization for Nigerians was more like remote control. The people in England controlled us through our leaders. So our leaders answered to the people in England, and they told us what to do. So there was not this direct overseer over us. It was our leaders telling us, what the white man said. You see what I'm saying? So that produces a different sense of Black consciousness. So I think a lot of the misunderstandings that you're having is to do with the differences in Black consciousness, because there's a difference between being a racial majority group and being a racial minority group. And there's a difference between colonization and slavery. And this produces two different cultural environments. And that's why there's misunderstandings when a Nigerian first moves to the United States. And I'll land the plane there. Go ahead.
You know what? I would say that I agree with you. There are some definite cultural differences, but honestly, they're really two sides of the same coin, and I don't know why most of us don't see that. When you're controlling leaders remotely, essentially, what you're doing is you're teaching the people of that country to hate themselves. They hate their Black leadership through mismanagement of the country's resources via their leadership and government. And over here on this side, there's a direct confrontation with white people directly, so they kind of had that. I mean, like I was saying, it's just kind of, to me, I'm looking at it like two sides of the same coin. I mean, we can argue all day about which one was more detrimental or harmful.
We're actually not doing it. We're actually not doing
Right.
Yeah, we're actually not even doing that. That's what you're doing.
Right.
I'm not trying to argue that though. That's actually not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that I can't finish what I'm saying though, bro.
Because look what you just did. You just watered down the conversation to who gets done worse. Bro, that's not what we was doing today. I asked you about what is your issue with Tariq, FBA. So it didn't start off as who got it worse. All right. What I did was, the reason why I mentioned Marcus Garvey, because I knew you don't study him more than me. I knew you didn't. I told you don't know more.
It was irrelevant from the beginning, but okay. I mean, it ain't had nothing to do with what we were talking about. You just brought it up to filibuster. You know what I mean?
All right. Let me mute you again.
But can I say something real quick though?
Wait, before you do that, because I want to recap to catch you guys up. So what I was doing, because I understand that a lot of guys are not intellectuals and a lot of guys can't follow conversation. I've been doing this shit for 15 years on different topics, right? This is the latest topic. I've been doing this for 15 years, online, by the way, YouTube. I got videos date back 15 years. I've been doing this for a long time. I could follow conversation very well, and I can recall information very well on the fly, all right? And I understand what I'm saying. Now, We'll start off by him commenting on one of my videos about Tariq Nasheed and FBA. Now, I already knew I'm going to get him because most people like to ignore what we're saying and just focus on what Tariq's saying, and they think we all just blind followers who just follow anything he says. He don't respect us as individuals that agree with some things that Tariq says and disagree with other things. He don't look at us like that. He look at us as just a bunch of dumb Black Americans who just follow cult leaders. All right. So what I was doing was to just expose that. I was exposing to my chat that this is how some of Black immigrants view us. They view us as just blind followers of anybody. So I was showing the double standards and the hypocrisy of his logic. So he went on saying that this is about Tariq and that about Tariq. So I said, cool. I said, hey, you know about Marcus Garvey? He said, yes. I said, tell me about him. He told me some things. I said, so what about the scams? So then he said, no. He first tried to go there first, but I didn't go there first. I went other places. And then I brought him to the scam because I wanted to show that he doesn't know Marcus Garvey at all. Okay. So then I showed him the scams afterwards. All right. He was not aware of that. So now I'm pointing out, I said, now, if Tariq is no good because he's a scammer, allegedly.
Which I never called him a scammer, but okay.
No problem. So if he's no good, he's a scammer. So whatever you call him, right? I was pointing out that Marcus Garvey is a scammer. He even admitted himself in court. And he got, matter of fact, why is he a leader at all? Like there's nothing he did that was actually positive. And I even explained when he came to this country, he had a message that no Black leader was pushing. No Black leader was pushing, go leave America. We were all fighting for equal rights and equal pay and equal opportunity, things like that.
Isn't that what Liberia was about? Liberia was about Black Americans going to create a new country in Liberia. That was the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that was a white man thing. The white man gave that up because they want us out the country after we finished building the damn thing. So they want us out of here. But most of us, it took a few of them. Most of us ain't even bothered. And thankful to my ancestors and everybody in the chat, our ancestors didn't fall for that. So the ones who did forfeited their lineage right, and they are Liberians now. And how did that work out for them? They went to a shitty third world country, and now they're suffering and begging and begging. So anyway, but coming back to this, our leaders, okay, none of y'all know more Black history than me. So our leaders were not doing it. Our leaders were fighting for segregation, equal opportunities, and just to get white folks off our back. Like, yo, why you keep?
You mean desegregation, not segregation. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So, are you familiar with A. Philip Randolph?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was his ideas on immigration?
Go ahead. Say your point.
No, we ain't doing that. Okay. So, I'll talk to you later. Yeah,
Bro, come on, man.
Yeah, no, we don't do it. I don't play with that. But when it comes to information, you either know what you're talking about or you don't. So what I'm not going to do is
right.
So what
Come
I'm
on,
not
bro. You don't want to echo chamber in here, do you?
I got you. So goodbye to you too, because it's getting late, and I'm not playing. I want to go to sleep. All right, so it's getting late, and we ain't doing that. Now we're either going to take information serious like I do, or we're not. Okay, so now he's claiming he's trying to correct me. All right, whatever. It's late over here. I'm in, it's 1 o'clock. I gotta wake up in 5. So I'm trying to make a quick point. But the thing is, there was no black leaders were not pitching out of America theory. We were saying we want to be in America. We just want to be treated better, have equal treatment under the Constitution. That was our leaders. That was what we were pushing. Okay. So he say no, A. Philip Randolph, don't do that. Don't do that. Because you either know him or you don't know him. So I asked him, what was his thoughts on immigration? Because I didn't mention that earlier. So I mentioned other things. I didn't mention that. So I know he didn't know it. So you can listen and peek from the outside and try to cheat and take down notes. But I'm going to purposely withhold stuff. So he didn't know his immigration thoughts. So bye. So we're not going to do that. Now, our leaders were not pitching no damn out of America theory. We were talking about equal opportunity if we wanted protection from the federal government. Really just be treated like regular Americans. Like, hey, leave us alone and let us, build for ourselves in this country in peace. And we kept thinking that would happen. And we had moments of it happening. Then a dark cloud for 10, 20, 30 years where we're being locked out of the wealth again. All right, so that's what I was trying to point out. But we're not going to do I pretend I know what I'm talking about, but you actually don't. I'm going to call you on it, by the way. I'm not going to say something or speak of something that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to listen to you guys when you talk about some things that's out of you got it. I'll listen and learn because I'm a student. And I'm going to jot it down, and now I know it too. So next time we talk, I'm going to talk about it, and I will know it. But I do not respect fake people who pretend to know something, but they actually don't. So that's all I was trying to point out earlier with the young brother, KD. So that's why I brought up Garvey. It was to show the double standards in his logic, how he'll give Garvey a pass for all of his shortcomings, but he has this infatuation with Tariq Nasheed, which I don't mind. He's a grown man. He can handle it, right? Tariq is Tariq. I'm me. I'm me. He's him, right? So my thing was, your beef with Tariq, I just want to know what it is and cool. Now, my second question was, what was your beef with FBAs or people who say the FBA? What's your beef with us? And he could not separate us from Tariq, which most of these crazy guys can do. So I actually just showed that. Like, yo, these guys are so obsessed with Tariq, they really can't separate us. Oh, it was his idea. He trademarked. Okay. Why not trademark it? If it can be trademarked, why would we let some white guy trademark it, some Chinese man trademark it? Why not we trademark it? Why not we get on it first? And he had his word. You can trademark it, but again, you can't. You trademark a name doesn't mean you trademark the lineage. Nah, you got the names, cool. Jesse Jackson made popular African American. So is he our leader? Nobody looked at him as our leader. So again, but these are talking points that come from people mainly not from our lineage because they don't know how we think. Jay-Z started the whole New York fitteds for us and the Blazers. He wasn't our leader. We did it after him, but that was not our leader. Like, we'll do something in mass, but you're not our leader. We just think it's cool, or we like it, or we agree to it. The civil rights movement. Dr. King was the face, but he was not a leader of us. He was the face of the movement. He didn't even start the movement, as I articulated earlier. So, like, we're just talking in circles, and the dude is just listening to rebut with some Google stuff that he just picking the most favorite definition that agrees with him by ignoring what we're actually saying. Like, dude, there's really an ethnogenesis that happened with us and you and the Mexicans and other folks around the world. But everybody want to deny ours, though. They want to accept Jamaicans, accept Hades, and accept the Mexicans, and accept everybody else's. But when it comes to our ethnogenesis, it never happened. Like, we're just this, I forgot what Tariq calls it, but we're this African, this mysterious African.
Bad mindness is real. Bad mind is real.
And then
the best summary description I can give of that.
And then you said something key. Okay, so now he's saying sanctions, right? Now I don't know, right? So I was quiet, right? Now did I say ain't no sanctions? I didn't do that. I was quiet because I don't know. I didn't look that up. So I'm quiet to things I'm not sure of. It's okay. You know, I'm human. I don't research everything, but I was quiet, so I didn't say anything. Not like him. But you came in and said, what sanctions? And then he didn't even address that. He left that alone, went somewhere else. And I didn't even get on him, by the way. I didn't, say, hi. I left it alone because it wasn't that big of a deal. Wasn't that big of a deal. But it all comes back to the conversation. That's why I asked him earlier, like, yo, do you have a problem with us seeking reparations? Oh, the world is old reparations. So he went there with it. So talking points like that just lets us know, like, you really have a problem with us.
I missed that part, but it doesn't surprise me that he said that based on what I've heard at the time I got into conversation, by the time I came into your live.
Well, I asked
but
about
what
Garrett,
I find,
And he said,
What he said?
he said we deserve that. So I'm like, okay. So I said Nigeria. When Shell BP went over there and poisoned their land, do we in America deserve some of that? He said yes. I said, okay, this guy just saying anything now. We in America deserve something back from what the Nigerians experienced and the Ogoni people experienced with Shell BP poisoning their land, creating face cancer, all type of skin cancer over there, where these people are being harmed, and the water is bad, and they're only affected. But he's telling me that we in America deserve some of that money, like or whatever it is they're getting back. Like we deserve it too. Like, dude, like you're not even like trying to have an honest conversation at that point.
Yeah, it's problematic amongst us, Caribbean and Caribbean descent, and like I said, the bad mindedness is real. The divisiveness. I was debating with this Haitian cat, or this cat claimed to be Haitian, who's in Canada. We was going back and forth for a little while, and at one point he threw Tariq's name in there. Oh, you one of them Tariq people. I was like, why are you throwing people's name in here? I said, dude, if you want to debate, Tariq, go and debate, but you talking to me now.
Yeah, you could call it
You
his
talking
show.
to me now.
He does that all day long.
And a lot of these dudes do that, man. It's like, yo, I mean, you want to make it seem like it's somebody, and then the Haitian dude would make it so bad. I know I really, burned him because, see, I started to drop some things in my responses to him to suggest, like, dude, I know stuff about your culture. I've grown up around Haitians. So growing up in New York, born and raised here, not only I had the experience of blessing to experience FBA, but also other Caribbean people. And I had to, even remind my mom that, and my dad, rest in peace for him, before he passed years ago, we talked. I said, remember when y'all was kids, Jamaica was still a colony of England. That's one. Two, the boomers, you just had each other. When you went to school, you was around other Jamaican kids. You may have come across some Indian kids or some Chinese, but the majority are black. With us here, yeah, the majority are black, but we had some Black American, we had some Trini, we had Guyanese, we had Haitian, and learning, we learn about them. So, and their culture, their cuisine, little idioms and stuff like that. So when this dude was coming at me, at one point I noticed during our debate, he kind of modified his tone somewhat. And he came off like he wanted to turn up, and there was name calling, did a little bit of that. But the bottom line is, and I say to a lot of Caribbeans, I've been saying it for years, I say it again, we have to have our own house in order, and which is the primary reason why I have no problem with FBA delineating, because the way I see it, it's a perfect juice strainer, if you will. Yeah. You got to strain out all the coons on all levels. All the coons on all levels. So the moment I hear you, the way you say, not only what you say, but the way you say it, that tells me everything I need to know. Those views on certain, hell, Jamaicans don't even see Jamaicans in diaspora are foreign. Them not see Jamaican and are foreign as a, oh well, you were born in the UK, you're British, you're born in the US, you're US. But they'll call me a Yankee as fast as they'll call any FBA Yankee. And I have been. So I mean, I'm like, that hit harder than the African booty scratcher thing. Yeah. But the difference between the African booty scratcher, well, like I tell Caribbean people, like some young Caribbean people that I've met over the years that were new to this country, they come here, if you hear that, it's not so much as an insult. That's what they do. We make fun of each other. You just have to get with the swing of things and roast them back. You got to return their energy. And
Yeah.
at the same time, you got to do that while keeping your composure.
Yeah, I'm gonna say for the record, I've never caught him by African booty scratching, and I never heard this man. I went to school in New Jersey. I'm in school with African Jamaicans. I ain't never caught somebody that. I ain't never hear that term being used ever in my schooling. So when I hear people say that, like I just be like scratching my head. Like I don't know if everybody experiencing that because I'm in Jersey, man, and I've never used it, and I never heard it being used around me all of my schooling. So I'm like, yo, this couldn't be as popular as everybody's saying it. It was because I would have heard that thing, man.
Well, I know where I grew up in Queens on Farmers. It was common. But
And
again,
the thing is also, where's the source to it? Because nobody could find a source. You even could Google it. Like there's no, like it just say America, and it says Canada. But when you say America, what year? Because if you're saying after 65, so I'm like, well, damn. Well, you can't pin that on. I could say the Haitians, Jamaicans, the Nigerians, and y'all brought it. You know, it's like. And then when you Google what it actually is, there's two stories. One is saying the African is scratching his booty, and another one is saying the African is scratching the white man's booty. So it's like, so there's not even like a consistent explanation on like what it is, what it's supposed to be, and where exactly it comes from. So I always go with dates. I always say when. Now, if you could show that word being used around before 1965, I will totally own it. I say, yeah, that's us, because it wasn't too many Black immigrants like that over here. It wasn't too many Haitians and Jamaicans like that over here. It was like mainly majority us, but 80s, 90s.
I learned from FBA. Yeah,
now, but how do you know?
I learned
okay, what age, how old were you?
I'm not 8 years old. I can tell you because I'm a 70s baby.
Watch this. How do you know he was FBA at 8 years old?
Okay, that's the thing. That's why I said maybe less than 2 minutes ago, I'm going to research that, because you mentioned something about Googling, you know, that you Googled it. And I was like, oh, shoot, you know, I'm going to Google it, you know what I mean? You know, and, you know, its origin or whatever. But when I first heard the term African booty scratcher, it was Black American kids, my classmates, you know, lunchtime at school.
Yeah, because
I
caught my boy in the live, like just I won it. And my boy, he's FBA, and he said he definitely used it on people. So, but when I asked him on who he used it on, he said it was everybody. He said he didn't really pick and choose. And then, so I asked him this, and by the way, he didn't know he was live. I said, "Who taught you it?" Right on a live, so everybody can listen. And he said, "I don't know where I got it from." He said, "Probably another kid." So, like the source for it is a whole nother rabbit hole. It's like, yo, where did this come from? Because if that's a grown up thing, bro, you will hear it with grown ups. It won't just be a kid thing. You will hear grown-ups say it too. If they got it from grown-ups, you will hear grown-ups say it. So why does it stay in the kid realm? Like, why doesn't it grow, you know, with the grades? Why does it stay in elementary? Why don't it go to junior high and high school and college and, you know, to the work field? Why does it stay only around the elementary swings? And like that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, but but everybody's saying it was called, like, because even Black folks came and lied and said they would call it N-word by every white person. Like, so the to me, it's like, dude, like, so all y'all was called African booty. All of y'all. See, I don't know about that, man.
No, there's levels to this. There's levels because the first African that I met that was offended by it, I remember a dude from Ivory Coast. Was a college student. This was back in like 99, 2000. And he's born and raised in Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. So he came here like when he was in his teens. So he told me how how offended he was, you know, that the Americans, the Black Americans, you know, they call me an African booty scratcher, and you know what's going on. And I see, you know, I get it because he don't get the culture. He wasn't raised here. So of course he's going to take offense to it. It's not like, let's say, a Jamaican kid that will call me a Yankee Doodle because they don't refer to each other. The school kids in Jamaica don't refer to each other as Yankee Doodle when roasting each other as the Black American kids would call themselves African booty scratcher while roasted. That's the difference. I try and I even point out to them. But with them, it's just a matter of them. You get used to it. If you don't let it offend you to the point where you can clap back, you got a quick comeback and say something to them. Okay.
So here's the other
Right,
thing.
what you was gonna say?
Here's the thing. So when you hear a lot of Black immigrants, right, that come over here. So now let's go with African booty scratcher is our term that we placed on Black immigrants. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now watch this. Black immigrants say, especially the kids, they say that they're taught from their parents these negative things about us before they come over here. Okay, so now watch this. If that's true, then you're already coming off as standoffish, right? You're already looking at us a certain way. Mm-hmm. We're trying to talk to you, we're trying to embrace you, and you're standoffish. So you're becoming weird to us. Okay, so if we're saying it, it's possible we're saying it as a reaction. Because they said out of themselves, out of their own mouths, a bunch of them, they said our relatives told us to stay away, but they're criminals, they're on drugs, all these negative. Now listen to this. A grown adult, like which one is weird? You got a little kid saying African booty scratcher, we don't know where he got it from. But we got people who are saying their parents taught them this when they were little elementary kids. I mean, so they're being taught, like that's what white supremacists do to their kids. Don't go over there. Don't. So you got Black immigrants being trained and taught by their parents to stay away from Black Americans because we're this cancerous person and we're just evil. I mean, like to me, like that's more shell shocking than a 7-year-old saying, "Hey, African booty scratcher." You have an adult, a grown ass, mature woman and man training a young boy, girl to have hatred that early. So it's like,
that's real.
Yeah, so it's like, so you're coming with the hatred, we're coming with jokes. I mean, I don't know how we're like comparing. And then that hatred turns into like DJ Academics. Where they all he can do is just spread negative propaganda about Black Americans and never anything positive. So there's so much so that he go ahead and he resurrect a bloodbath in Chicago. So it's like and then I mean it's like so y'all can't. So it's like what they were taught. They somehow gotta prove it like to the world. Like they because they come over here, they don't really experience it. So, okay, let me just cherry pick moments where they do fit the stereotype and let me broadcast it before the world and become a millionaire. So if anybody should be up in arms, it should be us. Like, yo, you're in our country, painting a picture of us fitting all of the scientific racist stereotypes. The stuff we try to run away from. That no white person can do and be successful in this country. Like white folks wish they could do a Chirac video. They can't because all the outrage they would get. So they wait and have a colored person do it, or maybe they're behind it, maybe they're not, don't know. But that's something that they will love to see, like us to fit the stereotypes where they could tweet it back, and then as a result, laws get passed. So like there's a whole lot involved in that we don't find entertaining. And as a matter of fact, you got a lot of Chicago residents calling him out on that. Like, yo, man, like, yo, you started something like a wound that was healed. You didn't open it back up. Now we back remembering. And now the guy who I let slide, I seen him yesterday. Now I don't want to let him slide because he was involved.
Yeah, academics should be definitely held accountable for that. And my opinion, they should stay on his bumper. They meaning the residents of Chicago that are outraged and offended by his remarks.
Yeah, well, he brags about not going outside. So I guess he's embraced his role of just dodging,
Wow.
hiding and ducking. You know, but yeah, but
Big out.
but Big Act knows not to ever be seen in public.
Yeah.
In public, he knows it's gonna be on site for him.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know, just to like those type of things I don't like. You know, and I was trying to explain to KD, it hurt if it's us doing it, it's still bad, it's still wrong, but it hurts worse when it's somebody else doing it, and that's why you have black folks in America killing each other, and we don't outrage for some strange reason. But let it be a white person, we'll go crazy. But that just showing you that it hurts more when an outsider does it.
Mm.
I can't explain it. It's just the reality.
I think that largely comes from being conditioned like racehorses or show dogs. When you breed, train, condition, program someone a certain way over a period of time, it's like embedded in their DNA. So our fight is, you know, largely to shake off bad habits, and while simultaneously replacing those bad habits, and that's a very mild way of putting it, you know, because slavery, post-slavery, and all the trauma that comes with it is a lot of conditioning to do to burn all of that out of our system, which will take time.
Yeah,
it'll take time, and you know, and we've done quite a bit. You know, FBAs have done quite a bit. I'm thankful for the ancestors at FBA here. I'm thankful for ancestors in Jamaica, you know, like Samuel Sharp and Paul Vogel, Juan Bolas, and Huffy, Cudjoe, you know, Granny Nanny. You know, so if they did it and they was, you know, successful in the time they do what they did and they sacrificed, I have no excuse.
Yeah, right.
And these are things where I try to share, when I share with Caribbean people, I said, look, everybody else, the same way we like to say, oh, we all went through stuff. Okay, you know what? We all got our hands full too. How about that? How about that? Anybody saying that? We like to talk about how we all this one big generic Negro and all went through slavery. Yeah, we all also have work to do. So FBAs, they're unique, we're unique, and they're dealing with it effectively. You're jumping in there and giving these negative responses and these negative energy towards the FBA and their thing with they supposed to y'all owe that. Y'all owe their reparations.
Yeah, that's
cash,
the thing. If Jamaicans came out and said, I don't care if it was the same number, like the same number of us saying FBA ate us. If enough of y'all came out and said, hey man, don't call it Jamaican because the etymology of that word goes back to this, man, call us maroon. All right. Like it's okay. It's not a big deal to me. Like, okay, you know, maroon guy. You know what I mean? That wouldn't bother me to do that.
But he was bothered by you when I listened to that part between you and KD, I was like, yo, this reminds me of that show that Malcolm X was on years ago, and the white guy was like, well, what is your name or your father's name?
Your father's name, yeah.
So you won't tell me what your father's name. The man tell you X. That's who he is, Malcolm X.
And what was your father's last name?
Yeah. And you trying to get, listen, that's how he introduced you. Respect that. And apparently it's a cultural thing. It's something, just be respectful. So from the gate, he's being disrespectful. I mean, it was in a passive-aggressive kind of way. It wasn't. It wasn't outright rude like some people where they're like
he got
straight up
invited
involved.
on because he's disrespectful. I only invited him on because of disrespectful. In my comment section, saying a little slick stuff, and I already knew that he wasn't going to be somebody that that was going to be like a threat, like well studied. I already knew that he was going to be exactly what he was. That's why I invited him on, just to, you know, to showcase my, hey, look at this guy, look at his points. Hebrew Israelites, okay? They call themselves Israelites. I mean, look, here's the respect. At one point, they said they're Hebrew Israelites, but now they don't say Hebrew, they just say Israelites. So now they corrected me. Where now I just say Israelites. But you see, I slip up sometimes, say Hebrew, but I would say my fault because he don't want to be called Hebrew Israelite no more. A lot of the camps, they say call us Israelites only. They don't want the Hebrew thing there no more. Just Israelites. Now, these people believe they are literally the ancient Israelites, okay, from Israel or that area. And so by calling him an Israelite, you're calling him a Semite to that landmass. Kind of like similar to what we're saying, FBA, right? Now, we call them Israelites without no debate, don't we?
Right,
We call
do.
them Israelites. Yeah, we don't debate. You're Israelite. More, Tariq Nasheed says he's more, the more. But when it comes to us, FBA, oh no, you're not that. You're a Negro. You're colored.
Right. Everything stops. Everything stopped. This is an emergency broadcast.
Yeah.
You know, you dial 911. The EMTs show up. There has to be a state of emergency address. All of that.
You know, I was gonna do.
That's that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna actually do a live about Ringo, what's his name? TV, Chaotic Truth, and one other person. I think Lord Jamar, because he said something I ain't like today.
Yeah, that was another thing that caught my attention with your live when I was scrolling through it. I said, I mean, Ringo TV, I said, okay, I don't know what he said, but I would imagine something that I know.
I don't know what he said
either.
Some
numerical craft.
Right, I don't even
Chaotic Truth. I've heard him speak a few
took
times.
It off.
Oh, okay. Chaotic Truth, I already know. You know, pretty much he an F-boy. So I'm like, I know. So, but and Godfrey, I only heard today, earlier.
Oh, wait.
That he had.
He's in the chat. Hold. He's in the chat. You can finish, but somebody wants the link. Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard earlier today that Godfrey had crazy legs. And it was not so much that he had crazy legs on his podcast, but there were some things that he said that seemed not so much as like something you disagree with, like, okay, FBA.
Yeah, what did he actually say?
Disagree. That's what I want to know. And then when I saw you had in that square Lord Jamar, I was like, whoa, let me hear this.
Yeah,
what did Lord Jamar?
I don't know what. Yeah, Lord Jamar was disrespectful to the FBAs, but
oh wow.
Yeah, but Godfrey, yeah, I think people just wanted Godfrey, to be honest, because like, okay, he had crazy legs, you know, maybe it was a shot at Lord Jamar, and like maybe you didn't like that, right? You didn't like that was distasteful in your mind, but does that make him, like, unless he says something, does that make him enemy number one now? I don't know if that's enough.
It depends on what he said.
I don't think he said anything.
Like someone, right? Like he said something I disagree with. Oh, damn that! He's the most evil person around. I mean, you gotta say something pretty.
Yeah, somebody gotta like click something. Somebody gotta click. Cause I watched Sarah Massetti take on him, and he really just had jokes, and he was mad at he had crazy legs on that, but he really ain't quote him saying something disrespectful.
Oh, real quick before I forget, shout out to your mods, Donnie Williams, I think that's his name. He was the one that dropped the link in the chat for me to call in because, like, within 5 minutes of listening to you and KD's dialogue, I was like, oh, hell no, let me see if I can get up in here because I got something to say and I even have some questions. Go ahead. So.
you see, I let everybody come on. I didn't, I gave everybody a chance to say what they're gonna say, like,
Mhm.
and I was trying my best to keep positive.
Mhm.
Sometimes I went on a long rant, but guess what I did afterwards? I let KD I let him go on an equal long rant.
Mhm.
So whatever I did, he did. If I talk long, he talked long.
That's balance.
Yeah.
I appreciate it because it bought me time. When I said, all right, I got 2 more stops before I get to my stop, and I let them keep this up long enough where I can get indoors, and hopefully I can call in, which it worked out for the better. So, but
Yes.
I thank Donnie Williams for dropping the link. I thank you for having me on here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I don't mind criticism and opposing views. That doesn't bother me because that's normal, right? And that's life. That's normal in life. So because whatever you're going to say to me, that might be controversial or critical. Guess what? Somebody's going to say it, if it ain't you. So I might as well be prepared for it now. All right, so we got a guest.
Yeah, we were all respectful. Okay.
Peace, brother. Who's that? Chaotic Truth Live?
This is he.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing great. Yourself?
Yeah, doing real good, man. Real good. So you had FBA in the title, and then my name or my face was on the thumbnail. So what's going on?
Yeah, so I was going to address everybody on the thumbnail. I was going to, you was talking about, well, you had a live where you were talking about a Jamaican, not talking about, you was addressing a Jamaican guy on there. You probably know what live it is. And I was going to just play that one a little bit, see where y'all was going. I didn't even know where it was going. It sounded like it's interesting.
Yeah, you could definitely play it. You're talking about probably a gentleman named Reese. He's supposedly he's Jamaican, but more than likely he just lives in America. He has Jamaican roots. But yeah. But so you haven't played it yet?
No. I ain't played yet. That was the goal to play that tonight. I was going to play you. I was going to play Lord Jamar, something he said I ain't like. And I was going to play I was going to try to play Garvey thing to see what people were mad about. But as far as your thing, what is your thing with FBA? Like, what is your criticism with FBA?
The only I have a few criticisms of FBA. One of them is the lack of accountability, the constant blaming of this fictional white supremacy for everything, when in fact the FBA is truly the master and commander of his or her own destiny and fate. And also, another problem I have with FBA is they give too much credit to insignificant industries like entertainment and sports, when FBA should primarily focus on, in my opinion, industries like critical infrastructure and what makes other people superior. You never hear, like, for example, Tariq Nasheed talking about creating an institution that creates rocket technology or steel, things of that magnitude. You never hear him talking about creating other systems that governments can purchase. When's the last time you ever heard of FBA say, hey man, let's build our own submarines, right? Or let's build our own aircraft, so that we can protect our people. That's one of my problems with FBA, man. The constant just always saying rap and hip hop is important when it's not. So yeah, I don't really have any problem with FBA.
Yeah, I don't think I think some might feel like that, but to say like the whole, because don't forget when we say FBA, where even though I know most Black Americans don't say the FBA, but when we say it, we think of all Black Americans together. So when you say FBA, you probably got to, like, to get my mind just to focus on FBAs and not all of Black Americans. You probably got to say FBAs and not all Black Americans? Because if you just say FBA by itself, I'm gonna automatically think of 43 million. Okay, but let me ask you this. So you said white supremacy, blame white supremacy.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, are you familiar with the 40 acres on the mule renege?
There was a general, I can't think of his name, after either the Civil War or I think it was after the Civil War.
Yep.
I know it was
What?
prior.
Actually, yeah, it was leading up to it. But go ahead.
Yeah, or prior to Reconstruction, there was a general who promised, and he promised the people who fought with him, the Blacks who fought with him, 40 acres and a mule.
So he actually promised 20 Black leaders.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So it was 20 Black leaders. Okay.
Right. So it was more like it wasn't really a promise. It was actually a real negotiation. It was a real deal that they worked out. So this is
you, man.
Right. So it was actually a real deal. It's like a paper. It was not something like that was just promised. You go fight. It was actually a real contract, a real deal that they worked out with each other. That if they helped fight in the Civil War, that they'll be granted 40 acres and a mule. Now, well, that was not that. That's the term we use now. But let me just ask you this: do you know what the 40 acres and mule actually represents? Because it's symbolic. Do you know what it represents?
No. Please tell me.
So it represents 400,000 acres of the Confederates' land. So there's going to be rewarded 400,000 acres of the Confederates' land, which that's what happened. So when they obviously helped win the war, Abraham Lincoln signed off without question, and 400,000 acres of Confederate land was awarded to Black Americans. Now, what they did was they divided the land amongst themselves, and it ended up being 40 acres to each person. So that's how you got that. But that term was like something that we named it afterwards. So it was divided to 40 acres each person. Now, but here's the white supremacy thing that you said we blame. So now after getting the land, because right after the land, what happened before there was the Homestead Act, where white people was afforded, white immigrants was afforded way more than 40 acres, way more than what we got. Like it was nowhere near. So they got land because they understood that tillable land was going to eventually appreciate, and it's going to be equivalent to wealth, which really happened. So that was Abraham Lincoln and that general way of giving us something for what happened to us during slavery and being deprived of any fruits of our labor. So we were going to get something to kind of catch up to a certain degree. So now when Abraham Lincoln got assassinated, I think John Adams was his vice president, he took over and gave the land back to the Confederates. So that's stripping land from us. Land was everything at that time. Land was money. It was everything. Everybody's coming over for land. Okay, so they took the land from us. So now we're starting back from zero because we was already slaves with nothing and we're being free with nothing, but now we're getting something. Okay, so that's a real legitimate thing to point at and say, hey, look what happened over here. Now, right after that, Abraham Lincoln also set up the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Bank, where we accumulated, I think, like $70 million in a short span of time, $70 million in that bank. Now, that bank was a white guy, part of that bank, and he pretty much sabotaged the bank. He invested in high volatile stocks or whatever he was doing with the bank. He like invested the money in high volatile things. He squandered the money very quickly. So the bank went from being plus 70 million to negative 3 million. So they squandered. So that's more money and land stripped away from us. Okay. So now after that, so here's the timeline. After that, you have the HOLC. the Homeowners Loan Coalition. It's well, before that, you had zoning laws. So zoning laws were kept us in our poor neighborhoods. So it was illegal to get out of our poor neighborhood and move in a more suburban type of neighborhood. Okay, so zoning laws. So now you had the GI Bill. You had a lot of things going at that time. You had the Social Security Act, but now, so this is real stuff to point at. So there's a whole paper trail to show how we were continuously locked out of wealth to up until 1968, like where it's legal to do it, where we're so far behind now that pulling your bootstraps up, that's out. Because just off the Homeowners Loan Coalition, just off the 1934 FHA, just off that to 1968, like they calculated that we missed out of 100, just home ownership only. We were locked out of $150 billion just out of home ownership, nothing else. So now when they try to say, okay, it's all good, integration, Civil Rights Act, it's all good, we're fair. It's like, nah, we're literally locked out of so much wealth. So the Homeowners Loan Corporation was to give white people from depression loans for homes that didn't have to pay back. So again, this is free. So white folks getting welfare like crazy. They're getting government assistance over and over and over throughout this country. The Social Security Act, they got the ADC, the welfare, all this type of stuff. We were locked out of welfare, government assistance for literally over 100 years, while all they got was welfare over and over and over. They never did anything by themselves. They always got a push from government. So now when 1968 comes, you got ADC, you got welfare, and then welfare morphed into TANF, which made it more strict. Oh, and don't forget about the Man in the House Act, where they literally came to black homes to see if a dad was there or a man living there, and they kicked off the program. So these are real things, and that just not even mentioning redlining, not mentioning house segregation and job discrimination, all these legal Jim Crow laws until 1968. And it carried on past that. I didn't mention convict leasing. So Alabama state economy was 73% of it was based on convict leasing, an illegal act, where they locked up black men for something little simple and then rented them out to different steel and coal mines forever. They never got out of it. They got the penis system where they told the farmers, hey, I gave this loan, just pay me back. And they always never paid them back. They always owed more than what they accumulated, than the labor they accumulated. So yeah, all these different white supremacist measures, right? This is white supremacy at work. Keeping us in debt, blocking us from equality, home ownership, keeping us just in our wretched situation. We can never move to the middle class. So now a couple of black folks actually got around the zoning laws, and they actually bought homes in middle class America. What do you think happened? White folks got together, either burned their house down or ran them out the city. So you have a history, a timeline, a paper trail of white America blocking us out of gaining wealth, taking our land from us, zoning us out, not giving us any loans, giving loans to everybody white but us. So we're not blaming. We're pointing at something and saying, hey, this is why we're in our position today. And this is why you're in your position. Your government help, your government assistance is why you're doing good. Yo, the 1933 Home Owners Loan Corporation, they said that single-handedly created middle-class America, while at the same time locking us out. So we're not blaming, pointing fingers. Well, we're actually pointing fingers, and we're pointing fingers for the right reasons.
Excuse me, FBA defensive. I just want to add something real quick. This thing about FBA pointing fingers about and complaining about racism or white supremacy. Listen, all that, even what you said and mentioned about the discrimination that FBA's endured up to 1968 and afterwards, let's just look at the first 50 to 60 years of FBA's emancipation. Okay, if we're looking at June of 1865 or June of 1866, up to roughly 1916, 1920, look at all of the cities and villages that FBAs built without government assistance while being heavily discriminated against.
Right.
But remember, that was the Reconstruction and the Jim Crow. We had, Wilmington, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Elaine, Arkansas, Ocoee, Florida, Rosewood, Florida, Seneca Village in New York, and a whole bunch of other places too numerous to mention. And they're gone as a result of these white supremacists hating, or what I mentioned earlier, bad mind, racists. They run up into these towns. They burn, Tulsa, Oklahoma, of course. Burn down FBA towns and villages. Remember, white supremacists and their lackeys alike love telling FBAs they need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Right.
These are people that have a history of doing that within the first 50 years of the emancipation. Now, we look at the first 50 years of the emancipation of countries in the Caribbean and Africa alike. What do they have to show? And I'm Jamaican descent. So again, for me to put this out here, this is part of house cleaning for me.
Right.
I put that to any Caribbean person, especially Jamaicans, those that were born and raised there, as well as those abroad. What have we had to show within the first 50 years of our emancipation of a reflection, a positive reflection of us as Black Jamaicans, not just Jamaicans with out of many, one. We're not doing that chimerical crap over here. We're not doing that chimerical crap over here because it's okay when we embrace everybody, right? But when you know what hits the fan, you're looking for allies. And by that time, you should already have certain things established where whoever you would initially look to ally with, they would want to align with you because you about your business.
Right.
And you have a track record to show it. So of course, naturally, and a lot of Africans and Caribbean states may not want to admit this because it just takes their asses. When you have to look at that, just the first 50 years, we could go to other aspects even before FBA's emancipation, where you could go back 50 years before that with Thomas Jennings, the inventor of the dry cleaning system and all that. We go back before that, but I'm just dealing with that part right there. Those 50 years between emancipation, the FBA's emancipation, and say 1918, all that what they accomplished and destroyed. Could you imagine if white supremacists, if they weren't so evil and they just stayed on their part of town and FBAs were on their part of town and just built with no interference? Could you imagine all of those towns that were destroyed, where they'd be today? Right. That's a thought. That's just something I want, especially the Caribbean tethers and the African tethers that are listening. That is a question that I put to y'all, and I wanted to burn in your psyche. I'll land my plane on that.
Yeah, now to piggyback off that. So now all of a sudden welfare and government system is bad. So again, we were locked out of it, all of our existence until after 1968. Now all of a sudden welfare is bad. So now now keep in mind, welfare is what kept this country afloat. Welfare is why you have a middle class. Welfare is why you got rich people here. Okay, so welfare kept this government assistance Now, I'm saying welfare because welfare is a type of assistance that extends from government assistance, but it's still government assistance. So, of course, welfare started in 1933 with this, 1935 with the Social Security Act. But welfare is government assistance. So, government assistance has been around. It's more American than American pie. Okay, so basically, I can even make this argument that we got welfare at the same time immigrants got it when they came over here after 1965, the Immigration Act. We got it when y'all got it. So we were here all that time, never got welfare. And now we're getting it at the same time as immigrants start to come over here since the 1965 Immigration Act. So, but now check this out. But when we get it, it's bad. Pull your bootstraps. You don't need welfare. You're the welfare queen. But meanwhile, immigrants come over here, welfare or government assistance. No problem. But with us, only us, welfare is now demonized. When welfare, and matter of fact, we got welfare.
Okay,
we got
human beings.
Welfare.
When you
we got
support
Candace,
us, we're going to
because even with the
sign
old
your
welfare,
autograph.
with the Man in the House Act, only a small percentage of Black folks was on it. We didn't really get on welfare until I think the 70s, like in large numbers. So, but now, because welfare is for needy people. It's an emergency assistance. That's what it is. It's supposed to hold you afloat. Now I disagree with people staying on it. And when he said Tariq and people should pitch science, I agree. Now Tariq, he's just one man, but I agree that most of us should be more STEM. That should be on our brain more. I've been saying that. Like, I'm pro science. So yeah, I've been talking that. Like, we need to be more scientific, literate.
Agreed. 1,000% on that.
But dependent
1,000.
But depending on Tariq. So now, if Tariq, if he had this college educational background, then I would say, yeah, hold him to that. But he doesn't have that, so I wouldn't expect him to be like this STEM guy, right? That's not his background in no way, shape, or form. He told you that he dropped out, so I wouldn't expect a high school dropout to be this STEM guy. But if he had the background of Cornell West and wasn't doing it, then I have a problem with it. So, but again, he's just one man. We got other folks, but he said NBA. Now, as far as that, the NBA rap thing, again, like, this just comes back to us being locked out of wealth for so long that people are just desperate. They just, like, we're no more desperate than Nigerians who undermine their own oil. They siphon the oil out of the pipes to sell on the bootleg market. So what we're doing with the rap and NBA, like, we're no different than another people who just desperate and want money to get out of this situation. Mm. Now, the difference between us and everybody else that I pointed out earlier, and you did, this for chaotic, is that we're the only Black people who never really got true independence. So we always still today, like, we're governed by our former slave masters. Like, they're still here, guiding and manipulating and maneuvering paths. They're still blocking certain things, opening certain things. Still here, still literally, like, right in front of us, dictating. Like, no loan here. Like, we're still getting lawsuits now for discrimination, and they had like little tests where they had a white guy go into a bank with the same credit score and same pedigrees as the Black guy. The white guy went in there, got a loan. Black guy going there, same everything, nothing. So we see these obstacles still there, present. This is not something like it's in the past and we're just struggling. We're dealing with mental, where we got. Again, the case, we're still facing these things directly now. And like you said earlier, if they just get out the way, we show them a pattern. You get out of the way, we flourish. As a matter of fact, I will more so say this: when we have government protection, because when the Union soldiers was around in the South, that's when that Black Reconstruction popped off, because we had protection. Mm-hmm. But once they pulled out, what happened? The KKK, Jim Crow, Black Codes. Yeah. Right. So once we feel like we're protected,
our money gonna be safe. Nobody gonna bother us. We flourish. But if we are thinking any day this cop gonna shoot me, when we're under that type of duress, yeah, it's gonna be different. And nobody else can say they really experienced that, because keep in mind, we're experiencing from a whole different people. These people are not, so largely, they're not us. They're not even black. They're not even you.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost every police station you go to, it's gonna be predominantly white, or white, Hispanic, something like that. Most of your employers are gonna be non-black. Most you go to the bank, most likely, on average, non-black. So everybody who can decide your fate and and when you're trying to level up, is going to be somebody non-black, trying to buy a house, trying to get a loan. Somebody non-black. So yeah, so to say that we're pointing, I can look at Africa and say, well, they're pointing too. Are they lying? Are they making up excuses? I look at Haiti, they're pointing. Like, they're coming over here as asylum seekers. Are they, pointing? Are they lazy? Are they blaming white supremacy? Or is something really happening? Yeah, so, it's easy to make that assessment. This is why I keep saying, it's easy to make that assessment when you come over here after 1965, because you really don't know what happened prior. Like, I gave that brief timeline, right, which I could be more in depth. Like, I just give a quick one so I won't be too long-winded in case he wanted to respond. I gave a quick one. And then we didn't talk about the Klan terrorizing and, blocking from voting and all this type of stuff. So, like, we had a lot going on, and we had a lot of white people trying to discourage us, either by law or literally physically in our way, threatening. So much so, we had to do a great migration. We had to go to other places. That's how bad the South. That's how bad they call it the rural South, or the violent Jim Crow South. That's how bad it was. It was a mass migration, they call it. He said, hell with this, man. We out of here.
But white supremacy doesn't let up, because I know, based on what you just broken down, pretty sure you would agree with me that great migration, it kind of repeated itself within the last couple of years with the illegal immigration, which was the icing on the cake, in my opinion, to what has been going on for the last half a century. Because the immigration laws for the last half a century, I don't think it was as bad, say, 64, 60, like in the mid to late 60s and up to the early 80s until maybe the 90s.
But
around the 90s.
It depends on what race you're speaking about. Like, because I'm studying the history of immigration in America. So it all depends. If you're talking about black folks, yeah, you're right. It was never that until they never came in large droves until after the 1965 Immigration Act. But Mexicans and white Europeans, immigrants, white European immigrants was over here like coming like flies, man. Yeah, and even like they call it what they call it. So you have old immigrants. You ever heard this term, old immigrants, new immigrants?
Yes, a couple of times.
Okay, so old immigrants will be your Western and your Northern Europeans. New immigrants, and this is what they said to themselves. New immigrants were your Southern and Eastern Europeans, as like they looked at them as like more tainted. So the 1917 Immigration Act, the Restriction Immigration Act, and 1924 Restriction Immigration Act was literally for Chinese people and Southern and Eastern European whites. Is to restrict them from coming in large numbers, because they felt like they were tainted, like they weren't Anglo-Saxon.
Right. Even though weren't many of them still, despite not being Anglo-Saxon, still labeled Caucasian?
Yeah, so they were able to naturalize after a certain point, become white. Even Mexicans were able to come over and become white, naturalize and become white. So it's very, the immigration is deep, man. It's tricky because people can talk about it, but it's a little more complex than what you're hearing on these airways. But one thing they said though, when they talk about the Transportation Act, but it was where Britain was dropping off all their criminals over here. It's either come to America as a indentured servant or die or face your charges. Of course, they all came over here. Okay, so now what they did was, now they recognized them as immigrants. They called that forced immigration, by the way, the Transportation Act. They said those people, they call that forced immigration. And then, so they said there was two type of people coming over here. They said that those folks, and they said slaves, and they made it clear slavery was not immigration. It made that very, very clear. This ain't that. Immigration was a choice because they didn't have to come. They could just face their charges because they did commit crimes in Britain, because like these were their have-nots, and they were shipping them off to North America. But also they could work themselves to freedom. They could naturalize at a certain time, and they get paid too. Right. They were not bred. So when slaves came over here, when the enslaved came over here, it's a whole different ballpark. I think we came over here 300,000 deep. I think they said the first wave. There's I think like 50,000 indentured servants from Britain, like 300,000 of us. But at that time, like at that time, they were trying to fill America up. So they was inviting like European immigrants from everywhere. Hey, just come. We'll give you land. We'll give you whatever. Right. Just come. So then like that got kind of wacky where it is like right now. And that's when they start to do like the restrictions. They feel like it was becoming overcrowded. And they had a problem with people coming over here and not buying into like, or assimilated into America. They're gonna bring their own language and kind of undermine the whole goal of what America's supposed to be. So for the Germans, I don't know if you noticed, but in the Germans, it was illegal to speak German in schools. Like they had to assimilate.
I was not aware of that.
Yep, they had to assimilate. And they made it against school policy to speak German language in school. So which
time period was this?
This was the first wave. This was like This is like the first wave because there are more German immigrants here than anybody.
Yeah, they come to learn that even in a certain part of Queens, New York, in the Woodhaven section, that was a predominantly German community a century ago this time.
I want to guess 18. I would think it had to become before the Civil War. But I think the timeline, because with the Transportation Act, that was like 1700s, probably late, like 1777. So the Germans had to come here either right after the Civil War. Yeah, it could have been 18, because in my mind, I got 1880, like 1880s. It could have been that time. And yeah, do you know all the Italians that came over here, what restricted them? So it was interesting. The Italians, they came over here in large numbers. Like, I'm talking about like 90% of Italians came, I forgot the date, 90% of Italians came before, I think like 1960. And then like after that, like 10% of what you see came afterwards. Like they cut them off completely.
Yeah, I thought it was a big wave like back in 1910 or 20.
Yeah, they let them come over here, and they had their moments. Man, bro, the stuff they went through. Dang.
Oh yeah, yeah. They've been through some. They and the Irish, they've been through some shit. But by the time the Italians arrived, it was a case where the Irish could be like, okay, now you're the kickball now. We were the kickball for like last 5-6 decades. Now it's y'all turn now.
Yeah, I didn't read too much about the Irish just yet, but I do know how they got over here. They had a famine, and Britain ain't want to do nothing with them. So like they were pretty much going to die. So they came over here like through starvation. They came over to Americas, but I don't know. I heard about some stuff they went through, but I haven't really looked into it. But I looked into the Italians.
The little I know about the Irish historically in this country is, they're not Anglo, and
Right.
they, the Anglos look down on them like they were the, they were the slow ones. They're not superior like them. I know it. One of my peoples from high school, she's German descent. And I remember her telling me once, her father's old school German, we talking with things like that. But anyway, fast forward, she's dating a guy that's Irish descent. I asked her about that once when they got married. I said, wow, your father gave his blessing with y'all? And she said, yeah. I said, because I remember, I asked because you did say you told us he's old school German, but I guess he looked at his now son-in-law initially as the consolation prize,
right?
Because I'm pretty sure he would have preferred his daughter marry another either German descent like her,
of course,
or straight up German. But that didn't happen. So he said, all right, I'll go along with that. I'll go with the Irish guy. So yeah, they've been through some stuff with their own. That's why I pay very close attention to certain things with FBA. I've learned throughout the years. I'm like, whoa, if FBA can get treatment like that from certain elements of society, who the F am I? And I'm not FBA.
Right. Hey. But like I kind of thought what you thought, like something similar. I thought about when I started to learn about all these different assistance programs. By the way, on the record, all of these welfare programs, these government assistance programs that was given to white people, they're all unearned. It was gifted. It was nothing they did or earned. So the Homestead Act, when they gave them all that free land, that was. I think they had like 100,000 acres each. It was a ridiculous number.
I know it was more than that based on what Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said in one of his lectures.
So think about Tariq, like he goes over this stuff, but he don't go, he be like, his lives, he'll talk some truth and he'll do some trolling. So it's not like he's educating you everything. So like he'll touch on some things, but just to give you like a window what he's talking about, but he don't really go too deep into it like that. So I think people just like dismiss it, like it's like nothing. But we really follow up on it.
Right, and that's another criticism I have of a lot of people, because you can't, we expect this one person to bring it all. I mean, if I'm listening to like certain things that you dropped, I was like, oh shoot, you know what? That's something I was going to research. I ain't going to hear and harangue you. Oh, well, where did you get this from that? I may ask one question or two at best. And how you respond, it's like, all right, I'm going to leave that alone. But I'm still going to research things. Like with the brother KD, with all due respect to him, he didn't answer my question when I asked
I can tell you exactly
about the economic sanctions.
Bro, I can tell you exactly where all my information comes from, bro. I document everything for that reason. Because we have we have a slogan here. Like if somebody call you out on a source, you have to produce it. So we say source up or shut up. So if you say something, you know, at any minute we can call you out on it, and you have to produce it or stop speaking about it right now. Wait until you get it and then come back.
Right.
Because it keeps us to a high standard of conversation. We're not just saying any old thing just to win a so-called debate. Like, we're actually trying to have an honest dialogue. We're sharing information because, look, if what you're saying is true, it's just true. There's nothing I can do with it. Right? It's just true. It might hurt, but it's true. And guess what? I'd rather it come from you than, or even KD, over a straight up white supremacist troll. It's gonna hurt worse when they say it. So I'd rather be prepared for it in advance, where now I'm like, okay, all right, they probably gonna say this. Cool. You know, I got like a little heads up a little bit. But what's interesting is that they say we borrow Tariq points. You can see I clearly don't. I got my own style, but they borrow their own same points. Like what are they saying different? They all say, oh, it's divisive. It's divisive. Right. They all say that. It's like, yo, they are the ones who are like saying the same thing, nothing different.
Yeah, I was kind of waiting for perhaps either KZ or Chaotic Truth to even throw that out there, the divisiveness. Oh, Tariq is causing division, and all these people. No, it's already divided. Listen, I'm a Gen Xer. Okay, so when we were kids, anyone who's a Gen Xer or baby boomer, you know what it was when we went outside and actually played. And elementary school age, we did stuff like picking up rocks and you know, those kind of things. But you notice when you pick up a rock, you see a garden, beautiful garden, flowers and green grass. There might be a rock there. But when you lift up that rock, and under that rock you see all the bugs and or algae or fungus and all that stuff. It was already there. It's been there for apparently a while, but no one noticed it because they're looking at the pretty flowers and the green grass. Now, someone had to know that the bugs and the grimy, slimy stuff was under the rock, but they didn't say nothing. Just ignored it. That's pretty much the same thing what's been going on. That's why I say a lot of Caribbean people and Africans, they are very dismissive. And some of you listening to this, you know I'm talking about you. Y'all very disingenuous, and y'all make it about this one or that one, or Tariq, and you know, in a couple of months' time, they'll find somebody else to point their finger at. But Tariq is the main one they point their finger at, and they don't realize there are people out here that's been talking about this. But with social media now, these things it's more magnified. It's quicker to be put out there in the public. So we can't ignore it. Can't be ignored anymore. Like I get up to these cats, they talk about, oh, Tariq, he's talking about rap and hip hop, and he put out the document, which I saw was phenomenal. I say, yeah, but I was telling dudes, you know, I didn't have video, but I remember some cats. I said, well, how y'all gonna talk about what Tariq put out? Some of y'all are full of it, because I remember some of y'all. I was telling, we would be in real time, barbershop talks. You know how that goes. Debate with y'all, and y'all talking about, oh, rap came from Jamaica. I said, how? By the time artists like Lieutenant Stitchie and Admiral Bailey, General Trees, dance hall, when that came out, by the time that came out, hip hop and rap music already had at least a decade in. In fact, a lot of the hit R&B and hip hop songs from the U.S., Uno, I make the remake. Y'all always make a Jamaican remake of that. That was the only type of Jamaican music I did not like.
Here comes the hot step, word up, I'm the lyrical.
No, not that one. That one was all right. That one was cool. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it was
I'm
a remix
talking about.
of a hip hop song already.
Okay, that I know, but I like that one. But for the most part, when they did the Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, there was a Jamaican remake of that.
Really?
Listen, go on YouTube and you put in Jamaican version of Billie Jean or Shinehead. Put Shinehead Billie Jean and see what come up. When it's out there, I'm telling you. I remember it as a kid, and I had a curiosity came to my mind a few months ago, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh, God damn. God damn.
Oh,
Is that one? And I think there was a Jamaican remake of Hold On, in Vogue's Hold On. I was like, oh.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
in Vogue? Really?
I think so. I gotta look for that. But that one with the Billie Jean one, I remember that one definitely I can't forget. And there was one with I think with what's his name? Sting. I'm trying to remember which one of Sting's songs they did, which it was you know, ain't nothing to brag. But my thing is, if you know how talented you are, you know, you don't have to keep doing that. I mean, way before Diddy was doing it in the 90s, we was doing that. It was like, guys.
Yeah, I don't even like when we do it. Like when we do like a remix of a song 10 years old. Oh shit! Like come on, man. Like get your own beat. Like be confident in your talent. To like like dare to be great. Go get it because there's a lot of beats out there that's good. Like go get another beat, right? And dare to be great. Like stop choosing a hit song like Crisscross, jump. I don't want to hear that beat again. Like get your own beat, or is Nelly is hiding? Now watch Nelly is hiding here. I guarantee you somebody borrow that beat in about 10, 15 years and make a song to that. Yeah, but the hip hop thing, I felt like it shouldn't have been that deep. You know, where people arguing and beef. I felt like that should have been like just a debate where people just sharing notes and history and that's it. Like it shouldn't have ruined relationships and all type of, you know, it shouldn't have been that serious to me.
It shouldn't have been, but you know, some FBA defensive, it comes to that in a way, the good thing, if you will, that comes out of that. You see people who they are too. You know, and especially how they express themselves. I have no problem, you know, again, the delineating that y'all been doing, I'm looking at this like, yo, this works better than most people tend to realize, because this is an excellent juice strainer, if you will. We got to strain the pulp of coons, Sambos, and all these house niggers amongst us. You know, these, what I would call, among other things, I refer to them as the out of many one people. Those type of people. Because if you're going to do something, you want to get something done, and the results, you got to know who to roll with, or who you want to roll with you. Because once you on your purpose and you doing what you got to do, you know, you're going to get the negative people who come too. So you got to have those filters in place. So you got, oh, no, later.
So I'm gonna say this, and then you guys can say your last thing. I gotta wake up 2.5 hours. But let me say this, and then y'all can say what y'all want to say, then we out. Lord Jamar. So my issue with him is that, see, Godfrey is proud to be Nigerian, right? He don't make excuses. He say it every chance he get. And you got other folks who are proud to be who they are. The thing, my problem with Lord Jamar is that he knows he's Guyanese, okay? But he's trying to leave a door open to imply he's like Black American, like FBA. Who you call Adolf FBA? And like, that's my thing. I was like, dude, you know you're not. And it's okay, bro. Like, you can still do everything you just did. You can still talk about hip hop. You can still do your show. You can still, you know,
speak your truth. Right? You don't have to be an FBA person to say what you said. You can be a Guyanese person saying the same thing. That's my thing with him. So he's going to lie and imply things where he's not saying it, but he's implying it. For example, my mom, so first of all, he claims tracing your lineage is so difficult. That's what he claims. It's so hard. No, it's hard for you, bro. It's not hard for us. So then secondly, because mine is traced and mine go back to beyond 1860s. But now watch this. It's so hard. And then the next thing is, well, my mom, I haven't done hers. I've done my dad's. It's like, dude, are you serious? Like, you don't know what your mom is? All right. And if now on DJ Vlad, well, not now, but DJ Vlad, he said his mom was adopted. So he said the mom, he's making her a mystery. And I know his mom, like, if she's living, she's like, yo, what the hell is he doing? Like, why is he making me this mysterious woman? Like, I'm a proud Guyanese or whatever she is. But he's trying to make her a mystery to leave the door open that he's FBA. He's like, dude, it's okay, man. So what I'm saying is,
I didn't know about that, about his mom's.
Yeah. So here's the thing. He's saying his father's from Guyana, and he's saying his mom he doesn't know. Right? Whatever. But what I'm saying is this. A Guyanese dad and a question mark mom doesn't make you FBA. It makes you Guyanese with a question mark. That's what it makes you. So so I'm gonna end it with that. So Keada, you want to end on something? You want to drop something last?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question, Unbiased. Or well, it's a series of questions.
Okay.
One, do you own a home? Two, do you have a bank account? And three, did you graduate from college?
No college graduate. Don't own a home, and I got a bank account.
Okay. Well, all my life, all I've known is home ownership. My friends, extended family, people I went to college with, had every opportunity possible to be anything that I wanted to be. And there was no white institution holding me back. And so that was to pretty much not rebut what you were saying earlier, but you were talking about systems that were in place to keep Black people back, like the Homestead Act and all that. So I just wanted to say, me personally, I just can't relate to that. And I'm not saying that you were wrong in what you were saying, but I understand the history, but there were also very wealthy Blacks in that time period. Madam C.J. Walker is an example of a very wealthy woman who actually lived next door to Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, who was instrumental himself in funding historically Black colleges. And there are so many very wealthy Blacks, even in that time period, that I can name right now. And what I could say about what you were saying about the destruction of cities or towns, they weren't cities, but they were towns. I could argue that the Black man should have figured out how to fight better. You just can't run up in Israel and the Jews are going to just sit back and let you do stuff to them. So is it an argument of white supremacy or just Black men are just cowards and can't fight? So I'm not saying that you were wrong. I just look at things from a completely different perspective, and I'm gonna end off on this. And I'm not saying that you are very polite, but I go into spaces and Black men talk tough, but they talk tough to each other, right? And what I'm saying is that well, why weren't your ancestors tough against racism and white supremacy then? So when people hear me speak, I get it. I don't tickle people when I talk, right? I don't say flowery stuff to people. I just say things that are just blatantly there, from my perspective, right? So one of my arguments, and I know you said you're about to leave, but one of my biggest arguments is if racism and white supremacy is real, and if it is global, then America is the lion's den of it. So why not just move to a place where it's the least amount of white supremacy, which would be in Africa, you know, assuming that white supremacy is global, you know. So I just pretty much look at the world totally different from a lot of people. You know, it's 8 billion of us on the planet, so I just look at it totally different, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that, you know, if there is such thing as white supremacy. But one thing I can tell you is my parents still own, growing up, my dad owned several properties and rented them out to people. And my parents live in a beautiful home right now. They're elderly now, but they still own properties right now in historical neighborhoods, you know. And what's so wrong with living amongst blacks? You know, why were those black enclaves poor? You know, I thought blacks were intelligent enough to maintain systems. So, you know, I ask a lot of questions about the past, man. I think the past is...
So let me respond to some of those questions. Okay.
Oh,
so
yeah, well, I was just talking about from my perspective. You know, I didn't... But, okay,
I wanted to just speak on that. So here's the thing.
Go ahead, sir.
So let me start with you first. You said your parents own a home. That's fine for you. All right. But I know about brain gain, brain drain, and brain waste. Okay. So I know when black immigrants come over here, for the most part, it's a brain gain for America. It's a brain drain for the country. I know that. And not every, I don't know where you're from. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to, attack you. But wherever you're from, I know that you don't represent the body of your people over there. Okay, wherever you are, wherever you're doing in America, you don't represent your country, right? So they're not living like you over there for the most of them. So you come over here, that's fine. You're doing great. Now, you probably just went to college, and you deserve what you got. I'm not saying you don't deserve it. I'm not saying you got a pass, and white folks just like there's probably obstacles in your way too, and you maneuver through them, and you did good. No problem, no issue with that. But now you said fighting. Okay, so I explained earlier, we did fight. So Robert F. Williams is one guy. So Robert F. Williams is one guy who was who started the Deacons for Defense, where they were defending the civil rights movement. Now he was in North Carolina, Monroe, North Carolina, where it had a population of 12,000 people. 7,500 was the Klan. Now the Klan was terrorizing black residents. Now only we have this type of history right here. I'm about to explain to you. We are 7,500 of the 12,000 were Klan. So you can imagine how many was us? Probably even less than that. Some small number. Because there's only how much left to go? 4,500 left. So it was a small population after the Klan made up most of the bulk of the city. Okay, so they terrorized us. They did what they did. Robert F. Williams decided, he was part of the NAACP, by the way. So he decided to come up with Deacons for Defense and have guns. Okay, now this is what we did, and no other black person in the city did. So now they outnumbered. He had 60 armed black men. That's it, 60, versus a population of 7,500 Klansmen. Okay, so now they wanted to come after a member of the NAACP because he was a civil rights activist. Okay, so Robert F. Williams said, if you do that, you're gonna be met with gunfire. Okay, he even wrote a book called Negroes and Guns, and I'm gonna tell you about his story. So this is so when you say fight, that's all we did, and we were totally outnumbered. No other black person can talk like this, but they were outnumbered. Y'all was always the majority and didn't fight. So we have the opposite reaction. We be like, yo, how y'all the majority and can't win? Like we're the minority, we're supposed to lose. Okay, but anyway, Robert F. Williams, the Klan went to do a drive-by. They bust their gun back, right? At the Klan ran. After that, the city banned the Klan from coming back. They passed a city ordinance that said the Klan can't come back, all because black folks bust their gun back. Only 60 black guys, armed, bust their gun back. The city said the Klan can't come back without the sheriff permission. So that was a complete W for Robert F. Williams and for black people in America. Now, watch this. There was a library. So he didn't stop there. There was a library that was segregated. They didn't allow black folks in there. He was like the first. If you know about First Amendment auditors, well, he was the first one because he went in the library and he brought black folks there and said, "No, we pay taxes here. We're gonna our tax money come here. We're gonna come to this library as well." He won that case. Okay, now 2 black boys was kissed by a white girl. This is all in the same city. Now, the 2 black boys were like 12 and 7. They got arrested and like was sentenced like 15 years, something crazy. Now she kissed them on the cheek. What did he do? He went, again, black, strong, powerful, fierce man. He went and went to the tabloids, the newspaper outlets, and he got co-signed by former President D. Roosevelt wife was speaking on his behalf. So much so that the pressure was the public pressure got so global, so national that they released the boys in a quick period of time. This is just one black guy. Now, he was defending the Freedom Riders. You know about that. So the Klan would try to intimidate them, bust their gun, whatever. So he set up his, he's fierce, a real G, a real black FBA fighter, was fighting against all odds. So, and he went and met with the Klan. J. Edgar Hoover tried to infiltrate him and came up short. Matter of fact, he stopped. He left him alone. Okay. So they were defending the Freedom Riders, and the Klan came shooting and they torched the bus. So what he did was he seen 2 white people in a car that was about to come into harm's way. So because we're FBA, even though we are war with white folks, we still got a heart for people, for mankind. So he brought them in their house for safety, and they were very grateful for that. But the cops spent the narrative, and even though they never said they were kidnapped, the cops spent this narrative and say he kidnapped them. So now there became an FBI APB on him. He became America's Most Wanted, FBI Most Wanted. Now that white couple never said he robbed anything, some kidnapping. This was the narrative. So he left the country momentarily. He went to Cuba, met with Castro, had a radio station over there, just some real FBAG stuff. He left there and went to North Korea and met with their top leader. And then he went to China and met with Mao Zedong. This is real history. Then he came back to America. He came back. So this is what most people don't do. So when we so-called flee, we actually come back. So he came back to America, known as a warrant by the FBI. He came to Michigan, and he was so thorough. The Michigan government, by the way, this is Jim Crow. The Michigan government will not extradite him to North Carolina because the white Michigan government said he won't get a fair trial. So he didn't want to put. So he got that much respect. He got international respect and he got national respect. Okay, so now when he finally allowed, well, actually, I think he just went to North Carolina just to face his charges, whatever. And of course, he got acquitted because of some nuances, but he got acquitted. So that's just one example of 60 black men down to 1 black man fighting behind enemy lines. This is not our own country. We're not outnumbering them. We're outnumbered, and he's pretty much by himself. So that's been our story in this country. We had hella race riots in this country, hella race riots, where we actually fought. Black Wall Street, I believe we had guns and we fought back. I don't believe we hid and ran. I believe they met them and bust their gun back. So we don't have this history you talked about. I don't know about that. I don't know about Black Americans, FBAs, ADOS fleeing from white supremacy. We always fought back, and we always fought back. When they called us the N-word during integration, they got a severe beatdown. So we always fought back, and sometimes we died, we got hung, or we got shot, or whatever happened to us afterwards. But we have a history of fighting back. Now, I can go to these African countries, and I can show they don't have a history of fighting back. Okay, I could run to their governments, I could run to their countries one by one and show you how they didn't fight back. They compromised with the colonization. Nigeria didn't have to sign those contracts with Shell BP. Nigeria sold their people out for oil. The Nigerian government disrespected the Ogoni people. Now you're the majority. And I gotta get on Jamaica because Jamaica's outnumbered the British 20-1. I mean, that's a clear beatdown, right? Never happened. So in all of these African countries, they were outnumbered 100 to 121. Now look at Rwanda. Look at the Tutsis and the Hutus, who let the Belgian government just play them for each other. The Hutus were more in number, right? They had a bigger size, bigger population. So the Belgians, what they did was they put the Tutsis in charge of, in a powerful position above the Hutus. So they kind of like spearheaded this Rwanda genocide. So now you guys do fight. Not you. But I don't know where you're from, but Africans do fight, and Jamaicans, Caribbean do fight. The problem is it's yourself. It's not ever the enemy. So, and then I explained why Black folks don't have much, because we had something. It was literally taken from us, or we were blackballed completely out of it. So now the Nigerian government, they could have spread that oil wealth with the public. They didn't. They could have strengthened their government. They didn't. They put it in their pocket, and that was it. That's what we didn't do. We never sold ourselves out on that type of level, where we literally watched us die for gain. It's not our history. So we were blocked out of wealth. We were discriminated. We were marginalized. We were redlined. And we still, like the brother said earlier, he said, in spite of all that, by the way, you said home ownership, but you didn't respond when I said right after the Emancipation Proclamation, there was a bank set aside for us, and we accumulated $75 million in like what, 5 years? That's a short span of time. Like, where does money come from? What were we doing to get this money? The bank in 90, 75 or $70 million. You can Google that. It's between 57 million and $70 million. That's what we did. Once white supremacy, which was white supremacy, once they were neutralized by us and with the help of Union soldiers, there's a bank set aside, a savings bank set aside for us, and we accumulated. Oh yeah, that's the thing was, it was a savings bank, but the white guy undermined it by making it an investment bank. So he started to, so now that was like killing the brand, because they pitched it as a savings bank and not an investment bank. But the white guy used the savings bank as an investment bank. He started to make investments. So people, he gave the bank a bad name. Then he blew the money. And that's one of the reasons, brother, why we don't have bank accounts. So when you ask us, do we got a bank account? And when some of us, I do. But when some of us say no, there's a reason for that. And that reason is just passed down unknowingly to us. We don't know that our great-great-grandfather had that experience, and he passed that, no banks, to his son, and his son unknowingly said, no banks. And that's how that kind of goes for the person who don't have a bank today. It goes like that. And back to the doctors. We don't go to doctors, we die. Well, why? Well, medical apartheid explains that. As guinea pigs, gynecologists founded off Black slave women. So we became, so forget about the Tuskegee, we become lab rats, period. In all of this time, we become lab rats. So there's a reason why we don't do stuff. It's not just because we don't want a bank account or we don't want to go to the hospital. It's because there's a long history in this country of us being mistreated, malpractices in these places, in these institutions. So that's why some of us probably don't got a bank account. It just ignorantly passed down from parents to parent to parent, that stemmed from a real parent who experienced or heard about, maybe he didn't experience, but he definitely read about or heard about what happened with the Freedmen Bank. So
there it is.
2 hours now. So you want something?
And, I just want to say real quick, I'm not going to, because it's late and I know everybody's tired, and there'll be other days or evenings where you can reintroduce the subject again, but I'll say quickly, without going into all the long drawn out details, Black folk did fight back. They didn't just stand around holding their hands praying like Mr. Chaotic Truth would like to purport and promulgate, that's a typical Caribbean, typical African thing. My parents own this house, and they always own houses, and my friends, and the college education, et cetera, which that's great. If he has that, but it's like, okay, how is that relevant to the conversation here, your personal or your familial accomplishments? When you came on the panel, no one was talking about their individual accomplishments, which there could be another show on that if we need to go there. But I digress. Black folk were fighting back. There's proof of that. Now, the numbers, totally different thing. I mean, if you have a town of, say, 200 black people and being attacked by, say, 800 white folk, and they're armed to the teeth, yeah, black folk gonna fight back. You know, even if they lose that physical battle, they didn't disgrace themselves. You know, they stood their ground, 10 toes down. I just don't, you know, I see that very disingenuous from chaotic truth to come with that. But again, that's typical of a lot. You know, there's some Caribbeans that I do know now that they won't tolerate that. I know some, you know, shout out to them, you know, some other Jamaicans that I know that, you know, we're like-minded on these subjects. Some Trinis and a handful of Haitians I know that we're like-minded, like-spirited on these subjects. So when you all, FBA, y'all delineate, trust me, I have no problem with that. Y'all have I think many FBA don't realize yet how beneficial your delineating is. I'm convinced some don't know yet. I'm like, yo, it's really helpful because we're really flushing people out. Really flushing a lot of the haters, the coons, the Sambos out. When these Caribbeans and Africans, they talk about, oh, black people in America, black Americans, they always talk about racism and white man this, white man that. When many of them themselves trying to be like the very people that they criticize you all of complaining about. So to those Caribbeans and Africans listening to this, how can you all talk trash about FBA trying, you know, complaining about white America? Y'all trying to be white. Y'all skin bleaching creams, hell, FBA women don't use, with all the accessorizing they do, you can joke about FBA women with the wigs or weaves, but one thing you can't get on FBA women about is them skin bleaching cream. You can count on one hand the amount of FBAs that may use skin bleaching creams in comparison to, say, a Caribbean person or African person. And I'm talking on average. But if someone got the numbers, hey, put it out there. Let me know. Educate me. I might be incorrect. But I'll leave it. I'll land right there because.
Right, so I'm gonna give Tariq the real last words, and then I'm not gonna say nothing back. We're going to bed. So, Caddy, you want to respond to anything we said, or you want to?
No, I mean, no. I'm glad that you had me on.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, you know, we can agree to disagree, and you know, man, if you're alive again, I'll check you out again, man.
Yeah, I'll probably be getting on Lord Jamal.
Sounds good. Peace.
All right, man. Good night, everybody. Peace.
Have a good night. None to you, peace and protection. Thank you for having me on the platform.
Thanks for coming. Peace. Pull up tomorrow. Saturday.
Yes.
Dating and life coach Mr. Locario will help you with his 30-minute game session. The Mr. Locario's 30-minute game session is a private one-on-one coaching session on the phone or through Skype. For 30 minutes, you'll get answers to any dating questions you have. To set up your 30-minute game session, go to MrLocario.com. That's MrLocario.com. MrLocario.com.
Listen up, family. Are you looking for some amazing beats for your next project? Then check out my man at DesmondABeats.com. He has hip-hop, R&B, pop tracks, everything you need to have a dope song. Go to DesmondABeats.com right now because he's running a limited time deal on beats and you don't want to miss out on this. He also has a song mixing and mastering service so you can get that crisp, tight sound. So again, go to DesmondABeats.com.
You look out your window and see people enjoying a beautiful day, but you can't because you need to wait for hours at the tax office to do your taxes. Those days are over. Let Who's Your Tax Man help you. We do tax preparation, individual and business. And best of all, you don't have to leave home. With our virtual tax prep service, submit your documents to our secure and encrypted portal. We use the same level of security your bank uses for online banking. We are licensed and bonded, and you'll get the maximum refund guaranteed. Call us at 1-800-951-9591, 1-800-951-9591, or visit us at who'syourtaxman.com.
This is the Fortune 500 marketer, Musa Ali. Are you an entrepreneur looking to brand your business, or are you looking for ways to level up your own personal brand to create a larger reach? Well, join me in Oakland, California on February 10th, and I'll give you the secrets on how to build a multi-million-dollar brand. To purchase tickets, go to universitybrand.eventbrite.com. Again, that's universitybrand.eventbrite.com. Spots are filling fast, so don't miss out on this opportunity to take your business and life to the next level.
What up, everybody? It's your boy Crispy, everybody, and I got a brand new video game app out right now, everybody. It's called Crispy's Biscuits, everybody, and you can get the Crispy's Biscuits app right now on the iPhone Apple Store, everybody, and you can also get it on the Google Play Store, everybody. As a matter of fact, everybody, it was the #1 game on Google Play all last week, everybody. The game is so exciting, everybody. There's 10 levels you can help me get through, everybody, where I'm dodging bottles of lotion, everybody, I'm dodging hair clippers, everybody, and I'm dodging taco meat, everybody. So get the Crispy's Biscuits game right now, everybody, at crispysbiscuits.com, everybody. Now I'm about to do my coon laugh, everybody.
Yeah. Oparas.com, that's the website. A lifestyle, way more than a name brand. Plenty apparel, yeah, they changing the game, man. To make you fresh, that was part of the game plan. And they talking financial independence. Oparas even talking health and wellness. You need to check this if you want to elevate. Oparas is the real deal, better get it straight. Hey, yeah, they got what you like, so ahead of the rest. So visit the website. That's OPARAS. Yeah, that's OPARAS. Oparas.
The most intense new video game app has now arrived. A medieval kingdom has been plagued with chaos and disorder. An evil force has dominated the land. And now it is up to the bravest knights to fight back the demonic forces and bring justice to the kingdom of the Moors. Play the newest, most exciting battle fight game app ever, Moorish Kingdom. Available at moorishkingdom.com.
You're now tuning into the King of Game, Tariq Elite, on Tariq Elite Radio.
Gentlemen, and also shout out to my people over in Zimbabwe and Dubai. I will be over there next week. I will be in Zimbabwe next week. What's up? Who's calling?
What's going on, Flex? This is Joe from Houston, Texas.
Joe from Houston. How are you, brother?
Pretty good, pretty good. Real quick, I got 2 quick questions. I ain't gonna take too long. I'm gonna get the hell up off your phone.
Go ahead.
Just one quick comment. I just discovered you not too long ago, and I have all 4 hidden colors, 1804. You really opened my eyes, bro, so I appreciate that. Question number 1. I wanted to get your opinion on this recent story I heard about where it was a school teacher who had assigned their students this assignment that said, give 3 reasons why slavery was bad and 3 reasons why slavery was good.
I heard about that.
And I was like, can you actually do this in school nowadays? And like, you look at this, like, how can you deny that systematic white supremacy is fake? How could you deny that?
Yeah, so that's why it's up to us to counter it. That's why it's up to us. We got to stop this thing where we're trying to convince them that white supremacy exists. They know it exists.
Right.
We waste a lot of energy trying to get, this is what we do. This is where black people fuck up. We got this thing where we're trying to get the white supremacists to confess. You see, we're putting all the power, we're giving them the power again. They are going to deny as long as they can. And the denial becomes so asinine and ridiculous. And we pull our hair out like, hey, that's ridiculous. You see this happening. You see it. We got this thing. Look, don't waste another minute trying to convince them to confess. They're never going to confess. Look at this thing with Donald Trump. Donald Trump had a meeting and he said that Africa and Haiti are shitholes. And one guy went out there.
You hear a lot of people saying, "Well, he's just telling the truth."
Yeah, but also
you hear a lot of people on the dominant side saying
but
that.
the people around him, the people who were in the White House, who was in that room with him, they're all acting like they don't know what he said. They're talking about, well, I don't recall him saying that. I do know he was using tough language. All of them are acting dumb like they don't remember him saying that. See, that's a code. They know what he said. They know it was racist, but they know how to stick to a code. That's how they maintain white supremacy, by being on code. We got to be on code about being empowered, man. That's all there is to it. Thanks for the call, though, brother. Yeah, we got to get off this thing where we're waiting on the white supremacists to make this big confession and then make them rectify what they've done. We can't wait on that, family. And it's very important that we start creating the tools necessary to empower ourselves. And one way to empower ourselves is to understand the obstacles that the white supremacists put in our way. And that's going to be a part of today's theme on the show, really about Black Americans being on our own as far as that front. And I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why later, but that's the whole theme of today's show, as far as really setting the foundation of global Black empowerment. It's going to be with us, Black Americans. I want y'all to really understand that. And that's harsh. It's not to shit on anybody from other countries. Again, I've been to several countries. I've been to the UK. Those brothers and sisters there are, anti-racism. Many of them, many brothers and sisters in Africa are anti-racism. But the thing is, a lot of the coonery outweighs a lot of the empowerment in a lot of these places. We're going to have to be real. And I'm going to touch on that. I'm going to really get deep on that. And I touched on it a little bit on Ustream. Well, not even Ustream. This my live YouTube show this Sunday, but I'm gonna talk a little deeper about it again. But another thing I want y'all to notice, because the white supremacists are really codifying their language and their messages. The white supremacist female knows that music will calm the savage beast. We got to stop acting like King Goddamn Kong when it comes to these white supremacist females. Shithole comments about Africa and Haiti being shitholes. Now listen to this woman. This is a female Trump supporter. Listen.
All right, peeps. I'm listening to the news and I have to laugh. President Trump tweeted, "Why are all these people coming here from their shit countries?" I freaking love it. I love this man. Oh my God. And you're going to tell me how many, we've all said it, we've all thought it, you say it among your family, your friends.
Ooh, I want y'all to catch what she's saying. Now, she's so comfortable and giddy now, she's telling the truth. I like when white supremacists tell the truth. We say it among family and friends. We practice racism in private, but oh, thank God Trump is letting us be open with our white supremacy. Thank you so much, Trump. This is what this woman is saying, basically.
Tell me how many, we've all said it, we've all thought it, you say it among your family, your friends, and he just freaking comes right out and says it. I love this man. He is freaking awesome. He is great. And he's right. Why are they all coming here? They're not assimilating into our country. Why are they coming here? Stay in your little shithole countries. Stay there. We don't want you here. What are you bringing to this country?
Well, and my answer to that, and look, you can't really be logical with the white supremacists, but the reason why their countries are quote unquote shitholes is because you white supremacists made them shitholes, because you control not only their country, you control the globe. You control every piece of resource on this planet, and you create the shitholes. You drain the resources, you sabotage these countries, you create wars in these countries, and you create all of the shitholeness. So it's the white supremacists' fault 100%.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing you bring into this country. I love it. I just have to laugh. I'm sorry, guys. He is the freaking bomb. He is the best. Love this.
Oh, listen to her slang. Oh, she thinks she's so down. You know what she said? This woman sounds like she could be a school teacher or something. Women like that, these are the kind of women who are school teachers.
Women like, they talk all that slang. Sounds like this woman used to be a school teacher or something. I would really like to know what her background is. Yeah, somebody in the chat room said she sounds like East Coast white trash. Yeah, it sounds like she's from Boston or some bullshit. You dig? But yeah, oh yeah, the bomb. He's so the bomb. Shut up.
This man, because look, he's saying what we all think, what we all say, and so on and so forth. It's just awesome. It's so refreshing to have a president like this. Just say what you gotta say. What do you gotta lose? Just say what you gotta say. Because let me tell you, more than half of this country is all thinking the exact same thing.
And that I agree with. I agree with her ass. I agree with her 100%.
Stay where you are. Why? Why come here? You don't assimilate to this country. You're not bringing anything. You're not. It's just. I love him. I freaking love him. And all the Democrats are up in arms. Everybody's going crazy.
Oh, she says, "Oh, everybody's up in arms. Everybody's going crazy." Black folks, I want y'all to understand, the white supremacists like this. I mean, she's almost orgasmic. You listen to her, she's almost orgasmic. They love when non-white people, especially black people, are getting shitted on. Y'all don't understand how orgasmic that is to a white supremacist. To see black people get shitted on, that's their identity. I mean, they wake up for this. If black folks couldn't get shitted on, there would be no reason for them to get out the damn bed. They would just kill over and die. There's nothing else to live for if black folks aren't getting shitted on. I mean, they wake up to that. When they're asleep at night, they roll over, get on Twitter to see what black folks can we troll. That's why they're trolling black folks all day. That's why they're on white supremacist websites like 4chan and Stormfront just all day whining about black people. That's part of their culture. White supremacist culture is, how bad are black folks doing? How can we shit on them? And how we can make that entertaining and fun and work. Like Neely Fuller said, the white supremacists, what makes them successful, they have meshed work and play together, where it's work because they get stuff done by dominating, mistreating, and controlling black people, and they made that fun. So it's fun to put in work against black people. See, with us, we don't think it's fun to empower ourselves. See, we think that's just hard work. It's more fun to be bullshitting around and trying to be on some intersectional shit. See, it's fun to be bullshitting, but when it comes to putting in work about empowerment, oh no, man, oh no. See, we got to make that fun. We got to turn empowerment into fun. We got to make work and fun mesh together. We got to master that.
It's just I love him. I freaking love him. And all the Democrats are up in arms. Everybody's going crazy. He said that. Oh, well, then that kind of suck. Truth hurts, doesn't it? All right, peeps. That's all I got right now. Because I love it. I just freaking love it. Peace out, peeps, and talk to you guys soon.
All the hip hop, all the old 90s, and you know what? It also, not only does it sound like she used to be a teacher, it sounds like she done fuck some niggas too. When you have, she's like a middle-aged white woman. She looks like she's in her 50s. That means she might be around 35, okay? She looks like she might be 50-something, but she might be 35. Just like, what's her name? Sarah Sanders Huckabee. Sarah Sanders Huckabee looks like she's damn near 60 years old. Sarah Sanders is what, 34, 35? You understand? But sounds like this woman here, she done fucked some niggas before. Some brothers done ran up in her back in the day when she was hot in college, and she done picked up a couple of slang words. Now she thinks she's down, but that's what that sounds like. And there's another video that I'm going to play. I'm going to play you the audio of a white supremacist female who went to the University of Alabama. She was a sorority girl. Her name was Haley something. What was her last name? I forgot her last name, but You know, I helped break this story yesterday, and the University of Alabama, they were retweeting me talking about they had a meeting and all this stuff, and they finally put out something where they put her out of the sorority, and they put this white supremacist female out of the school. They finally expelled her out of the school. Now, this is a younger white supremacist female. This is another one who she has that East Coast accent. Now, this white woman is from Jersey, but she was going to school in Alabama. And she went on a Snapchat, Instagram anti-black rant on Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday. Now listen to this.
Sorority. I've wanted to be an Alpha Phi since I was fucking in high school, and nobody fucking understands how much I love Alpha Phi. And now someone wants to stake my finta because I said nigger. You know what? Nigger, nigger, nigger. No, I don't care if it's Martin Luther King Day. Nigger, nigger, nigger. I'm in the South now, bitch. So everyone can fuck off. I'm from New Jersey. So I can say nigger as much as I want. Nigger, nigger, nigger. And if anyone else wants to fucking snake me on my fucking finsta for saying nigger, I'm in a fur vest. I want you to buy my fucking fur vest. Because fuck you.
Now, I want y'all to, now this one white girl is doing all the nigga, 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 nigga talk. But notice all the other white females in the background giggling with her. All right, don't be lost on that. She has a car full of her white supremacist female friends giggling in the background.
Go to Neiman Marcus and buy my fucking fur vest, cause fuck you. If you fucking snake me to my fucking sorority, that means fucking everything to me. Because fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I would literally take a...
Okay, so she got real comfortable and went on a nigger rant. And, you know, we made that thing go viral. Or people who have Caribbean parents or African parents, the first and second generation people from these other countries, a lot of times they simply don't identify with us. So they're not really trying to build or empower us or themselves with us. They're like, let me get mine and let me send it back to my country because I'm not like these niggas here. Now, I like some of the advantages I get that these Negroes have taken bumps and bruises for. But other than that, I'm not with these black Americans. Even black folks who were born here to foreign parents, they identify to the country that their parents are from because their parents have drilled into them, you're not like these black Americans, you're something else. As a matter of fact, you're a little better. Because we've never been enslaved over in my country. You understand? A lot of them have that mentality. And they don't understand whites. The emphasis of the Ism reality show, I'm focusing on Bree and Layla, and I just want to show sisters who can be funny, witty, entertaining, sexy, all of that without being ratchet, without it being some shit that's just embarrassing. They can be funny, silly, goofy, but it's not ratchet. You can be entertaining. Negative about black Americans, she's making excuses for them all day. When Trump said Africa and Haiti are shitholes, all of a sudden, Mia Love is like, wait a minute now. Of the black American masses, because they know we're the sleeping giants. They always have, quote unquote, America with massa. I'm going to show them what cooning is all about. You understand? Start letting folks know that. So I think that's going to be a real fun thing. And just to get the whole community involved, man, I think that's going to be a real, real fun thing. You dig? Anyway, y'all, that's been today's show, man. Y'all follow me on Instagram at Tariq Elite. Oh, yeah, follow Herpy Hotep, the Woke Walrus, on Instagram. Y'all need to follow that account. Real funny stuff. Herpy Hotep is Herpi Hotep on Instagram. Real funny stuff, family. And I am out. I'll holler at you guys possibly Sunday. I'll see. I'm going to be traveling, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing the show live on Sunday, but we'll see. I'll see where I am in the world. I'll be traveling, but I'll let you guys know. All right, man. Y'all have a good night, family.
But yeah, man, we just got to be on top of it. We got to be on top of it and stop letting these people intimidate us. And we got to let them know what the deal is and stop letting them run these Jedi mind tricks. Stop letting these people try to talk down at us.
You got to check them, because these folks sit up here and try to criticize us for stuff that they turn their little degenerates into heroes for. And I was going back and forth with one of these white supremacists earlier. Listen, black people, let me tell you something. And another thing, stop letting them play the whole black on black crime and the blacks are criminals and 14% of the population and 50% of the crime. Man, stop letting them run that game. The white supremacists are the biggest criminals on damn earth, and they don't have no hero class. I want y'all to really get that in your head. See, with black folks, yeah, we got knuckleheads, but we cover the whole spectrum because we are such a diverse group. Foundational Black Americans, we're very diverse. So we have some of the best and the brightest. We have some knuckleheads out here, but at least our best and brightest, we can balance out the knuckleheads because we have iconic heroes that are internationally recognized and respected. White supremacist society does not have any heroes. Who are they? Are there any suspected white supremacists in here? Who are your heroes? Their heroes are Kyle Rittenhouse, Daniel Penny, George Zimmerman. All of their heroes are damn degenerates. There's no balance to their degeneracy. All of their heroes are degenerates. We have morally superior heroes and icons. We have the Dr. Kings, the Malcolm X's, the Harriet Tubmans, the Sojourner Truths, the Frederick Douglasses, the Ida B. Wells, the Rosa Parks. Oh my God, the list goes on. Betty Shabazz. So many phenomenal icons. Dr. Cobb, Professor James Small, living legends. Dr. Claude Anderson, a living legend icon hero. Biddy Mason. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Neely Fuller. We have icons, Asa Hillard, Dr. Tony Browder. Oh my God, the list goes on. We have iconic heroes in Black society. Dr. John Henry Clark. We can balance it out. White supremacists don't have no heroes. The heroes are degenerates, right? Who are their heroes? And I was having a debate with a white supremacist, and he started naming some people. I said, who are your heroes? He said, Benjamin Franklin, Nikola Tesla, and a man named Henry Miller. Now, Henry Miller, he's a little-known guy. He's not really... This guy who he had his books banned because he was writing about his damn sex fantasies. That's your hero? Benjamin Franklin? A degenerate slave owner, he's a slave owner. That's your hero, a degenerate. If you were a slave owner, you're a damn degenerate. That's your hero. Nikola Tesla, who did some interesting things with science. Nikola Tesla was a freak. You know, Nikola Tesla was very moist, and this dude had a romantic relationship with a bird, a pigeon. Google what I just told you. I'm cutting his ass down with facts. Y'all didn't know that? Nikola Tesla had a romantic relationship with a pigeon. Google that. I'm not exaggerating. Just Google what I just told you. Then he said another hero in their community is Elon Musk. Lord. Okay. There's a class action suit where 6,000 Black people are suing Elon Musk company right now. Okay. All right. That's your hero? Okay. You just proved my point. Okay. This is what I'm saying. Their heroes are degenerates, man. So don't let these people run no game on us. Boy, we got a spirit that's unmatched. Well, we have that spirit of Mojara. Look at the hashtag up there. That's that spirit we have. We have the spirit of Mojara. That's unmatched, man. Let's get Dustin in here. Dustin, hop on. Dustin Tucker. Dustin Tucker, hop on in here. Yeah. Dustin? Where you at, Mr. Dustin Tucker?
Yo, what's up?
I'm good, man. How are you? Turn your microphone back on, Mr. Dustin.
My mic's good. What's up?
Okay, so what's on your mind, Mr. Dustin?
I'm just saying, like, you you want to sit here and you say that you are this, that, and the other. Like, it sounds like you are above me.
Now, why would you say that? I didn't say that.
I mean, I'm just saying it sounds like what you're sitting here perpetuating to all these people, that you're above me. Like, you're, defense, for whatever is above me.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, sir. Here's an honest question. Who are the heroes in your community? Who are the internationally respected heroes from your community?
I mean, heroes in my community, as far as like, why do I need heroes in my community? Like, why would I need something like that?
Everybody needs heroes to look up to and to attain to be. Right?
No, I don't need heroes in my community. I don't need somebody in my community to accentuate what I am.
That's not what it's for. All communities have some form of hero to that community. You don't have a hero? Your community doesn't have heroes, sir?
No, I don't associate myself with anybody of my community that is, sending coming to my defense. Like, I need to come to my own defense. Like, I don't understand where, whether it be white or black, like, why do I need somebody to come to my defense?
Who said anything about, I'm talking about a basic hero, somebody past, present, future within your society who you can look up to and say, hey, I would like to be like that person. I admire what that person has done. There has to be, because look, for in our community, it's Martin Luther King. That's one example. In our community, Foundation of Black American Community, Rosa Parks. So who's the Rosa Parks in your community?
Right, but what if there isn't that person in my community? Like, I don't necessarily feel like I'm black.
That's my point.
I don't necessarily feel like I'm white. Like, I feel like I'm in between the two, like, because I'm Native American, really. So, I mean, like, who should I, have that connection with?
Oh, God. What tribe are you supposed to be from, sir?
No, I'm not even saying from any tribe. Like, honestly, I identify primarily as white. Like, who am I supposed to have that sort of, connection with?
Oh God. Okay. I just don't want to hear this horse shit. I'm not gonna waste your time. I just don't want to hear it. He can't even get his damn lie straight. Oh God. Damn. I just don't want to hear it. He's gonna sit here lying. He's Native American, but yeah, I'm really white because I'm about to unwrap that Native American lie. Here they go. Because I'm about to really unpack that. He knew where that was going. I'm about to unpack that bullshit. So he had to change it. Well, yeah, I really identify as white. Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah. Yeah, don't let them run that Native American thing. Which is funny to me. What's interesting, when black people claim some of our indigenous heritage, boy, they act like, what are you talking about? But they let these Kenny Rogers looking white people sit up here and claim to be some damn Native American, a bunch of $5 Indians with no drop of Native American ancestry in you whatsoever. You dig? Most black people who's been here for a long time, Foundation of Black Americans, have some type of black indigenous ancestry, because some of the indigenous people here on this land were black people. And I really want y'all to start reiterating that too, because that's very important, because this is our land. We got to claim our damn land. This is our land too. We mixed in with the brothers and sisters who were brought over from Africa, and some of the ones who came over from Africa before Columbus. We mixed in with all of that, and we became an ethnogenesis group called Foundation of Black Americans. We became a whole new group. Who's giving the thumbs down? Mr. Ike Burner? Well, somebody was giving the thumbs down. I was going to get Ike Burner in here. All right. Let's get some of these other people in here. Let's get Briano. Let's get Briano in here. Let's get Briano in the building. All right, Briano.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear
I
you.
appreciate you. It's my first time listening to one of your spaces, so thank you.
Okay, my man. I appreciate
No worries. Just based on just a few things that I've heard, from the beginning, from the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, to your position on like the white supremacists, and I appreciate what you said about Elon Musk and all that stuff. I'm still kind of trying to see where you land, because based on all of that, it seems like mostly the Republican Party are more aligned with the things that you're against based on the conversation I've heard so far. So I guess my question is, why would you, or why does it seem like you would want the Democratic Party to lose? It seems like it's a spite situation, because of maybe you feel like they haven't done enough to move your position forward over the years, but wouldn't that be kind of counterproductive?
Why would I support the Democrats?
No, not support the Democrats, because earlier I think someone called in and you said we have to make sure that the Democratic Party loses, and I think one lady called in and said she's gonna stay home. Why wouldn't you encourage? Maybe it doesn't get you all the way you want, but at least it gets you further away from something that you're completely against, which is the white supremacy, the Elon Musk of the world, and the Republican Party in general.
Oh, brother, the deadliest white supremacists are the Democrats, sir. You think the Democrats ain't run by white supremacists?
I won't deny that entirely, but overtly you can see it. I mean, just go through Elon Musk's feed, right? You can see it plain as day. Great replacement theory he's pushing. He just met with Trump. So it seems like the Republican side are overtly pushing. Remember, they overwhelmingly supported Kyle Rittenhouse. That's one of the reasons why he got off, which I think he should have went to jail. You know what I mean?
And see, that's the trick. The Democrats supported Kyle too. The white liberal media, which is Democratic liberal run, they sat there protecting Kyle too. That area out there, and those, look, a lot of these areas where black people are harmed and all of this weird stuff happens, a lot of this happens in Democratic run cities. When Mike Brown got killed, that was a Democratic run city. When Eric Garner got killed, Democratic run city. Up there in Minnesota, when Philando Castile got killed, Democratic run city, and they don't do anything. They sat here and let black folks get slaughtered and sat up here pointing the finger when Trump got in office, talking about, oh, look at Trump's America. No, we were getting slaughtered under the Democrats. Obama, when we were getting shot down in the streets almost every other day, their administration didn't punish anybody. Zimmerman, nobody. So the problem is, we've been supporting the Democrats. See, we haven't been supporting the Republicans. We've been supporting the Democrats overwhelmingly in high numbers, and they sat out here and let us wither on the vine. So this is why we're letting them know, hey, it's time for y'all to pay up. And they're turning around, tooting their asses up to us, and we're going to turn around and toot our ass back up to them. That's where we are with it right now.
All right, fair. I appreciate that.
There you go. Thank you so much. Get some more people on here. Man, no, we're not going to do the Republicans are the open racists. See, the Democrats love to do that. Whenever they talk about racism, they like to point the finger at Trump and the Republicans. So I'm not going to let them play that game, because y'all doing the same shit. Y'all opening up the floodgates and letting these people come right into these black neighborhoods to stomp down on us. You dig? At least Trump them ain't doing that. Man, Jacob Frank. Let's get Jacob Frank in here. Jacob Frank. All right, Mr. Jacob Frank. We got over 1,000 people in here.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. How are you, Jacob?
I'm all right.
All right, so what's on your mind?
I guess what you guys are talking about. I was going to ask you, so you think like the 15-year-old girl like getting her head smashed in, going into a coma, is going to be the pinnacle of the black self-defense? Is that the fight you're willing to make?
Well, number one, she isn't in a coma, and we're looking at it the same way y'all did with Rittenhouse. That was your pinnacle, and you guys set a precedent, so that precedent should apply to the black girl, right?
Oh shit, yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Kyle Rittenhouse, yeah, that's completely analogous.
How so?
It's actually disanalogous. I was being sarcastic, but because there was 3 days of riots, there was months and months of riots of whatever you guys wanted to fight about George Floyd, do you know there was anti-fascist firebombing the United States Greek embassy in Greece, like 2 days after George Floyd happened?
You're right.
Yeah, so obviously I know you're on the same page, and I was going to ask you this, but I think you're on the same page. You don't like Democrats too. I was going to ask you, where did the Black Lives Matter riots go? Where did the Black Lives Matter movement go? Did the senile pedophile in chief quell your guys' angst?
I don't know what you're asking. You're trying to be sarcastic and witty, and it's falling flat. Just ask me some straight up and down questions, because these are just, you're just making little statements.
Okay, well, I don't have any questions. I mean,
right. Okay, you're trying to be witty, and it's not working, sir. Let's get to the nitty gritty. So, with the George Floyd thing, do you agree with Chapin going to prison for murdering George Floyd?
No.
Okay. So you think that he should have sat there and lynched that man?
I mean, I think he could have kneeled on my neck. I wouldn't have died. I think George Floyd had like 4 times the amount of fentanyl in his system. He was saying,
luckily that I'm white and I say so stuff didn't work, and Chavin is in jail getting that ass poked with a shank. So that I'm white and I say so didn't work this time, sir. So we're not doing the I'm white and I say so no more. That's not going to work, because y'all, that's called white supremacy. You want to practice this weird lynch mob white supremacy stuff, and with this isn't the 1950s anymore. There's repercussions for that stuff. You understand?
I definitely understand, but
there you go. All right, and Chavin is getting some fentanyl poked out of his ass in prison. You shouldn't kill people. You don't want to get poked in prison. Don't kill nobody. You don't want people turning up and bombing embassies and all of that. Don't do no degenerate murder on video like that and make the country look bad. That was a bad look for this nation. It's always black people, foundational black Americans, having to smack the people around to produce some damn justice and some moral dignity, because the white supremacists want to bring their filthy, degenerate mindset and put it on display for the world to see. We always have to be the moral real to reel everybody back in to make it seem like this society has some damn sense. You don't sit around here killing people when you are sanctioned by the state to protect the community. So that degenerate white supremacist mindset, that is a cancer, and foundational black Americans are here to produce justice to eradicate that cancerous mentality so that we can live a harmonious society like we got some goddamn sense. You understand? And if there's a situation where a white girl who can't fight runs up on an innocent sister, and the sister has to knock some sense into her, unfortunately, if you guys set a precedent for self-defense, that self-defense should go to that 15-year-old girl.
So you would be outraged if Kyle Rittenhouse didn't happen? You'd be outraged right now?
No, what are you talking about?
You're bringing up Kyle Rittenhouse for...
Yeah, and many others. And many others. Kyle Rittenhouse is just the most blatant one that a lot of people in your community, they love running around talking about self-defense.
Hold on,
self-defense.
So can I actually ask you some anthropological questions?
Here we go. Yeah. What's that?
Because you're saying your community, and first question, do you think like maybe if you label someone a white supremacist and they're not one, do you think that trivializes white supremacy?
No, because if I say somebody's a suspected white supremacist and they do something that a white supremacist does, that puts me on alert. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse is a suspected white supremacist, right?
I mean, I think he's just like is he autistic or something? I think he's just some kid who knew how to shoot.
Y'all don't stop every time. Y'all, it's all like, what did I say the other day, guys? Whenever these suspected white supremacists go out here and become degenerate murderers, either it's some weird self-defense or they have some mental disability. There was a black autistic kid out here in San Bernardino who just got gunned down by the San Bernardino police. I don't want to hear that bullshit. They kill autistic black children all the time. They don't coddle them like a Kyle Rittenhouse, okay? So we're not going to play that game. But let me get some more calls. Thank you, Jacob. I don't want to hear this horse shit. Okay, I don't want to hear it. Okay, I'm just not in the mood to hear white supremacists babble. Oh Lord, now Kyle has a disability. I don't even want to entertain that. Here they go. When they go shoot up every damn thing. Oh Lord, no. Well, his mama took a pill when she was pregnant.
Oh, Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, I know he was eating people, but when his mother was about to give birth, there was some Pfizer medicine she took and it made Jeffrey crazy. Well, how come everybody else ain't eating fucking people then? If Jeffrey mama took this pill and it made him a degenerate ass sexual cannibal freak, how come everybody else ain't one? They got a damn million excuses for everything. Nobody wants to hear it. And we're not doing the I'm white and I say so. Black folks, just shut it down. Black people, we ain't trying to hear I'm white and I say so. Well, I'm not trying to hear that George Floyd has some fentanyl. Like we didn't see that man get lynched on video. You're not going to play I'm white and I say so here. You're not going to tell me I didn't see what I didn't see. Stop it. That's I'm white and I say so is white supremacy. And black folks, don't be silly to go along with that nonsense. The Test boy, you keep putting the hop on Test boy. Mr. Test boy, hop on. Mr. Test boy, hop on, sir.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yes, sir. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Tariq?
I'm good, Test boy. Where you from?
From Chicago.
There you go. You're a black gentleman, Eritrean, Hispanic, white. Where you from?
I'm Hispanic.
There you go. From Mexico or Puerto Rico?
Mexico.
Okay. How long you been up there in Chicago?
For 20 plus years.
Okay. Well, you sound pretty young. How old are you?
I don't want to dox myself.
And anybody trying to dox you, but you sound like you're just kind of making stuff up as you go along.
Yeah,
Yo,
I'm actually
Tech
not
Boy,
even
you great,
Mexican,
but
by
let
the
me
way.
interrupt you for a second. Hey, Tariq, I have a question.
Wait, let me go first.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me, Mel, hold on. I'll get you back in a minute, Mel. Hold on.
Yeah, we spoke before. I'm from Greece and Italy. We were speaking about something else.
You're really from Greece and Italy. Okay, so why'd you lie? Come on, dude.
I don't know. I was just trolling, but
That's what
but
I can tell
earlier,
you. Go ahead.
you were saying you wanted somebody to list the white heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you would allow me to list some people.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Who's not degenerate? List some people, some white internationally known heroes.
Yeah, I got you. All right, you ready?
Who's not degenerate? But go ahead.
All right, Aristotle, Alexander the Great, Henry Ford, Shakespeare, Isaac Newton, Leonardo da Vinci, Nikola Tesla, Plato, Socrates, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Thomas Edison, George Washington, Charles Darwin, Galileo, Machiavelli, Benjamin Franklin, Christopher Columbus, Constantine the Great, Caesar Augustus, Mozart, Copernicus, the Wright brothers, Walt Disney, Beethoven, Marco Polo, Peter the Great, Voltaire, Homer, and Alexander Graham Bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, I'd be here all night debunking this shit. Okay.
So I'm just wondering if you could compete with a list like that. I'm just wondering.
Okay, Lord, where do I start?
Yeah,
Alexander Graham Bell.
I know you guys created peanut butter, but like I'm trying to hear something like influential in the world.
Okay, well, you mentioned Henry Ford. The person behind who the peanut butter person who was behind Henry Ford was George Washington Carver, who was doing all of the scientific work behind the scenes for Henry Ford. So and you said Alexander the Great, really somebody who was out here raping dudes and stealing pussy. Okay, all right. Thank you. Sir.
Really? That's what you're gonna attribute him?
Really, that's too easy to. Okay. Do y'all want me to waste? I can debunk damn near every name he named. Lord, Aristotle, the people who learned from black folks. Okay, all right, those are your heroes. Those are people who went over to Egypt and learned from the black folks in Africa. Okay. Lord, Da Vinci, who was up here, bussy snatching. Okay, whatever. Okay. Some of these people you named were degenerates. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Man, Columbus, Christopher Columbus, who came over and genocided a bunch of people. That's your hero. You're proving my point, dude. Damn. Okay, you just proved my point, man. Lord. You just sat here and proved my damn point. Napoleon, who tried to genocide people too. Okay, you proved my point, brother. Who tried to genocide the Haitians and they fought back on his ass. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you kind of proved my point, man. All your heroes are degenerates, all right? Your heroes are a bunch of murderous, genocidal damn degenerates. Those are your heroes. That is my point. Or thieves who stole game. Now, Alexander Graham Bell was getting the game from Lewis Latimer, from black people. Degenerate thieves. I don't really want to play this game. You notice these people are proving my point. And look, you had to dig back real deep to find some heroes. You had to dig real deep. And a lot of these people weren't even considered white. You said Beethoven. Beethoven was basically a mulatto. They called Beethoven a Moor. Yeah? You better learn some history. That's what I say. I'll be here. That shit, I'll be here all day debunking that. I can spend an hour on each of them names slowly debunking all of that shit. Dude, that's too easy. That's too easy. I'll let y'all handle that. Y'all handle that in the chat. When y'all catch him and please debunk. It's too easy for me. I don't want to wait. That's too easy. Even the dude had to dig way back. You had to dig back centuries and still pulled up some damn degenerates. Alexander the Great, bussy snatching ass Alexander the Great. Okay. Okay. All right. Who's out here tearing bussy up out here in them damn Middle Eastern streets? All right, that's your hero. That's your hero. All right. That's my point. Your heroes are degenerates. So he's not lying. Those are your heroes. All right. Our heroes aren't bussy snatchers and murderers. Notice our heroes are honorable people. They don't have to shoot people and commit genocide. That's the great thing about foundational Black American culture. We have a bunch of non-genocidal heroes who we can turn to and say, hey, look at these people. These are upright people. You dig? Let me get some more calls in here. Oh, goodness. Okay. Lord. Empress. Let's get Empress Lyric in here. Empress Lyric. All right. Hop on, Miss Empress.
Good evening.
Hi, Miss Empress. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for having me up.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you. What's on your mind, dear?
I had a quick question for you regarding your
Yes.
perspective on the process of the thought of people thinking that the parties of the Republican and the Democrat are actually the same bird, different, same bird, different wings, or you know what I'm saying? How do you feel about that? Oh, you don't? Let me explain.
No, I do.
Oh, you do?
I think it's the same. They Go ahead.
So how do you, I guess, so feel about that perspective?
Well, here's the thing. My thing is, when we're dealing with two evil entities, my thing is, okay, which one of these assholes gonna give me something? That's all I want to know. Because I'm not here to be liked. See, we don't have to like nobody. These are business deals. We got to look at this as business deals. When people do business, especially in the dominant white society, they don't like each other. It's all about what they can get out of the business deal. Let me tell you something. Living out here in Hollywood and working with Hollywood, I would go to different meetings with some producers and we'll talk about developing a show or whatever. And then about a month later, one of the producers I'm talking to is at a whole different company. They done started their own company and they're rivaling the company that they were just with, that I just had a meeting with them. They would do that all the time. They'd be friends and then they'll become rivals the very next month. And then they're trying to bring me over. And so they look at things, it's all business, not personal. In the 1960s, the person who actually got the Civil Rights Bill signed was racist ass Lyndon B. Johnson. Now, Lyndon B. Johnson, right after Kennedy got assassinated, Kennedy was, running around here kissing black babies and all of this stuff. acting like a friend to Black society. And Malcolm X was calling him out. And after he died, later on in the 60s, Black people started turning up, and Lyndon B. Johnson was the one who actually signed the Civil Rights Bill, was forced to do it because of the grassroots turning up. And Lyndon B. Johnson, boy, he's on tape. There's secret tapes of him using the N-word, calling Dr. King a nigga. He sounds like a typical redneck, all right? But he got some shit done that we needed done. You dig? That's all it is for us. It's business. So with Republicans or the Democrats, I'm not here to be liked. I don't want to be up in the, y'all don't want to sit here in a church singing with nobody. I'm not trying to hug on folks, skinning and grinning and eating catfish nuggets. What are we going to get as foundational Black Americans? What type of tangibles? If Trump has tangibles, let me holler at Trump. The Democrats have tangibles, we'll holler at them. If an independent have tangibles, we'll holler at them. It's business. That's all we have to do. So whoever has some good business deals, that's who I want to roll with. Now let's get Mel. Mel Gibson, person, hop on. Now your name is Martin something, so you changed your thing. Okay, Martin. Wait, no. I tried to get Mel Gibson up. Hold on. Okay, what's up, Martin?
Hi. So I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, when you talk about whites and you talk about blacks, why do you separate blacks, Black Americans from Black immigrants, but you don't separate whites from Jews?
Because that's a religion, and Jew is not a location. You know what I'm saying?
There are a lot of people who a lot of Jewish people who identify as atheists, but they still consider themselves ethnically Jewish.
I don't know what their ideologies are, but a lot of them are still white. See, I don't really break white people up like that, because the white supremacists, here's the thing. Whatever religious background they have, they all operate as a unit when it comes to us. That's why it's different. With Black immigrants, they don't operate as a unit when it comes to us. Too many of y'all will come over here and get with the white supremacists against us. Y'all get off code. That's the problem. Whites and Anglo whites and Jewish whites, when it comes to Black people, they find a common ground and they all get on code. They put all of those little differences aside. That's why I don't let them break shit up when they try to talk about racism. Well, it was really the Jews. No, it was really the Anglos. They play that game. We were enslaved by Anglo white supremacists, atheist white supremacists, Jewish white supremacists. All of them were on code selling us to each other, to each of them rather.
So
yeah, I don't
are
break them up.
Black people victims of white supremacy too? Just like how
Yes,
all
they
whites are white supremacists. So shouldn't you like differentiate like between like Jews who control the hip hop industry, for example, versus the white Christians who tend not to do that?
Now, should I separate the Jews who control the hip hop industry? What do you mean?
Jews control hip hop. Like they just put a black face in front of it, but
no, they don't. No, they don't. They control the record industry. They don't control hip hop. Hip hop is not just the record industry. They don't control hip hop.
Yes, they do.
If I want to have a hip hop concert tomorrow, I can have one, and I don't have to have a Jewish person or a white person do anything to stop me or help me or intervene with me doing that. So what are you talking about?
Well, they do control like the entertainment industry. And
the record industry. They control the record industry.
Entertainment industry. And I think that's why like a lot of like blacks in that world don't criticize them or can't say anything about them. So it would be better if like people like you can separate like Anglo whites and Jewish whites.
Why? Because what's the difference between an Anglo white supremacist and a Jewish white supremacist?
They're different. Like
how so?
So Jews, like they there's a sector of this society that pushes all of this degeneracy, and they put an FBA face on it. And
Anglo society does that too.
And there's a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood who do it too.
And Anglos too. So yeah, what's the difference? There's no difference. You're just proving that there's no difference. Anglos do that too.
Which Anglos do it too, because it's primarily Jewish people who control Hollywood. So,
and all of the entertainment sectors, all of the white supremacists do it. Name the Anglos who don't do it. I mean, all of them do it. Every network. Now, Jewish people don't own every single network, but all of the networks portray us in a disempowering light. So there's no difference.
So there's no difference between a Jewish or white supremacist and an Anglo white supremacist. They're just white supremacists, but when it comes to blacks,
right? What's the difference?
You guys divide it into like Caribbeans, Nigerians, FBAs, but we're all victims of white supremacy.
And here's the thing, sir. The way we react to the victimization is different, because foundational Black Americans, we challenge the victimization.
No,
a lot of y'all kind of go along with it.
You guys have been losing. We have been losing because you can't show me an FBA society where FBAs control the society, where it's prosperous. You guys build societies like America for your masters, but you guys don't. You guys can't run a society as well as whites.
Right. What society has your culture ran?
We haven't run any society. Blacks all over the world have been losing.
Right. So white supremacy is global. What part of Africa are you from?
I was born here, but my parents are from Nigeria.
And sounds like, with all due respect, you've been buck broken, sir. So you're not going to really fight white supremacy. And you fled from that. Your family had to.
What does buck broken mean?
Okay. Well, have you seen my movie Buck Breaking?
No, I have not.
Okay. I'm trying to be nice about it.
Okay, it's just someone being gay.
Yeah, okay. We can say that, okay.
Yeah.
So when did you get turned out?
When did you get turned out? You're the one who's so concerned about someone being gay. I think you're projecting. Yeah, I can see why the Jews give you the money, Tariq. I can see why. You do a lot of I hope you do well. You do. I hope you do well. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not even trying to be funny, brother. I'm just saying it. I'm not trying to be funny.
I don't even care about being gay or not. I just want you to provide an argument.
Brother,
I'm gay.
Brother.
Okay, prove me wrong.
You're gay. You're gay. You're a gay
yes.
man. And that's okay.
Okay,
that's
now
okay.
prove me wrong. Where can you point to a society where FBAs run it, where they can where they're prosperous? Name the place.
Now, we don't run anything because we're still under the thumb of white supremacy. But the thing is, we've carved a niche so that we can be prosperous and other Black people can be prosperous. And that's why you fled over here. And we're prosperous and you're allowed to prosper because somebody had to challenge these white supremacists to say, hey, enough is enough. We're not going to sit here and starve now. You're not going to have us do all the work and we're going to pay taxes and we don't benefit from some of the resources. So somebody had to fight for that. Everybody couldn't be buck broken and everybody couldn't run. Somebody had to stand up to these degenerates, and that was foundational Black Americans, because you weren't doing that in Nigeria. Y'all let these white supremacists come take over your homeland, and you're the majority over there, and they still over there whooping down on people now, and y'all got all of those different tribal beasts, and nobody's on code, and y'all can get shit popping if you got rid of the tribal beasts.
FBA's beef too. What happened to your nephew that got shot? Wasn't he beefing with another FBA too?
No, just some goofy Negro who was pussy.
Oh, was that at the Tether? Was the Tether who shot you? did the tether shoot your nephew?
Well, somebody shot in your bussy, but that's
Your
besides the
nephew
point,
got
sir.
shot. Your nephew almost
We're
got
talking.
killed. You should
I mean,
be
I mean,
more
we're talking
concerned
about
about the
shooting.
crime in your community rather than
Zaddy is shooting in
tethers.
your bussy. So Zaddy is shooting in your bussy.
So
So that ain't got
you
nothing
don't
to
care
do with
about your
anything.
nephew
So
then? You
my
don't care
nephew is
about your
fine, but
nephew. He got shot.
my nephew is fine, but how's your bussy, sir? It sounds sore because of it getting shot up in and you running. So
Your nephew,
we're talking
your
about
nephew.
you're talking about non sequiturs. Stop trying to be witty and let's get to the nitty gritty. All right, sir, you fled for a reason. We're
Your
talking
nephew
about the
should have
tribal.
fled the hood.
Well, no, at least my nephew Bussy ain't spread open, so he's good. All right,
But he got
take
shot.
a bullet.
He almost died.
We can. They sewed up the bullet wound. They can't sew up your bussy. So
But
there's a
he's
big
almost
difference.
dead. So what about
and your bussy got killed. So all right, he's alive, and your bussy
and
is
your
dead.
nephew almost died. So did he visit him in the hospital? Like,
well, sir,
why didn't you?
Did Zaddy visit you in the hospital when they cracked your bussy open and had to get that gerbil out? Did they visit you then?
Did your nephew flee the hood? Did he at least try to flee the hood so he wouldn't get shot by like a tether?
My nephew is fine. Did you shoot some bushmeat and bring that over here when you fled? Did you do that?
Well, okay, I actually have an interesting story. So there is like in Baltimore, they found that in 50 schools attended by Tethers, none of the Tethers actually met the standards in math and reading in Baltimore.
Sir, you don't want to go there because over in your homeland, y'all still
No. I'm saying, yeah, the Tethers.
Sir, I don't know where you're going with this, sir. You're just saying random stuff. But sir, when you flee, you're not really at liberty to come over and wag your finger.
No. Yeah, exactly. The Tethers failed in their homeland and they come to like schools in America and like Baltimore, and none of them can meet the standards in math and reading. They failed in Africa, and like I read a story that said that in all of the school districts with a majority African Americans, in majority Tethers, that there was not one student who met the standard in math. Tethers.
Okay, so what's your point?
Yeah, so like maybe there's something to it. Maybe I don't know what. Like we failed in Africa, and we come here, and it's such a gigantic failure because there's districts with Tethers all over the country where not a single Tether student actually met the standard in math.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that's why Tethers are bug broken. That's why they don't run around claiming that they built a great country, because how can you build a great country if in like the Baltimore public schools with a majority of Tethers and all of these Tether majority school districts, not one student met the standard in math.
Okay. But the Baltimore school system...
That's a failed culture. So that's a failed culture.
Okay. I mean, I don't get what your point is, because some of the school districts, they're run, the school districts over here, a lot of them are run by the white supremacists. Now, when we look at black independent schools, some of the black kids are passing with flying colors. So it's really about who's teaching the kids and what's the curriculum.
FBAs get like the highest SAT scores out of everyone. FBAs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they get the highest. Like everyone wants to move into FBA neighborhoods. They're applying to Harvard and MIT in large numbers. They built the country. FBA engineers all over the place. So yeah, so that's the difference between a successful culture and the culture that failed.
Well, yeah, when you have lights, when you have things like lights, that's foundation of Black Americans.
Yep.
When you have running toilets, that's a foundation of Black American creation. So yeah, we've created a lot of things.
And you guys perform the best.
American culture is foundational Black American culture.
Yeah, so that's why you guys perform so well, like academically too, compared to other groups.
Yes, indeed. When we're doing it independently, yes. Independently,
no.
we're
Forget
good
about independent. You guys
I'm talking about
independent. Anywhere. You guys succeed everywhere. You
Well,
guys,
you need to. Well,
I
sir,
would love to move into an FBA neighborhood.
what
Just
you don't live
majority
in you
FBA.
don't live in a white neighborhood.
Yeah.
Where do you live in now? You don't. What neighborhood do you live in now?
I live. I guess it's white. It's majority white, but there's
So
too
you
much
must live with
crime.
Zaddy. You must live with a
There's too much
Zaddy.
crime in this white communities.
So
I
you
want
must
to
live
move
with
to
a. You
an
must have a
FBA
Zaddy. You must have a Zaddy.
I want to move into an FBA neighborhood because there's too much whites out here committing. I can't even walk down the street at night because a white supremacist will lynch me, and they're known for being violent criminals. So that's why.
No,
I
you
want to move
probably
with
walk
you
down the
guys.
street at night because you're selling pussy to a white man. Because you sound like you got
It sounds
balls
like
in,
what? It sounds like what
you sound like you got balls in your jaws now, sir. So you're trying to be sarcastic, but the sarcastic is failing.
No. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, let me get some more people. Now I'm just getting bored. Okay, let me get some more folks in here because see this. I don't want to hear Tie Tongue Tether just ramble. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see who else we got. But some of these tethers just be rambling. I'm trying to wait for him to get to a point. They'll ramble on and on if you let them. Shit. Sitting there, bussy leaking. Okay.
From the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories, comes a natural deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Rootwork, the all-natural foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend enriched with this legendary root offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that celebrates culture, history, and your well-being. Unlock the magic of Rootwork today. Experience the pure essence of nature. Visit rootworkstyle.com and make the switch to a healthier cultural choice.
Osiris, I think that's your name. Osiris, hop on, man.
Well, down on what you said, like if a brother's doing a good work, you can get down with it. You should do it. You know what I mean? So, like the brother Rashad, he had his event planned, ready to go. Nothing stopping you from following up with that. You know what I mean?
Okay. I don't really get the correlation. That was a weird correlation. So, but go ahead, go off.
Well, yeah, I mean, he had his event planned, and it was ready to go. And then your event, you canceled your event, or your event didn't go well. So
how didn't it go well and it never happened? It
didn't happen because you didn't follow through with it. You didn't get the permit. He got the permit, and so now his event was ready to go, and now you wanted to do your event after the fact, even though
How was doing that in June after the fact? I've been planning it since June,
well,
sir. How was that after the fact?
You didn't get the permit.
But we got it now.
But he had his before you, right?
But we planned it before.
But it failed, right?
No, how did it fail? And my event is about to be a huge success. How did it fail?
Is it? Are you sure?
I'm 100% positive. And you're going to be.
Why couldn't you support his event? Is the real question.
I don't know. Why should I?
Because he's a brother like you just explained. If we rewind the tape, you really just said, like, you should support people that are doing something like you're trying to do. And then.
But there's a lot of. I can't support every single person.
Nobody's saying
there's a lot of people.
Nobody's saying that.
Yes. Yeah. There's a million people doing events all the time. It's not my job to support every single one.
But what you don't have to do is try to co-opt other people's energy and then try to capitalize on it for yourself, and then try to
like my own.
You don't have to.
Well,
your event was
like my own event. I'm trying to co-opt my own event, sir. Come on, make it make sense. I can't co-opt my own event, my own energy.
You announced that your event.
No. Come on with the back. Come on with your trolling now. You got to make your trolling make sense. I got the energy going for the event.
And then you didn't.
And you know that. Come on, man. Your troll points are failing, sir.
You didn't get the permit.
Got it, though. I got it. It's happening on the 5th. I mean, what you're babbling, do you think your babbling is going to stop this phenomenal event that's happening on the 5th? What do you think that's going to do, sir?
Well, I think it's going to bolster your image, but it's not going to.
But my image is already bolstered, sir. I'm already that dude. So I don't need any more bolstering,
Right,
sir.
we know that, thanks to Revolt.
Right. But the event is going to pop off. And why you seem a little salty about that? Why are you so salty about my event popping off? Why are you so upset?
So yeah, you got the Diddy juice. We understand.
Oh, what's with y'all moist dudes? Y'all got this bug in your ass about Diddy. What's with this thing about Diddy? What's with that, man? What is that about with you guys?
You can play the mute button like a piano. That's
yeah, because you whining like a hoe now. What kind of stuff is that? You whining about Diddy? Diddy has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You sound like a male hood rat right now, sir. You and Diddy. What are you whining about Diddy for? You're just whining about random men. Why are you whining about random men? That's what bitches do. Why are you whining about men? Get your ass up and do.
let's talk about reparations. Let's talk about reparations. Let's talk about reparations. 1870.
Okay. You're repeating yourself like a woman. That's what women do. Just kind of say stuff over and over. Let's talk about reparations. Let's talk about reparations. Yeah. I just don't like your feminine energy, sir.
Okay, cool. So let me just ask you a question. 1870 census.
Your energy is feminine. Calm down, because I don't like talking to feminine men. Now that you're deflecting again because you're getting emotional now because your trolling is failing. But okay, now that
okay, so 1870 census reparations. What are we supposed to put down on the paperwork? Should we put down FBA or what else? And if we're saying that the 1870 census is how we prove how we deserve reparations, what terminology should we put down on the paperwork? I'm asking you right now. What's the terminology? Should we put FBA? Because that's not on the records. That's not on the slave bills. That's not on anything congressional. So I'm asking you a question.
I don't even understand the context of the question. What does it?
The question is reparations in the terminology. FBA is not on any paperwork on anything historical. It's not on any legislation ever.
Should we write down Negro right now? Should we write down Negro?
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. All day, every day. Yep. Okay. Exactly.
So
for our ancestors, yes. That's the only way, and that's the only way.
So you think the only way we'll get it if we write down, we start referring to ourselves as Negroes?
We're not going to follow what you're saying because it's been proven erroneous.
Whoa. No, I'm at slow down.
People had to ask you on it.
No, you're not going to babble your way out of it. You said, in order for us to get reparations, we should start labeling ourselves as Negroes?
It's not. We don't have to label ourselves. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about our actual delineation.
Okay,
that's not what we're doing. We're labeling ourselves. That's not labeling ourselves.
So what do we label ourselves? You just said we should call ourselves
labeled us. You tried to label us.
You just said we should call ourselves Negro. What are you?
I asked you what's supposed to go on the 1870s.
And I said Negro. You said yes. We should call ourselves Negroes. You said yes. So you can't even stick by what you said,
no,
dude.
I am sticking by it. You
just said we should call ourselves Negroes, and that is goddamn ridiculous. And when you realize how ridiculous you sounded, you tried to backpedal and bussy pop.
This is why these bad faith arguments don't really work around real men, you see, and you think you're going to try to babble your way out of it with these bad faith arguments. You little emotional nigga. And you don't even sound like you're FBA. You're not an FBA. I can tell by your emotional bitch-made swag and your bad faith arguments, dude. You're not FBA.
So yeah, I'm definitely not FBA because I don't agree with your terminology.
I don't give a damn.
I'm
You're not a foundational Black American, and you come from an immigrant background. You come from an immigrant background. You're not one of us. That's why you're so salty.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Well,
Good job, Tariq.
Just say that and stop being a failed, fleeing bitch. Let's just wrap it on up and put a bow on it. You a jealous, failed tether who had to flee from a homeland he failed, and you're over here seeing how much respect and influence we have that you could never get, and you're trying to babble and tether wine with bad faith arguments to project your damn jealousy. Did I hit it on the money, brother?
You're right, Tariq. Okay, Tariq, I am from Jamaica. Okay, I'm so...
Now we're done with you. We got you right. Now get your moist kente cloth thong wearing ass off my page. All right. You jealous tether. Okay. Let's get some more people on here. Let's get General Swarming. All right. What's up, General? General, hop on, man. If you're ready to get on, General. Turn your microphone on, Mr. General.
You hear me, man?
Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Watch the language. Watch the language. Now, why are you sick of these niggers? And who are you sick of in particular? Turn your microphone on, man. What's up, Tesla? And I see you down there, beloved.
My man, you hear me now?
All right. Now, who are you sick of, and why are you sick of them?
Man, I'm pulled the
okay.
bullshit.
Watch. Why you?
My language.
Watch your mouth, man.
All right, man. Man, I'm sorry. I'm so tired of these people trying to make excuses for themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Who are you tired of? I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm talking about people.
Okay, this sounds like a white man trying to sound like a Black Southerner. Now, what's with this weird accent you're trying to put on, man?
But you sound like a white man as a Southerner, man. What you talking about? I'm talking about dudes trying to put that bussy on my ass when I'm trying to get some fish.
Well, what smells like fish is your boy-gina. That's what smells like fish right now. That's that smell you feel. Your boy-gina is stinking. And you need to take a duty douche, okay? Because you're very right now. You need to take a dude douche because you're really, really emotional right now with this weird accent you're trying to adopt. But anyway, let me get you out of here. Okay. Lord, man. Boy, I know that good meth don't come in yet until the first. Yeah, that middle of the month meth. It hit different. I know, guys. I know you don't get to smoke as good as you can on the first. And a lot of your drugs are laced with fentanyl right now, so it's making y'all react different. I get it, man. But look, just a couple of more weeks. The first is coming, but you're gonna get a nice good batch. You're gonna get a nice good batch, and your dope ain't gonna be stepped on, and you can get a high that'll level you out. All right, let's get who is this brother? What's up? Max Slug. Let's get Max Slug in here. Max Slug. What's up, Mac? All right, while we're waiting on Mac.
Hey, brother Tariq. How you doing, brother Tariq?
What's going on, man? How are you,
man?
sir?
Just up in Seattle, man. Just wanted to salute to you, man. Every time you put us on some game, not too much. Just saluting you, my brother, and all the things you do, man. And that's it. Land my plane from there.
Much respect, brother. Thank you so much. I got to get back up to Seattle. I miss Seattle. I ain't been up there in years. Let me see. Let's get a couple of more people in here. Where's Randy Short? I wanted to get Randy Short on. Get him to chop it up a little bit. What's up? There's some all y'all nice looking ladies. I'm looking down. I'm scrolling down. There's some cute women's up in here. What y'all fine women doing at home on a Friday night? What y'all doing? How come y'all not at the club somewhere? At a juke joint? What y'all fine women doing? Y'all need to be somewhere in a sundress popping it. Let's get Randy Short in here. Let's get Dr. Short in the building. What's going on, Dr. Short? Let's get your microphone on.
It's open. How are you, brother Tariq?
Oh, good. Now, look. First of all, now how are you?
I'm going to be great if y'all want me to show up. I will be fine. And I was hoping that there's some way that people can hear from Elder Claude Anderson. I know his health is so, but I know y'all got something planned. I know y'all got something planned.
Yeah, so we're gonna reach out to him because, but again, I know his health is kind of,
Well, I already had someone. They're calling because shoot, keep me off. Put Claude on. But no, I'm excited. It's gonna rain, and I've been fighting with these trolls, and just the very thing you just dealt with, that was blowing my mind is I came up with a word called to be, and that's a new word we need to use. A to be stands for a bastard B word, or a B word bastard. We have a whole lot of dudes. They have enough estrogen to be basically a stripper outfit, and in fact, in the ultimate way for y'all, the way you shut people down, this is what you have to do. You have my permission to use this. You need to ask them to show their parents' wedding pictures, and that just ends it. Because I know all about show me your parents' wedding picture. See, that's what we used to do. Foundational Black Americans, when we would visit people's houses, you'd show wedding pictures. For the people who haven't done things the right way, we stop asking about wedding pictures. We walk on eggshells around these feminized, punkified males in particular, and masculinized females. So no one, we just act like women are trying to be in the WWE and men are trying to be RuPaul without saying, hey, this came from somewhere. So to be, that's, oh, you're a to be. Okay, now send us your parents' wedding picture. A lot of folk will hang up. I know what you are. I know why you have enough estrogen to basically be the bionic woman in the sequel. You understand what I'm saying?
Now, let me ask you this, Dr. Short. Did you see the Warnock-Walker debate earlier?
No, I didn't. I didn't even watch the Westmore and Cox. I didn't watch either. But I saw him. He couldn't even beat the white lady who was a stupid, racist, bubblehead billionaire, bleach blonde. He couldn't even beat her. All she knew, she was white and she had a bezel between her legs, and he lost. I'm like, how do you go to Morehouse? I mean, because sissies know how to argue. How do you go to Union Theological Seminary? Preachers know how to lie and manipulate. He's a failure. He couldn't even have a double life with his wife, who he tried to kill and tried to steal the kids. I mean, he's a failure and stuff I would expect to occur. The only reason people don't know, it's alleged that he's even taking money from the good Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's church, that dude is like has his hands in the till. He's the only person I know, only black politician who only talks about a dog when you got two kids. I mean, there's something wrong with him. He's off base. He's got this male pattern balding that is so bad. They're going to bring back Mr. Potato Head just looking at him. And it's so there's nothing he can say. And I'll just say this, and I'll be quiet for a second. My cousin is president for the National Black Farmers Association. Warnock and Cory Booker, or whatever you want to call him, the one who can't keep a beard, that's why he could never be Santa Claus. He's light enough. They were supposed to give this money to black farmers, and then they found a way for it to go from $5 billion to black farmers to $1.25 billion And then the Asians, Latinos, and I think gays would get some of the money. But guess what? When my cousin and his wife were getting death threats from all over the country, did Warnock or Cory Booker and them call the FBI to do something to protect the folks who are at the National Black Farmers Association? No. No. And there's been nothing delivered to black farmers. You know, all over the country with this issue of things getting moved around, black farmers are being destroyed. Warnock has initiated nothing. And the only thing he has initiated, I can see, is holding a white dude's hand walking through Gay Pride Week in Atlanta. I'm just thinking, is that Dr. King's dream? And so it's all these bald-headed, moist black male Democrats like Wes Moore in Maryland. I call him wet whore because he's not FBA, and they're promising to help illegals and gays and nothing for black people. And and Stacey, you know, no, she won't debate because, you know, all they have to do is put some cookies in the audience. She wouldn't even be able to pay attention to the questions.
Lord. My man. Anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Short. Let me get some of these other calls. I appreciate you, brother. We'll chop it up. There's Dr. Short. Man. But I got to watch this debate and see what's going on and see what's up. What's up, Belly B? I see you down there, dear. I see a lot of y'all in here. I see y'all in here. See all the cute women's in here. All right, let's get Andy Afori. Let's get Andy Afori in here, brother Andy Afori. What's going on with you, Andy? Turn your microphone on. What's up, Andy? Hey, what's going on? Yeah, there you go. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, man. So I have a few things on my mind, but let me first introduce myself, where I stand. I support delineation. It makes sense. It's a matter of survival. Also, I support reparations for non-immigrant black people like yourself. But what I don't support is, the use of the word akata. I check black people, Africans who use that word. I don't like it. I also don't support the word tether. The reason why I don't is because the word tether is unfortunately misdirected at black people, even though it should be directed at Latinos. If you look at the facts, it's very obvious that the Latinos, whether legal or illegal, are your tethers. California has more illegals than black Americans. Look at Zimmerman, who got protection from the white power structure. Also, Fat Joe versus Busta Rhymes. Both of them lied about hip hop. Their lies don't, their lies cancel each other out. One is saying Puerto Rican Latinos had 50-50 hand in creating it. Busta Rhymes said hip hop came from Jamaica. They don't match. But somehow BET chose who? BET chose the Latino. They chose Fat Joe to promote and support that lie. You understand? So tethers are the Latinos. I'm sure we can. That's I'm sure we can keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Let me speak. That's a good point. That's a good point you made, and let me explain why the tether term is and again, them trying to come in and undermine us in many cases is very unfortunate, and we call that out. But what's more dangerous, and where the tether term applies, is when people who look a lot like us, who come in and try to secretly undermine us. See, we know when the Latinos, we kind of know what their get down is. We already know. But the thing is, we get people over here who kind of blend in with us to a certain degree, and then take on our dialect, take on our language, and they start acting like us, but secretly try to undermine us. So that's what a tether is. When you tether yourself onto somebody, that's what the movie Us was about. That's why the movie Us, and I want y'all to go look at that movie and study it, because it was really about immigration and about, black people coming from somewhere else, replacing other black people.
and then undermining other black people, tethering on to them. When you have nefarious intentions, you look like them, you act like them, but there's something that's just not quite the same. And that's very dangerous. You understand? That's why a lot of people in the dominant white society, they have such an issue with white people from certain ethnic groups. You feel me? In Europe, they've always had a problem with other white people who had certain ethnic genes. You're white, but you ain't quite white enough. See, a black person in certain parts of Europe, you know, you're in small numbers. They ain't really tripping. They thought, that's a black person. We know how to handle him. We got the police for him, so we can handle that black person. We got him. He's not a threat. We see him. We watch his every move. We got agents on him, so we see what the black guy's doing. But what they don't see is possibly a white person who kind of looks like them, but they have a certain ethnic background that has these deep African genes somewhere that they don't know about. That's what white society gets real sensitive about. That's what a lot of these ethnic cleansings that happened in Europe was about. White people who were white, but they weren't white enough. They had some gypsy blood or some Semitic blood. There was some kind of bloodline that just wasn't quite white enough. You can kind of blend in with us, but there was something there. And they were like, nah. We got to call that out, because they look at them as being a tethered class to a certain degree. It's just a real deep dynamic. And we look at certain people who come in and act as tethers based on their action, not just because of their lineage, but based on their action. This is what we're calling tethered behavior. It's your action that makes you a tether, because you come in, you know you're not from our lineage, but then you pretend to be, and you do things to work against our interests, because the things you work against for us will benefit you because you come from another lineage. For example, we're talking about reparations, so you get somebody who's not of our lineage, who's not even qualified to get reparations, to sit up and say, hey man, damn, we don't need no reparations. Man, we just got to pull ourselves up by the bootstrap, and we got to support immigration because they're going to benefit from immigration. When we talk about reparations, let me tell you something, the tethers start acting real funny style, because now we're talking about redirecting money away from tethers. You dig? A reparation check for us means a tether cousin can't come over no more. You understand? That's why they don't like it. That's really how they look at it. Us getting a reparations check means one of their little scammy tether cousins from somewhere can't get over here now. It's going to be harder for your tether cousin to come over and run one of these $1 million scams these niggas be coming over here running. Because every week we see some multi-million-dollar scam, some tethers run. And another thing, what's going on with these damn tethers killing their landlords over here? Have y'all seen these stories? There's a couple of stories going on where these tethers come over here and they got to pay rent, and then they start killing the landlord. I'm like, good Lord. Man, come on. Yeah, we're calling that out. A lot of this behavior, again, they come over here and do real weird stuff, and then we have to absorb all the negativity. So we're saying, no. We're delineating. That ain't us right there. Him, that serial killer over there with that hairline looking janky, that ain't us. Look at his last name. He ain't us now. Somebody over here doing all types of, they scamming nursing homes, and no. That ain't us. That's not us. Nope. You thinking that's what it is. You know, we should have been on that vibe for a long time. Let's get Drilly in here. What's up, Drilly? Hop on, Drilly. We got Drilly, somebody with a Nigerian flag up in the house. What's up, Drilly? Turn your microphone on, Mr.
So I
Drilly.
just want to know, like, do you support deporting immigrants and stuff like that? And who do you consider to be an immigrant?
Hold up. What do you mean who I just consider to be an immigrant?
Yeah.
A person who immigrated over here is an immigrant.
So, like, that's like 90% of America, though. So do you want to deport 90% of America? Is that what you're saying?
How is that 90% of America?
Well, everybody immigrated to, except for Black Americans, you can say that, right? But everybody else immigrated there, right?
Well, yeah, that's absolutely true. A lot of people immigrated at one point.
So you want to deport everybody out?
Except us. No, I don't want to deport everybody out. Now, why would I want to do that?
Who do you want to? Because I hear a lot of FBAs talking about, oh, we need to deport immigrants. So who do you guys consider immigrants?
People who just immigrated here.
Oh, so you're talking about recent immigrants. You're not talking about the white people that immigrated here a long time ago.
That's the definition of okay. What you're gonna
So
do?
You're not talking.
I just
want to be clear.
Ubuntu. You're gonna slow your little ass down, okay? Because you're not gonna just babble. Now you babbling. Don't ask me a question, and then when I try to answer it, you start tether babbling. Cut that bullshit out, dude. Now say what's on your spirit and stop being.
Marcus Sanders, calm down, bro.
That doesn't bother me.
Right, and
Damiano,
calling me an African name doesn't bother me either. I don't know what you're talking about.
Calling me Marcus Sanders doesn't bother me because that was never my name. But no. Ubuntu, go ahead, Ubuntu.
I just want you to clear it up because, as I said, like damn near 90% of Americans are immigrants. So when you talk about deporting immigrants out of America, you're talking about deporting like 200 million people.
Mabumbe, I've never said deport all the immigrants. So your argument is in bad faith. I've never said that. So you're coming in here whining and babbling about something I've never said. So why are you so bitch made?
So what's your issue with black?
Were you bitch made back in your homeland, and that's why you failed and had to flee? Is that the problem, Ubuntu?
Nigga, you're a scammer, but I'm not gonna go back and forth with a scammer.
That's you projecting. That's you projecting with your little old dusty, musty ass. That's you projecting. Y'all love projecting your
Why you keep talking about my ass, bro? Pause, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, I wasn't talking about your literal ass, but if you got bussy on your mind, say that because you probably had to sell it for a green card. But don't project your little scams on me.
Can you answer my question though?
Don't you project your little tether scams on us. You're good at projecting your scams with your little old emotional hungry ass.
But answer my question though. Do you want to deport 200 million people?
Sir, do you want to stop fleeing your homeland?
Well, white people fled their homeland too, right?
Oh no. Why didn't you build up your homeland, Ubuntu?
Well, why didn't white people build up their homeland?
I don't give a damn
in America?
I know I'm in the place that my family built and we never fled. Why didn't you stay and build your homeland instead of coming over here whining?
What do you mean? Like there's like 200 million white people in your country. What are you talking about?
Okay. And there's 200 million of you in your land that you fled from. How come y'all didn't get together and build up a
exactly?
Power?
There's still 200 million of us over there.
How come you over here whining to me like a huzzo? Why didn't you stay home and build your homeland?
You don't want to answer my question, like.
And you don't want to stay home and build your homeland.
You don't have an answer. Like you're talking about deporting immigrants. You don't consider white people to be immigrants.
You don't have a homeland because you fled from it. You're not qualified to throw bad faith questions at me. And you came over here fleeing to the land my family built for your disgraceful ass.
Yeah, you built it for white people too, right?
No, I don't take no lip from somebody who's over here eating off what my family built. You will not show disrespect to me, nor any other foundational Black American. Because if it weren't for us, you would be somewhere wiping your ass with a leaf. You understand?
So are you going to answer my question? Are white people immigrants? Are white people immigrants?
Dudu Tunde, I don't have to answer your question. Because you're not qualified to question me. You should thank me and every other foundational Black American for building a lane for your disgraceful ass to come over here and eat. How dare you try to disrespect me or any other foundational Black American? How dare
I'm asking you a question. I'm not even talking about other Black people. It's only me and you talking. Like, why are you trying to make it into a whole thing?
No, because you're telling me what other FBAs said. So it's all you're talking about foundational Black Americans. You're talking about the people in my lineage. You're bringing up stuff that I've never said. So you're making this about the people of my lineage. And you're not going to do that. I do not allow any disrespect of any foundational Black American, from an ashy foot fleeing tether who could not build his homeland. You will not disrespect me or any other foundational Black American. The only thing I want to hear from you
Bro,
is
do
thank
you
you.
consider white people to be immigrants? Yes or
I don't
no?
give a
Well,
damn. I
oh,
don't
okay.
give a damn. I
So you
don't
just
give.
want to focus on black
I
immigrants, right?
deal with white supremacy all the time. That's something that I deal with, and I deal with tether wannabe supremacy too. That's what I'm dealing with now. So don't try to deflect to white people. I deal with white supremacy, and I go after them daily. That's a given. But this tether problem, like you, that's something that we got to nip in the bud too.
Do you have an issue with 100,000 Ukrainians going to America since
Okay,
March?
you're just babbling right now. The problem with the Ukrainians, your folks was over there getting their asses toe up, and y'all were over there calling for us. You were going over there to the Ukraine. The people in your homeland weren't even trying to help you get back, and y'all was sitting in the Ukraine yelling for FBAs. You talk all of that crap, but when the Ukrainians were giving you the business, niggas was like, "Where's Beyonce? Nigga, where's Beyonce? Where is Oprah Winfrey? Where is Tariq Nasheed? Oh Lord, where's Magic Johnson? Where are these niggas to help us? Oh, y'all were calling for us. All right? Every time you get in a pickle, y'all start calling for us. And then you want to talk disrespectful.
So you don't want to answer the question, bro.
I don't.
So you don't consider white people to be
your question. You're babbling. Your questions are in bad faith, Dudu Tunde. All your questions are in bad faith. All right, and you're just babbling in time.
So you don't have an issue with white immigrants.
Anyway,
Basically. You just have
you're
an issue with
boring me.
black immigrants.
You're boring
Yeah,
me.
you can't answer my question.
No, but because you're moist, musty, and feminine, and I'm done with you, sir. Have a good day. All right, I'm not trying to hit tether babble. I'm not trying to hear pointless tether babble. Let me get this. Ain't this another one of these niggas whining about Puffy? One of these secure the tribe niggas. What's up, Justice? Hop on. Weren't you one of these whiny niggas?
Be easy. I ain't on that time. I'm not on that time right now. We could build.
What time you on? What time you on, man?
You know, I'm a Black American, and I'm on the time that, you know, we need to delineate, and I never go with, you know, tethers. You know what I mean? Coming over here, talking shit, talking crazy, and we made it good for them to live. And regardless of what I got a problem with you, I do got a problem with you as far as certain things, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm for our people.
There you go. All right. Let's get some more folks in here, because dude be low-key talking greasy. All right, but it is what it is. All right. Yeah, I don't take no disrespect from no damn tether. No, you ain't about to disrespect nobody. Y'all, I'm real good on that. I take zero disrespect. That's a tether. Now, the other guy who called up, he was cool. That, ladies and gentlemen, the last dude, not the dude with the Nigerian flag, that's a tether. And a disrespectful one at that. Let's get C Dubsy. C Dubsy, hop on, man. C Dubsy, hop on.
Hey, what's up? What up with it, Flex? Hey, I was just jumping in here, just chiming in, want to chop it up with you, man. But I just wanted to give a quick shout out to everybody. You know what I mean? Shout out to the family. I try to tune in a lot too. I jump in and out of spaces, man, and I can always get a good laugh when I
No
know
doubt.
everything is all, you know, when we talk about and stuff and everything. But it's just cool. But anyway, I wanted to just jump on and just say about the rally on the 5th. Is there a way that you could probably know that, like, if people wanted to kind of book a flight, because I'm out here in Texas too, man, I just kind of wanted to come and support. So I was wondering if maybe somebody might got some good, you know, deals, because man, around that time of the holidays, man, them tickets gonna be crucial. So I was just wondering maybe
And
you know
start getting
a plug or whatnot. And
start getting your tickets. Start getting your tickets now. Yeah, get your tickets now, right now, so that you'll be good to go. But yeah, this will be, this will be before Thanksgiving, so it's. I think the flights and everything will be good. I think the flights will be good. And again, all my Washington D.C. people, I need a couple of things from D.C. Camera crew. I need some cameramen in DC. Reach out to me. We need a DJ for the event in DC. Y'all email me. Info@TariqElite.com. That is my email. Info@TariqElite.com. Let's get Kalma, whatever your name is. Hop on, man. Got a real weird picture on your profile. Kalma, Seredu, whatever your name is. You want to get on?
Kalma, baby. Hey Tariq, just wanted to give you a shout out and just say I love your spaces, and I just want to just send you some love.
There you go, my man. I appreciate it. All right. The white man sitting around drinking a Michelob in the middle of the night. All right. Let him do his thing. All right. Let's get Samson. Hop on, Samson. Let's get Samson in here. We're going to get Samson in the house. What's up, Samson? Samson, you on?
This isn't Samson, Mr. Nasheed. This is Math Graham. But I'll thank you for accepting my request. I'll try not to take up too much time here. I just got back from the theater, and I saw the new Halloween movie, and they showed the trailer for Black Panther 2. And I listened to your space that you did, I think, back in July. I thought it was really great, and you brought up some really good points. I'm also aware of the efforts you made. Not just you, but you did have part in it, in boycotting The Woman King. I don't know if you've seen the second trailer for Black Panther 2. I know that you.
I have not.
But I mean, it's more or less the same thing. It's kind of, it wouldn't change your mind, I don't think, from the first.
Now, how was the Halloween movie though? Because my wife wanted to go see that with the kids. How was the new Halloween?
Does she like the Halloween movies?
Yeah, she likes those movies because the kids like it. I think it's funny.
I think she'll like it. I think she'll like it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit different, but yeah, I think it's one of those things that will kind of divide fans who like those movies. But I loved it. I thought it was great.
Okay.
But in terms, in regards to Black Panther 2 and anything like, and that comes out next. That's probably going to be the biggest. That'll probably be the second biggest movie of the year. It comes out next month, I think.
Okay.
I was wondering if given your response to the Woman King that came out, if you were thinking of extending the same efforts to encourage a boycott for Black Panther 2, given what you said in your space back in July.
Well, I don't, Black Panther, what the thing is, that they kind of can give that one a pass because it's a fictional film. It's all fiction. Whereas The Woman King, it's based on some true events. It's supposed to be based on the Amazon women of Dahomey, based on a real series of events, but they were trying to rewrite real history to a certain degree to make it seem like they were somehow later on against slavery, and they were not. So we got to be careful when they try to revise history with pieces like that. You got to call that type of stuff out. Now, the Black Panther, I saw the first trailer in the new Black Panther. What I didn't like was the all lives mattering of it. It seems like it's going to be a black and brown coalition type of thing. But again, I'm open to seeing it because I like the first one. So, I'm open to seeing it. And it's a fantasy film. So, that one has a little more leeway for creative, license to a certain degree. So, I'll check it out.
It's pretty eerie though, that when you said that in your space, now the whole thing with the appropriation of hip hop that you've been arguing about with people, it's crazy that almost was like the striking of the match, because it's been that seems to be the concentration right now since July, the coexistence between the black and brown coalition, as you call it. But no, that's you totally answered my question there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I thank you so much.
Thank you.
But yeah, I've been talking about the whole the black and brown myth, and I've been talking about it for a reason. And as we saw what happened out here in LA, you know, now you see where I was coming from. I've been warning people about the dangers of trying to push a one-sided coalition. What you do, you elevate other people in power positions over you. You give your power away doing that. We got to stop doing that. And we've been taught to give our power away since slavery. We're taught to sacrifice our own well-being for the betterment of others. That, ladies and gentlemen, is slavery. That's what we did on plantations. We got to break that damn spirit. We got to break it. And again, the hip hop thing, that was just a precursor to this. That was a microcosm of a bigger thing. When we're talking about the whole hip hop thing and Latinos trying to claim hip hop, well, you better understand what that was really about. Y'all better understand the real ramifications of what that is about. That's about a hostile takeover. When somebody stands up and say, hey, yeah, we Latinos created that 50-50. Do y'all know how hostile and aggressive a lie like that is? People kind of say, well, that's just hip hop. No, it ain't just no damn hip hop. It starts there, but then it snowballs into a bunch of people on the city council board determining where the resources are going to go. You understand the correlation? There is a correlation. You have to nip stuff like that in the bud early on, family. Every little piece, every little sign of hostility, you got to nip that in the bud. You dig? That's why I was so hell-bent on talking about it as far as hip-hop. And I'm still doing the hip-hop documentary. I'm still doing that to really, really get the truth out there, because we have to nip that in the bud, and we have to gatekeep all of our culture, man. We have to gatekeep our entire culture. Speaking of hip-hop, I had a phone call with the first female MC today. I had a Shy Rock. Love Shy Rock. Shy Rock from the Funky 4+1 More. Me and her, we had a conversation today for about 2 hours. I absolutely love that sister. I love that sister. She's a beautiful spirit. And she was just breaking down so much stuff. This is literally the first female MC. There were no other female rappers before her. Don't ever let nobody get it twisted. First female MC. Thorough sister. Badass sister. She influenced, DMC from Rum DMC said he was influenced by her. She influenced dudes. That was badass sister. And she was talking about, the myth of all of these Latinos being in that. She's like, that's not true. It wasn't a whole bunch of Latinos around creating this. She's like, this is us. We created this as Black Americans. This is our thing. No disrespect, but they just weren't around. If you talk to some of the pioneers, the people who were there, the people who actually created this thing, they say the same shit. Wasn't no Latinos around like that. It was like a couple, but they weren't creating shit. That's facts, guys. And we have to stop being ashamed to tell the truth. Like, you're going to offend somebody. If you're going to be offended by the truth, the problem is you. Stop being what's with this scared to tell the truth thing? What, y'all scared y'all ain't gonna get no Latin sex? Is that it? That's what it really boils down to. You think you're gonna miss out on some Latino sex or some Latina sex if you tell the truth. Man, get off that BS, man. Tell the damn truth about what it is. And we gatekeep our culture just like everybody else. We don't have to give our culture away. I ain't on that. We got to start gatekeeping our culture. Foundational Black Americans have a phenomenal culture and a phenomenal history. Our culture and history is phenomenal. We created damn near everything culturally relevant and significant here, and our influence is abroad. It goes worldwide. These are facts. This is the truth. And we have to give ourselves credit for what we've done. You think? I'm not about to give our accomplishments away to people who didn't do anything. You out of your damn mind. I'm not about to give mythological Latinos credit for some shit they didn't create. That sense of entitlement, then they turn around and get in positions and then squeeze us out of it. Are you insane? When you have so many foundational Black American legends, just going back to the hip hop thing, We got so many brothers and sisters who are legends sitting right here. Nobody's even acknowledging them. Nobody's even talking to these people, and they have amazing stories. I want people to know about Chirac. Our children need to know who that is. You need to know who the twins are. You need to know who A1 B-Boy Sosa and all of these guys, Trixie and all of these early breakdancers. You need to know who Disco King Mario was, and Smokey and the Smokatrons. These people who were around at the same time Herc was getting started too. We need to know who these. None of y'all, y'all never heard of these people. These are the real people who created the culture, and they act like these people didn't exist. They will rather tell you about some mythological Puerto Rican who was allegedly around creating some shit that nobody knows what they created. That's disrespectful to your culture. That's disrespectful to our history. We got real people that we can draw from and get these stories and see what inspired them. They got phenomenal stories, man. For even that's why I started doing the Hidden Colors films, man. Dr. Welsing, people weren't really interviewing Dr. Welsing. They were semi-retired. When I started doing the Hidden Colors series, man, a lot of the brothers and sisters who were involved, Shahrazad Ali, the white media weren't really rocking with them. They were trying to bury the legacy of these people. I said, no. We're going to bring these people back up and put them on movie screens around the world. And we're going to make these people household names. And now these people and their messages are being taught in schools all around the world. You see, that's how we have to relish our culture. We have to relish our icons. We have to elevate our own icons. We got to elevate our people, especially the ones who are warriors against systematic white supremacy. You know, the dominant society is not going to elevate them. They're not going to elevate these people. So that's our job. And we can't be sitting around here on some minority coalition, all lives mattering, our own history and our culture and our icons. We have to pull our icons away from these people trying to leech off of them and say, hey, no, this is us. This is our person right here. And we're going to let you know who this person is. We're going to honor this person, honor their legacy, and give thanks to them for creating a culture that we can enjoy. We're going to do that for the hip hop artists out there, the real hip hop legends, because you have people who are non-FBA who will sit here and disrespect our people. That's why when I do Academic Show again, I got a bone to pick with him. We're going to talk about that whole thing when he called the hip hop pioneers dusty. Remember that? And they only became dusty after he and I had that debate. And I told him, and I broke it down, no, Jamaicans didn't create hip hop. When I broke it down to DJ Academic face to face with him, letting him know how Jamaicans did not create hip hop, that took the wind out of his sails. And all of a sudden, the pioneers all became dusty. You see? If a lot of people who are non-FBA, if they can't claim ownership to our stuff, they'll destroy it. Oh, it's no good. If I can't claim it now, well, it ain't no good. They all dusty and they're nobodies. You see? Immediate disrespect. Immediate disrespect. How you gonna call FBA artists dusty and you are Caribbean? Are all the Caribbean artists dusty? I don't think you could be a reggae artist if you don't have dust. You dig? If we're going to go there, right? Dust is a part of the culture, right? If we're going to go there, let's keep it a buck. Dust is a part of the culture. I don't know one who ain't dusty. Yeah, if we're going to talk about levels of dust, yeah. But I digress. Let me get a couple of more people in here. T.S. Giselle, I don't know what you want, T.S. Giselle. And T.S. Giselle, you flip-flop a lot. You be in these rooms talking greasy about folks, and then you want to get in here and start skinning and grinning. You keep up a lot of trash on these spaces, T.S. Giselle. you keep up a lot of track. Let me, y'all, if y'all want me to bring up T.S. Giselle, give me a thumbs up. Everybody, if y'all don't want T.S. Giselle up, everybody give a thumbs down. Either thumbs up or thumbs down. Let's see if they want you up here, T.S. Giselle. If y'all want T.S. Giselle on, everybody's giving thumbs down. Okay, everybody's giving a thumbs down, T.S. Giselle. They don't really want you on. All right. They're not really trying to get you on here, T.S. Giselle. They don't want your energy on here because you keep up a lot of stuff. All right. So they ain't really trying to feel you, T.S. All right, TS. They're not feeling you tonight, T.S. So that is what it is. Let's get let me see. Let's get Lonnie in here. Let's get Lonnie. Hop on, Lonnie. What's up, Lonnie? All right, Lonnie, where you at, man? Turn your thing on, brother. All right, well, we're waiting on Lonnie. We'll get Arthur in here. Oh, there he is. Wait, Lonnie, what's up, brother?
Hey, hello. Hey, I'm a huge fan of you, Tariq. You know, I'm a white guy, but I'm still find what you say very powerful, and I love your message. But you know, I just had a quick question for you.
Go ahead.
Is there a world where some of Walker's message would resonate with the African American community or FBAs, as you say? Is there a context where maybe he could tone down some of the culture war stuff and still somewhat resonate with that demographic?
Now, what is Walker's message? Because when he talks, I have no idea what he's talking about. So what
Right.
exactly is his message?
No. So I agree with you. I don't think he's a great orator. Obviously, I think that, you know, he's probably had, you know, some heavy head collisions and, you know, probably has some CTE if we're being frank. So I don't, his message probably, his message is, you know, maybe a little bit clunky, but, you know, if you were to kind of extend that to, well, you know, other African-American conservatives, do you think that some of them that kind of have maybe a little bit more of a cleaned up, you know, message, do you think that they could, you know, kind of get a following?
They could. You know what? They actually could. They really could. And I would say this, Black conservatives, this opportunity now, because the Democrats are down bad, this would be a great opportunity for Black conservatives to really come up and really stake claim to a lot of Black voters to bring some of their talking points without all of the buck dancing. A lot of, look, here's the thing. A lot of Black people, foundational Black Americans, are actually very conservative because we've been here longer than any other group. So we hold a lot of conservative views about religion. We do have family values, contrary to popular belief. We have a lot of conservative views as Black people when it comes to sexual stuff, and we have a lot of conservative views. The liberals pander to us by saying, well, we're less racist than those right wingers. And the right wingers, the white ones, what they do, you have so many who double down on their racism, that puts a stain on all of the white conservatives to a certain degree. So they get guilt by association. So the thing is with Herschel is a puppet to a certain degree. Herschel, I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Most of the stuff that Herschel talks about comes from a white think tank. So when I discuss Herschel, I always discuss it in the realm of what are the white think tanks who's pushing him out there? What's the messaging they're trying to push? You understand what I'm saying? So as a white person who's conservative, you're conservative, what is your messaging towards Black society?
So I'm not a conservative. I'm probably, you know, I'm probably moderate, you know, maybe economically left leaning in certain areas, but you know, but as someone who, like you said, in terms of, you know, in terms of kids and stuff like that, and some of the trans conversation, you know, I don't agree with liberals on that stuff. And I do agree with you that I think African Americans are probably a little bit more moderate in that context, or that specific policy. But no, I'd agree with you. I don't think conservatives are doing anything to reach out to African Americans. And I think it's a big mistake on their part, because they should. And, you know, you've kind of made me, you know, I was, you know, not particularly for reparations before I heard your message, but
Right.
you make a lot of good points about, you know, Japanese got some, you know, Indians got some. I mean, FBA people should, if we're going to give out those to other groups. So,
Right.
so yeah, no, I'm not particularly conservative, but the whole, you know, conversation kind of interests me. And I think that there is a bit of a window if conservative people were trying to, you know, court them. But I don't think that they are.
Yeah.
I think that they could do a lot more to do so. But I was just interested to hear your thoughts on that.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I do have views on that. And listen, look, reparations, man, it has to be done, because the thing is, there's already a form of reparations being paid in order to maintain a system of non-justice. The reparations money goes to these race soldiers out here who's terrorizing black neighborhoods, which in turn costs more money. It costs more money to try to terrorize us, and we're still not breaking. You dig? It costs the city money, it costs the state money. You dig? You get these race soldiers out here shooting unarmed black people, then the city has to pay a gazillion dollars, and then they got to do another payout here and a payout there. That's the reparations money right there. You're already paying. That's the thing. It's cheaper to just do the damn right thing. But there's this psychic satisfaction people get. Well, we're going to keep these niggers in their place. That's not working. That's not practical. That's just not practical. It's not going to be practical. See, this is why the understanding culture has to be very important. The culture of anti-black racism, that's going to go. We got to get that up out of here, because we're just not going to tolerate that, and it's too expensive. So the culture has to change. This is why we're standing on our square. When we talk about reparations, I like to talk about all of that in the realm of culture first. Once a group understands its culture, everything else will fall into place. I've always said that. That's why the reparations movement and the FBA movement is so strong right now, because the FBA movement is a cultural movement. You understand? People are now understanding and appreciating and relishing in their culture. Once you do that, the politics, the economics, the political, everything, the educational, all of that is going to fall into place. You dig? All right. Let me get one more call, because I'll be here all night chopping it up with the family. Hey, beloved Wani, I see you, dear. I see my brother Dwan B. See all the good family in here. Don't forget, my DC people, we need a camera crew in DC. And again, I'm going to be in DC. I'll be in DC in a couple of days. I'll be out there next week doing some stuff. Camera crew, I need some camera guys out in DC. And we need a DJ for the event. So my DC people, if you can email me, that would be phenomenal. That would be phenomenal. So we can get some brothers and sisters on board ASAP with that. All right. Let me see who else we got. Yeah, raise your hand if you want to get on. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Let's get some new faces in here. Let's get William. Let's get William in here. What's up, brother Will? Mr. William, hop on, bro. All right. William, where you at, man? And while we're waiting on William, let's get Jeremiah. While we're waiting on Will, let's get Jeremiah in here.
What's up, soul brother?
What's up, brother? How are you, Mr. Jeremiah?
Man, I'm doing great, and I want to applaud you for all what y'all are doing out there in LA, showing that black and brown stuff's a bunch of garbage, that's a bunch of lies, and y'all showing the effectiveness of the grassroots, because
Yes, sir.
you know y'all made it happen. And also I'd also like to applaud you for your book. I just got it, and all other things that you did. And the haters and the Tethers are just pissed that you're winning. I land my plane there, brother.
Much respect. Thank you so much. I hope y'all got my book, man, Foundation of Black American Race Beta. That's a must read. Y'all need to have that book, a good coffee table book. Y'all need to have that book. Study it. Let your kids study it. A lot of good game in that book. William, what's up, brother?
King Flex, there we go. I just honestly just want to come on and give you your flowers really fast before I gotta wake up in the morning and start tap dancing pretty much. But
Oh,
I
yeah.
had a couple of questions for you, sir.
Go ahead.
Was there gonna be a live stream for the rally, the reparations rally, or
You know
that's
what? You know what? People have been asking that. I think we might have to do that. I think we might have to do a live stream of it because a
thank
lot.
God.
Yeah. So you know what? I think I'm going to do that. My DC cats out there who are camera people, holler at me. That's why I want to talk to some camera crews out there so we can. You're about the 10th person to ask me that, so I think we are going to have live streaming. But we still need y'all to come through, though. We need everybody.
Absolutely,
Yes,
absolutely.
indeed.
And I have one more question, sir. Before I got off. So for the most part, I don't know if you ever mentioned this, but do you do like consultations, like paid consultations, like so I could pay you? Like I feel like you would be a perfect therapist.
Yeah.
Swear to God.
Yeah, you used to back in the day, back in the Mac Lessons days, I used to do, the paid consultation. That's how I got known in the game. But I don't know. I don't do it now. I just don't have the time now. But
Okay.
But anyway, but thank you so much, brother. Yeah, we're gonna have to live stream this thing, man. A lot of people are asking about that. A lot of people are asking. So I think we're going to have to live stream that. Yeah, we might have to do that. I'm gonna look into that. But again, I need to holler at some of the camera crews out there and see the best equipment to do that to make it look fly. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go that route with it because a lot of people are excited. But we need y'all to show up too. We want everybody to come on out to be a part of it. We need everybody to come on out and be a part of that. Anyway, man, let me get up out of here. I've been on here for damn near 2 hours chopping it up with you guys, man. So I think we had a constructive conversation. We had a couple of, not a couple. I think we had one tether call up, a little moist, angry tether. No, we had two. I think we had a couple of moist, angry, kente cloth thong wearing tethers who are a little upset, but that's what it is. We don't trip on that. Anyway, y'all, man, much respect to the family. Go to YouTube and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Tariq Radio. Subscribe to that. The new adventure of Bucci Bear cartoon will be out next week. I think it'll be ready next Friday. Funny as hell. Ignorant than a mug. You guys are going to love it. Go to hiddencolorsfilm.com to get Hidden Colors 1 through 5. Go to officialfba.com to get the book and the FBA flags and all that good stuff. And y'all have
subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
we got the tether. Let me get all the hostile tethers up here. We got Blood Money. He's a Nigerian tether who lives in the UK. This is Blood Money. He tries to cosplay his look as foundational Black Americans. He has a lot of jealousy of foundational Black Americans. He looks like a bootleg Travis Scott. But what's going on? How are you, Blood Money?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I just wanted to say, Tariq, why is it that Black Americans have problems with every other group?
Well, every other group has problems with us because we help every other group. In fact, foundational Black Americans are the only ones who consistently help all of you people. Don't nobody else really help you guys. And then y'all turn around and have contempt for us. Now, why do y'all have contempt for us and we're the only ones who help you? Without being exploitive. Without being exploitive. That's the key word there. We're not exploitive. So what's that about?
Okay, but how do we have contempt for you? You're the same person that says that everyone copies your culture, so that means that we admire you. How do we have contempt for you?
Yeah, because when y'all
That's a contradiction.
y'all call up, just like the Puerto Rican, just like the other guy, y'all call into these spaces, y'all do things to undermine us. Y'all have a lot of secret contempt and vitriol. You get into our political spaces and then try to undermine us. You infiltrate places like the Congressional Black Caucus, which is full of tethers who go out of their way to not do things for foundational Black Americans. So that's what I mean. You do real world contemptuous things towards us, and you think for some reason we're supposed to be cool with that. What makes you think we're supposed to let that go on?
Okay, so when you say that, you're referring to like Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, etc., right?
Oh no, those are just a couple of examples, way more. Those are just big examples, but just a lot. Even you have a lot of vitriol towards foundational Black Americans. You try to hide it, but it comes out. You have a lot of contempt for us.
I have vitriol for Black Americans because every day on my TL, I'm seeing Black Americans denigrating Africans unprovoked.
That's not true. It ain't no.
That is true. You got pages dedicated to denigrating Africans.
No, sir. It's.
Do you want me to name a few?
It's people now. I don't give a. It's people responding to the vitriol that y'all been spewing for decades. We let that shit go on, and we're just not letting it go on no more. Y'all sat up here, y'all little websites and message boards, really denigrating us. Y'all would come over here and start blogs like Media Takeout, World Star, Shade Room, and go out of your way to show the underbelly of foundational Black American society, but you would always show your culture in a positive light. So y'all been doing that type of stuff for a long time. So it ain't us doing that type of shit to you, but people are checking that nonsense now, as we should. And now y'all want to cry foul that you're getting checked for that, right?
All right, I heard that, but yeah, I just wanted to. Did you see that post about the Nigerians and the Black Americans with the Uber driver
attacking an Uber driver? What do you mean?
No, did you see the post that white guy put up about the Nigerian Uber driver saying that
yes,
yeah, you saw that, right?
I did see that.
And have you noticed that in the comments, Black Americans are trying to get approval from white people?
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. They're literally in the comments. They're in the comments trying to denigrate Nigerians. Why? Why do you even care about what white people think of you? Why do you care what white people are saying about you?
You don't get that shit straight. We don't try to get approval from them. We don't give a shit. But we're just letting folks know we're not cool with the way y'all get around white folks and start denigrating us. We don't do that. Let me tell you something about our culture. We don't get around white supremacists and denigrate Africans. We never do that, because they always try to do that by talking about Africa. Look at Africa, look how poor they are. We don't sit there cockeying and keying because we know inadvertently they're indirectly trying to shit on us too. So we don't let them do that. Y'all, on the other hand, when these white supremacists come around and start saying stuff about us, and y'all be like, "Ooh, I hate those Black American niggas, those FBAs, I hate those old lazy niggas." Y'all sit there cockeying and keying, denigrating us. So that's something very outside of our culture. We don't do that, and y'all are infamous for doing that, and that's a problem, right?
But you guys set the tone of the relationship. You guys love to shit on Africans. Yourself, you especially. You're
Nobody shits on that. Who do you think helped you guys? We're the only ones who help you without trying to exploit you. What are you talking about? Who else is helping Africa? Let's just cut to the bullshit. Who else? Who's really helping Africa outside of Africa?
We're helping ourselves.
Now, you're in Britain. You're not even helping yourself. You're getting the hell out of your homeland. Who actually helps Africa outside of Africa? Who helps Africa?
No one. But I wanted to say, how did you help Africans though?
We do. We're always doing things to help Africa. We're always trying to uplift the history. That's us who do that. The John Henry Clarks, the Azra Kwazis, our good brother, and these are some of the people who passed. Renoko Rashidi, Anthony Browder. These foundation Americans always trying to uplift the history of Africa. Even with my films, I try to uplift the history of Africa.
So why are you denigrating us now then?
No, I'm not denigrating you. I'm not denigrating ever.
You denigrate us every day, man. These rhetorics that you're pushing out is very delusional, and it's just
I'm not denigrating you. But what you're going to do, you're going to get a wake-up call if we try to help you, and then you turn around and try to crap on us. And I'm going to give you a gentle reminder that you're not really popping over there right now to the point where you can be sitting here pointing your finger at people. So that's not being denigrated. You're getting some straightening. You understand? I'm still cool with African folks. I'm very cool, but I ain't letting you, the Myron Gaines, and none of these other people bring your ass over here and denigrate my lineage and my people here. Those days are over. You understand?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Another thing as well, you can't really group everyone together because people like Myron Gaines, you think I like Myron Gaines? He's a Sambo.
No.
I don't like Myron Gaines. So you can't group us.
No, dude, there's so many Africans who agree with that dude. I have had a ton of them from all over Africa, not just East Africa, who agree with them. They share the same anti-FBA views as Myron Gaines. There's a lot of them. And just like that Uber driver, there's a bunch of them who get around white people and say what they really feel about us, and they've been doing that for decades. And they're very ungrateful, and we done broke our backs trying to help y'all, and we ain't playing that game no more. Anyway, but thank you so much, Blood Money. I appreciate you. Yeah, man, those damn days are over. And for the post he's talking about, yeah, there's a tweet that went viral, and I'm going to read it for you, family. And I reposted it, and it went viral on my thing too. Let me read this tweet. And this tweet is from, he's a suspected white supremacist himself, by the way. This guy, hold on one second. Where we at? So this guy, he was in an Uber, this white man. Oh, where we at? Okay, well, how come my thing ain't loading? Okay, there we go. All right, so his tweet is, I asked my Nigerian Uber driver yesterday if Americans were friendly. He said almost everyone was. Then he went on a 20-minute tirade about Black Americans, how badly they treated him, and he didn't want to live by them or do business with them, and they are the rudest people he'd ever encountered. In his words, quote, if I get 10 Nigerians together in America, I guarantee at least 9 of us have degrees. I have 3 degrees. I was not poor in Nigeria. I come here to work a basic job. I'm fine with this. We must start somewhere. You're born in this country, your entire life is here, but you cannot get a degree? You cannot work? What is wrong with you to act this way? I'm going to buy a house and live far away from them, meaning foundational Black Americans, in a better neighborhood than where I live now. So he's up here cacan and kikiing with this suspected white supremacist denigrating us, talking that Prince of Zamunda shit. They always pull that Prince of Zamunda. I'm not poor in Nigeria. I got all this money. I'm a Nigerian prince, but I'm over here working a basic job. I have to pretend to be poor. Okay, stop. So a lot of people were chiming in on this discussion. And let's be real, that type of mindset from them, that's been around for a minute. They've had that mindset for a minute. This real vitriolic mindset towards foundational Black Americans. They've been on that. Now, family, thank goodness for Uber and rideshare apps now, because remember, family, y'all know decades ago in cities like New York, DC, a lot of those East Coast cities, where foundational Black Americans, we couldn't get cabs. Y'all remember those days? So we don't have that problem now because we got ride sharing. But remember when we could not get cabs as foundational Black Americans in places like New York? I would go to New York all the time. back before the ride sharing apps. And I'd go out there in the winter and I'd be out there freezing for like 20, 30 minutes waiting on a damn cab while the cabs would drive past me to get to the white people. It was them tethers driving them cabs. You understand what I'm saying? It was them damn tethers driving them cabs, ladies. And let's be real. It was them driving them cabs doing that old shit. They've been doing little stuff like that for years. Yeah? They've been, well, the excuse was we don't want these niggas to rob us because we got robbed by niggas before. Yeah, whatever. But sometimes we be out there with our families. You know, the family ain't gonna rob you. They leave us in the cold. They were doing that stuff for the longest. So yeah, they've always had that little vitriolic relationship or disposition towards us. Let's keep it a buck. A lot of them have. Let's get Brother Ani Asaru in the building. Brother Ani, what's up, sir? Brother Ani, where you at?
What's going on, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You're absolutely right. You hitting on everything tonight. And also what that other tether said about Fat Joe and all the way up, that came out of 2016. But he needed our energy. He needed Remy Ma. He needed the energy of FBA on that song. So we need to highlight everything that he ever did that really blew up. Most of the things he did was because of foundation of Black American energy, and I'll land on that.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, all the way up. That was damn near a decade ago. Like I said. All right. Let's get what's this person's name? Tawanga? Let's get Tawanga in the building. Tawanga. All right. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Tawanga, hop in.
Hello, my brother. How are you?
I'm good, Tawanga. How are you?
I'm good too.
Where you from?
I'm from Senegal.
You're from Senegal. Okay.
Yes, and actually, I live in Kenya.
You live in Kenya. Okay. So what's on tonight, man?
Man, all good. I heard everything you said. And sorry, by the way, I speak French, so my English is not that good, but I'm gonna try and speak with you.
It's good.
All right. So you see, in Africa, we don't hate African Americans. I can guarantee you that when you go to Senegal, when you go to Kenya, and everywhere in sub-Saharan Africa, 99% of people you're gonna encounter are really nice people. They don't talk shit about African Americans. They're really nice, and we don't hate you guys. Seriously.
I agree. They're very nice people over there. I've been all over Africa. Most of the people I met were very nice people. They were very good people. The problem we have is that, and Dr. John Henry Clark talked about this too. He said a lot of folks leave Africa, come to the West, and start playing these little goofy games, and that's the problem. A lot of the Sambos start coming over here with that bullshit, or they go to the Western nations and then they start trying to get brand new and act like they didn't come from a place that was struggling. And then try to point their fingers at us. That's when we got a problem, because we're not going to, denigrate nobody because they're struggling. Because again, we go over there and we try to help. I've helped so many African nations. The problem is the ones who leave, they have.
Yes, I really agree.
Yeah, they have a contempt for their home, and then they have contempt for us because we're in our home and we're standing on home and lineage business. So they kind of feel a certain way about that. So they try to bring us down a peg by wagging their finger like, what about black on black crime, nigga? And then we have to gently remind them, dude, you left a crime ridden place. Now don't let us get on you. So that's what we're doing. We're just getting some straightening. But we ain't got no problem with the brothers and sisters over there. Shout out to you guys. We just want folks to build things up and get things popping so we can go visit and be comfortable when we go visit. That's all we're saying. All right. Let me see. Shout out to everybody in here. All right. We're in here heavy. Let's get Noisy B in the building. Noisy B in the building. But we're in here heavy. There's a lot of people in here. Noisy B, what's up, brother? Noisy B, what's happening?
What's good? What's good, Terry? Yeah, I just came up in regards to that Sheena Cardo
Yeah.
dude.
Oh, wait. There, get those headphones out. Those earphones, that earpiece is very janky. Let's get that off.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. That earpiece is not the business, brother. You need to send that back to Temu. Send them back and get your $8 back. All right. All right, Noisy, you good?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Much better. Much better. All right. So we
in regards to Giancarlo, yeah, don't mind him. Don't worry about him or anything. He's low-class immigrant who got kicked out of both countries he immigrated to. First, he tried immigrating to the UK, then he got kicked out of there and immigrated to America. Yeah, me and Davinsky just learned that a few days.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's a super tether.
Oh, not the super tether. He's a tether with super tether powers.
Yeah.
He can make Goya from scratch in less than 2 seconds. Okay, he's a super tether.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. Thank you. All right. All right, while we're waiting on Billy Mars, let's get Halal Builder. Wait, Billy, you ready?
Yeah, man. Sorry about that.
There you go. What's up, Billy?
I wanted to go back to that Kim Kardashian thing, man. Notice how when she was dating Pete Davidson, they were never telling any of those jokes. You know what I mean? Like it's always,
right.
We're the butt of the joke every time they tell like, oh, she dates so many black guys. They don't tell that about like, let's say, black Hollywood celebs that exclusively date white men. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's where like the whole whore narrative or promiscuous narrative comes from. She's not any more promiscuous than any other celebrity in Hollywood. It's just that she dates too many black guys. So that was always the issue. Yeah. And that's all I have. Y'all are not playing on that one.
Thank you, brother. Halal, what's up, brother?
Yes, hi, Tariq. How are you doing?
I'm good, Halal.
It's a great night. I'm doing good. I want to talk about a few things. As you know, you like to call us tethers. I'm a tether.
And where are you from, by the way?
Yes, I am from a place called Ethiopia.
Now, why are you a tether?
I'm a tether because basically you guys made it out to be like whoever's not from the lineage is a tether. So I would be a tether.
No, we've never said that. We've explained over and over again. I mean, because now you are acting like a tether because you're lying.
Okay.
You're lying. Now you are a tether because you're lying. We've specified ad nauseum that you're not a tether just because you're from somewhere else. You're a tether because you come around us and try to be deceptive, and you just prove it. But go ahead.
Fair enough.
Let's hear some more arguments. Go ahead.
Me personally, Tariq, I don't want nothing to do with you folks. I believe that you guys should do your own thing. Now, I came here. My parents came here in the 90s, the mid 90s. And so my parents, when they came over here, striving for a good life and a different life from the starvation that's happening in Ethiopia and the deaths and all the nonsense. So they came over here, in fact, in order to have a better life. And I am unapologetic about that. I'm not planning to go back. I'm planning to assimilate here in America. So what is there anything wrong with that?
No. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
All we're saying is sit your ass down and don't talk slick. Because the problem is when y'all come over here and start trying to denigrate foundational Black Americans, and you come from a place that you didn't even build up, and we made a lane for you here, that's when we have a problem.
You know, I agree.
Talking crazy. As long as you ain't talking crazy, hey, do you?
I agree. And the people who do that you should watch out for are them Nigerians. They're the ones who want to be you guys, who want to co-op.
Some of your folks do it too. No, not just the Nigerians.
It would be going lowering yourself if we act like you folks. I'm sorry to say. I know we have a racial supremacy, sir. We have a racial supremacy, we East Africans. So we don't.
How is it lowering? And you come from a place of famine and flies.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, but we are phenotypically superior to you guys. But you're right.
How so? How so?
Yes, we have pointy nose that you wide nose mofos don't have. We have dignified, noble look. We have hair that's soft like feathers. I'm sorry, we are phenotypically superior to y'all. No offense, but the point is, we are.
Sir, you look like Roger from American Dad in flip flops. Okay, so you're not even convincing yourself that you are physically superior to anybody. Get your ass off my. All right. Let's get some more people in here. All right. So yeah, that you're not gonna tell that lie. You are not gonna tell that lie. All right, let me get some more people in here. You wish, you fantasizing. If you don't stop. Okay, let's see. We got a lot of people in the building. Okay. Shout out to everybody in here. Let's get Brother Netter. Let's get Brother Netter in here. I know Netter got something to say about the guy calling about the Egyptian stuff. Brother Netter, hop in, sir. Where you at, Netter?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
I finally got on here, man. I'm glad to get on. Got my tickets to microphone check. Gonna be in Oakland this year, not San Francisco.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes,
indeed. And I got my tickets and hotel for June 15th. We'll be spending the weekend out there, and I'm looking forward to that, especially after this They Not Like Us, our new anthem.
Oh yeah.
I'm loving that. That made my weekend. But there was two things I wanted to say on this. And this guy kind of sparked it off about these Africans, particularly Nigerians, talk about how successful they are compared to us.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I noticed is Black Americans have a GDP that's higher than every country on that continent.
Oh yeah.
And in particular, the Nigerians, where Nigeria is about 1 billion GDP, ours is 1.8, and we're 43 million, and they're 220 million. You know, I like numbers, and they start talking all that mess, and then they talk about the success that they have because we're engineers, we're this, we're that, we're this or that. I know contractors that are richer than a lot of doctors. We have a lot of businesses that people don't understand, and we kind of spread our success isn't necessarily these 4 lanes. We cover many lanes, and then we also have an underground economy too that's not accounted for. So you know, I wish, you know, just for a lot of people listening, when people start talking that mess, just throw out numbers. You know?
Yes, indeed.
That was it. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you so much, brother. Shout out to the OG. All right, let's get Kataka. Brother Kataka in here. Brother Kataka. Brother Kataka in the building. Where you at, man? Turn that microphone on.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, brother?
I'm all right, man. Yeah, I'm just commenting about the Vlad thing.
Yes.
Yeah, just let you know, man. I've been kind of hearing what he's been saying for years. I've been disagreeing with him, and he kind of blocked me a little bit. And but I tell you, he need to worry about what's going on with the Ukraine and Russian war, because that's what is it, Ukraine or Russian? He need to worry about that. Stay out of black people business.
Real talk, real talk. Dark Detective,
Oh,
hop
I
on, man.
finally got in. Hello, Tariq Nasheed.
What's going
Oh,
on?
my name is I am a recently. I used to be a tether. I used to have a conspicuous forehead and a miscellaneous hairline, but I had changed my ways. I sure did.
So you're not a tether
No,
no
I'm
more?
not a tether no more. I like my blackness. I don't even care about white Jesus.
Okay, why do you sound like Uncle Ruckus?
Oh my God, I didn't believe I was gonna get it. Anyway, my name is Joseph, and I grew up in Kenya.
Yeah.
And we don't claim that Ethiopian. I just want to say, because they are making it really, really tough for us out here. I'm already insecure about my forehead. Now we gotta be insecure about them too. So,
Lord.
yes. But about the white supremacists, I think every person should get, or at least every black person should get the book from Teacher Nelly Foley Jr. about the compensatory code. It explains how white supremacy operates, how demonic it is. They'll turn around, destroy black villages, then turn around and say, well, why are villages destroyed? There's one more in Texas. They had this one white man who had white nationalists living in his compound, and he went and his white 11-year daughter was found in the water with the legs down. Then they turn around and say, black on black crime. Now, when I first moved,
right. Let me get some more calls again. All right. Ab, what's your name, brother?
Samawati.
Ab Samawati. There you go. What's a long name? Where you from, Ab Samawati?
From Somalia, my bro.
There you go. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, just want to share people up here. When you hear about Somalia, usually you hear about piracy, terrorism, and all that kind of stuff. I want to share good news. Somalia is on the rebound, and now actually they found one of the biggest oil finds in Africa. They're going to release soon, and we're going to be bouncing back. So good news for Africa. Where Somalia goes, Africa will go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope they get it together, man. I'm really rooting for them. Now, are you in Britain, Somalia, or the U.S. right now?
No, I just came back from Somalia. Actually, I got a business down there, so it's booming. I think things are getting better. They got to do offshore drilling actually because it's not safe on the ground a little bit, but that's more than we need. So,
yes, indeed, my man.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Look at Special G. Special.
Tariq, how you doing? Peace to the family. How are you?
I'm good, dear. How are you?
I'm doing good, Tariq. I hate to steer the conversation this direction, but I must.
Okay.
I just saw Brother Nature come up and speak. Okay. I need brothers to put married in their profile. So when us single women go to their profile, we can see whether or not we can be, assertive enough to inquire.
Yeah. Did you check? Was he married in the profile?
It didn't say that. And then my other question is, does he look like his profile picture? That's what I want to know.
Okay, y'all trying to make love connection.
And then I wanted to offer this suggestion, Tariq. I think you should have a FBA style balloon pop at the Hidden History Museum. Your thoughts?
Like how? Like what do you mean?
There's this balloon pop kind of like dating show. It's on YouTube. And have you ever seen this?
I haven't seen this.
Oh,
no.
you gotta see it. You have to check it out.
Now, what's it about? How does it work?
There's usually a host, and they invite there's a girl's version of it, and I'll just speak on the girl's version, right? So they'll have male suitors, probably about 7 or 8 of them, and they bring single women out, right? And each of the gentlemen are holding a balloon, right? And if they're not interested in the female when she comes out, they pop their balloon. And so it progresses with the host asking the woman questions. And the last gentleman to kind of keep their balloons, they kind of dive down into asking one-on-one questions with the gentleman. So it's like the dating game. Remember the dating game? But this is an up.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. I kind of get that. Now, where are you? What city are you in?
I'm in Cali. I'm a Cali girl.
Okay, you in the Bay?
How you know?
Okay, because Netter's in the Bay, so you must have looked at his profile like, oh, this brother near me. We got Netter back in here, brother. Netter, you in here, brother?
Wait.
Hold on, no, we gonna put you on the spot. OG, what's
Yeah,
up, brother?
I'm here.
Now, brother Netter, are you married, divorced, brother? What's going on?
Divorced.
He's okay. There it is. Okay, we're gonna have y'all follow each
Wait.
other. And
does he look like his profile picture?
Do you look like your profile picture, Netter?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, special girl, do you look like yours? Where's your profile picture? You don't have one. You got your page private. So what's going on with that?
I stay out the way, Tariq, but I stay out the way. But yeah, I'm nice on the eyes, very much so.
Now, how old are you, ma'am? How old are you?
I'm a woman of a certain age, so I like
okay. Like 50 something. 50?
I'm not quite 50, but I like my gentleman over 50. I definitely do.
Okay, there you go. So you follow our brother Netter. We're gonna have us a love connection. I would like to see it.
Thank you, Tariq. Right. Peace to the family.
Hey, man, one more question. You going to the microphone check screening out there in the Bay? Oh, you and Netter need to go on a date.
Thank you, Tariq.
All right,
bye.
dear. I love these FBA love connections. I love it. People be going to our events. They be hooking up all the time and having lasting relationships. I love it. Yeah. Come on with it. Okay. Well, we got a lot of folks in the building. Yeah, a lot of folks in the building. I didn't want to put my brother Netter on the spot because I couldn't really see her picture that well. All right. Okay. Let me see. We got a lot of folks in the building. Let's get Brother Ani in here. Brother Ani in the building. Let's get Brother Ani in the building.
What's going on, brother?
Ani, what's up, man? How are you, sir?
Doing good, man. How about yourself?
I'm good, family. What's on your mind?
Well, I was looking at the beef, and one thing I noticed was we got to start considering Drake a tether, man. Because the things that came out, like him making fun or trying to allude to Kendrick being molested as a child and trying to make fun of that. And really, the song didn't say he was molested. His mother actually was molested at a young age, and she had PTSD. And she was trying to basically put that on him, asking him, was he, in the same situation with his cousin? So he misread the whole song, but it was kind of creepy for him to make fun of that. But he's making fun of like trauma. He's trying to make fun of trauma and everything. And I want everyone also to watch the series Them. They just came out with the second season. It's about Compton, how white supremacy first started in Compton. I don't know if you checked that series out, but we need a breakdown on YouTube from you on them talking about the great migration from Chicago to Compton. And there's 2 seasons talking about how white supremacy become these demonic spirits that hunt these Black American families. And I think I need you to get that breakdown, brother. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I got to check that out because my wife is watching that, so I got to start watching that and getting into it. Romario, what's up, brother? Brother Romario, hop on, sir. You turn your microphone on, brother. Romario, just turn your microphone on, sir. All right, while we're waiting on Romario, I'd like for folks to kind of get it together. He bounced up out of here. While we're waiting on, he bounced. Okay, let's get Infinity. Let's get Infinity in the building. What's up, Infinity? Okay, while we're waiting on Infinity, let's get Phallic V.
What's up, man?
What's up, Phallic? How
Pretty
are you?
good.
Yes, indeed. So where are you from, Phallic?
I'm from Missouri.
There you go. So what's on your mind,
I don't know. I'm really tired.
Yes, indeed. It's very late, and you got to get up and work at Subway in the morning. So I get it. So what else is
I
on
don't
your
work at
mind?
Subway.
You don't make mayonnaise sandwiches
I
all
hate
day?
mayonnaise.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't deny your heritage.
Dude,
so what's
you're
up?
being racist.
No, it's about culture,
Hey,
not race, damn it.
dap me up. Dap me up.
My man. So what's on your mind? How do you feel about the conversation?
I
We
don't know.
having
Just doing what's going on. What are you guys talking about?
Man, we're just talking about different stuff, man. Just talking about different stuff. So what's going on in the white community, man? What y'all doing over there?
Costco has 75 cents a bottle for these root beers. They're root beers. 75 cents a bottle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, y'all love some root
Yes,
beer.
we
That's one
do.
thing. Y'all love root beer and Costco's.
That's true.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So what do you do out there in Missouri, my guy?
I be turkey hunting.
Yeah.
Sitting in that blind, that 12 gauge. Calling for them turkeys.
Okay. Okay. All right. Is it all right? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Well,
Tariq
thank you
Nasheed,
so
I
much,
love
brother.
you, dog. Big fan.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Shout out to the white listener, turkey hunting. Young lady, Miss what's your name? The Realist. Miss the Realist. The Realist. Miss the Realist, you want to turn your microphone on, ma'am? And let us know what's on your mind. All right, the Realist, where you at, ma'am? Ma'am, you can turn your microphone on and speak. All right, while we're waiting on the Realist to speak, we've got a lot of folks down here. Let's get Ask AC. Let's get Ask AC in the building. AC, what's up, brother? I'm asking AC to turn his microphone on. What's up, AC?
What it do, man? I got it on.
There you go. What's up, AC? How are you,
doing
brother?
good. I just wanted to say real quick that what I done learned from watching you and listening is that these white supremacists, they actually appreciate when you go hard on them and you knowledgeable about what you're saying. So I just want to say to the family, we at that time now where we have to press hard, even if we wrong. We standing on truth anyway. But I like the way you, even if you ain't all the way right, you still pressing and they break down, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. But I'm standing on historic facts. Yeah, I'm standing on historic facts. Yeah, that's what I'm on. Let's get who we got? We got a lot of folks in here. Let's get Mike. Let's get Mike in here. Let's get Mike, and then we'll get our Kebel on. I see Mike got the Haitian flag. What's up, Mike?
What's good, Tariq? How you doing?
I'm good, Mike. What's on your mind,
Not
bro?
much, man. Just wanted to just show appreciation to FBA culture. I mean, you guys are the real ones. And
yes, sir.
It's crazy. Me and my dad, we had like this, I won't say an argument, but he was like, Haitians, they've done this and that in America. But I'm like, Dad, like, you have to look at the start of how things, went through. You got Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman. I'm like, without them, like, we wouldn't be out here like that. So, you got to educate your parents sometimes.
Oh yeah, your dad is Haitian and your mom is FBA?
No, actually, both of my parents, they're both Haitian, but I'm born in Jersey, so that's why I got the flag. But yeah.
Yes, indeed. Man, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. Don't be ashamed of where you're from.
No, I'm not. I'm not ashamed. I think
you're Ghana or not? It's Ghana or Nigeria. Which one is
No,
it?
I'm not. I mean, I should be more ashamed of, promoting degeneracy in your books, though. But yeah, just answer my question, please.
Yeah, but I just wanted you to not be ashamed of where you're from. See, you're so degenerate, you can't even name where you're from if you want to talk degeneracy. Okay?
Okay.
That's why you can't wag your finger. My book is called The Art of Macking. It's for single guys going out, meeting girls, and them wanting to get with you sexually. There's nothing degenerate about that.
Oh, wow. So
What's degenerate about having a consensual sexual relationship? What's degenerate about that?
basically you teaching young black men how to go to clubs and have sex with women when you know for a fact that throughout history African American had some sort of family structure where they would get married before having sexual relationship, and you claiming that there's nothing wrong with it. I think that is a big
Sir,
problem.
I'm not going to have a dude from West Africa, possibly Nigeria. That's why you're so ashamed of your homeland, where paternity fraud is at an all-time high with a bunch of kids who don't know who their parents are. That's a part of your
Hey,
culture, sir.
Tariq, I do have a question.
You're not gonna wag the finger at me with just chopping up game about how single guys and single women can hook up and meet each other and have a good time. The degeneracy comes from your culture, sir. That's why you had to flee over here, sir.
No problem. I do have a last question for you, Tariq. So my last question to you,
And I have another question. Why are you so butthurt over foundational Black Americans delineating? Because that's what this really is about. You're upset that you're upset because you can't hide your degeneracy behind us no more. That what you're upset about?
No, I'm actually not upset about none of that. I do have a last question for you, please, if you don't mind, brother.
But go
Can I
ahead.
ask the
And
last
I know
question?
it's your bad faith question, but
Yeah.
go ahead.
So
Go
my
ahead.
last question to you: you actually published another book, right? Called the art of the art of gold digging, right? That was actually published right back in 2008, and the book was actually published through a company called the Penguin Books, right? Which is
No. My other books were with Penguin.
which other book do you
My
have
book,
with the Penguins?
let me see. I think it was because I had a book deal with Simon and Schuster, and I had another book with Penguin. I think the Mac Within was with
Oh, the
Penguin
Mac Within.
Books.
Oh, yeah. You're actually right. So yeah, I think that's what I meant. So you have the Mac Within,
That's Penguin
right,
Book.
which was published, through that company, right, publishing company. But although you're talking about white supremacy and all of that, and that the company was actually founded by a British white man called Alan Lane, and even today, when you publish the book, right, most of the major stockholder, in the company, and CEOs and all of that were actually white. So why did you choose to publish your book, through a white supremacy company, and coming up here and talking about white supremacy?
Because they gave me $100,000.
Oh, so you're ready to sell your morality, your black morality, to white supremacists when it comes down to money, right?
Morality?
Yeah, because you are defending a certain, way of life for black people, but now you said you
Right.
accepted money from
What
white
does
supremacists.
What does me writing a book about my everyday conversations have to do with morality?
No. Why did you publish your book through a white supremacist
They gave
company?
me $100,000. They gave me $100,000 just to write about what I talk about normally with my friends. You damn right I signed that deal, and then signed another one for another $100,000 with Simon and Schuster.
But I mean, if you
I
hate
could write
white
books all day.
supremacy so much, why didn't you turn down the money? Why did you take the money from white people?
Why would I turn the money down? Why would I
But I
turn the
mean,
money down?
if you hate white people so much, why do you take money from them? I mean,
Who said I hate white
that's
people? I don't
that's
hate
what you
white
talked
people.
about all the time, every single day.
I've never said I hated white people. You're a lying tether.
All right,
You know that?
Tariq, man, have a good one.
You're a lying tether. Ladies and gentlemen, Now you see why we delineate from these lying, scamming, bad faith argument having tethers. These tethers argue in such bad faith, and it's based in jealousy. He's mad because don't nobody want to give him $100,000 for nothing. He would spread his pussy wide open for $100 to get a green card. You understand? Don't let these people try to play a fake morality role. Tethers love to try to come over here and wag that lily bowler finger on some fake morality, and y'all over there selling kids for bushmeat. You tethers are real funny style and wonder why we delineate. You damn right I made these white people give me big ass money for easy book. It's easy for me to write books about game. I can just transcribe one of my Twitter spaces. You know? That's nothing for me. That's easy money. Yeah, you damn right I'm gonna get that money. We're just talking about what I normally talk about. That's how thorough we as foundational Black Americans are. We gonna get some money now. You dig? See, that's the difference between us and tethers. Y'all come over here and drive Uber and we working for $7 an hour and don't be saying nothing. Like, shut up, nigga. I got 10 job, nigga. No. We gonna make sure y'all give us the money we supposed to get. That's the FBA way. And we work at a job, we gonna holler at the boss, man. I've been here. I need a raise. I need some dental. I need some health insurance. We gonna get some money now. Yeah. Don't get it damn twisted. Yeah, these people gave me big money for my books. You damn right Penguin broke me off. Yeah. Yeah, and if they had a big enough check, I might do another deal with them. But I make enough money publishing my books on my own now. Because we got to understand the money they give, it is basically, they treat it like a loan. So you get that big money and then you got to recoup it and all that old stuff. So, but it is what it is, just tether babble. You know, Shay, you want to talk? Shay, you got your microphone ready? All right, let me get you off, Shay. All right. Well, these tethers are funny. Talking about family structure. And you niggas over here fleeing and leaving their families back over there in West Africa, too ashamed to even say where you're from. Well, if y'all tethers don't stop, if you don't stop, y'all love projecting your degeneracy onto us. Let's get Aaron. Aaron in the building. We'll get Tribunal. Aaron, then Tribunal.
What's good, OG? Can you hear me?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hope things well with you. I just want to say real quick, man. I don't know why these tethers get upset about these books that you write and stuff like that. My thing is like, I have these books physically. My cousin put me on and stuff like that with the Mac Within, the Art of Mac in an elite way. And I'm gonna be real with you. I gotta give you your props. I gotta say thank you because this is some of the best game that you ever just given written out and everything. Yeah. So and you wrote this back in, if I'm not mistaken, like 90s, early 2000s, and right, like this game is older than me. So my thing is like, what makes this different between the Tethers and FBA is like the Tethers don't really know how to like just shut up and soak up some game. You know what I'm saying? So
right, it's always a scam. They read in the book. There's no scams. Yeah. Where's the scam? Ain't no scams in there. So they're like, oh, where's this shit? I can't get jiggy with this shit. That's their mindset.
You're killing me, bro. You're killing me. But yeah, it's not even like with the whole dating thing. It's just like how to carry yourself as a Black man. You know what I'm saying? So right. It's right. Classic. It's an FBA classic. You know what I'm saying? Just like to my original point, I want to go back to before I got on. Is this it's Not Like Us? This FBA anthem. It's a classic at this point.
It is, man. It's a classic, and it's only been out for not even a week,
talk.
and this thing all over the place, man. This the one right here, man.
Real talk. And the last time I joined the spaces, I said K-Dot was up 10-0, and in my opinion, I think this beef is over. He really.
Oh yeah,
he really this is the victory lap. You know what I'm saying? And
oh yeah.
We got K-Dot talking that talk. We got Cat Williams talking that talk, and we all got a role to play. So I'm just loving this energy, and I want to keep it up.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate you. That's what that's going to be the anthem at the Rally for Reparations Juneteenth celebration. That's going to be the damn anthem right there, man. Oh, it's going to be a beautiful thing. But my guy, he brought up a good point, man. The Tethers, when it comes to the books that I wrote, especially The Art of Mac, and some of you guys got The Art of Mac. That was a huge bestseller. That book sold 250,000 copies, man. That's why I started getting all them other big deals, because they were people like, how the hell are you selling all these books? My book, The Art of Mackin, was really about how you as a man carry yourself. About 70% of the book was all about how you carry yourself as a man, the principles and the integrity and the swag and the style and the intelligence, the charisma that you're supposed to have as a man, the confidence you're supposed to have as a man. That book was a self-help book more than anything. It was all about carrying yourself a certain way that make women want to choose your ass. You see? That book was all about having confidence as a man. And when you walk in the room, having that level of confidence, man, that's 80% of the task right there. Everything else is going to fall into place. The way you carry yourself as a man, that's the hardest part of the game. Once you carry yourself as a man a certain way, the women are not going to be a problem. You did? The women are going to start choosing heavy. I'll give you an example. The brother who just called in, Netta. Now, he's from the Bay. I got a lot of my game from Bay Area cats. That's not a secret. Most people know that. A lot of cats that I got game from the Bay. Now, that brother Netter who called up like a grown-ass man. The brother had a certain level of confidence and intelligence and swag and maturity. Immediately, the woman called up, hey, what is that nigga married? Immediately. You see? That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. A woman immediately called up inquiring about that brother. You see? So it's all about how you carry yourself as a man. But a tether, when you come from a fleeing culture, there's an insecurity there. When you come from a fleeing, scamming, lying culture, that shows you don't have no confidence. You dig? So reading about confidence, that's like science fiction. What is this? Confidence? What is this? How can I run a scam on these bitches? You trying to turn to the page where the scams are. Ain't no scams. We don't have no scams for you, nigga. Ain't none. Oh, what's my daughter doing up? Lord, my daughter scared the shit out of me. Just walked in here. Lord, my daughter just scared the hell out of me. Doing up this late. Why do you bring her down here? She scared the shit out of me. Lord, my daughter be up all night, chilling. Oh man, that one. I just saw that drunk chick, that drunk OnlyFans chick try to get in here. I do not want to hear drunk OnlyFans babble. I do not want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. Shout out to all the OnlyFans girls. I'm not dumping on y'all. Y'all got to get your money. I ain't mad at you. But yeah, the drunk OnlyFans girl, you can't be drinking on the job. Yeah, you got to go out there and get the money. And all that good stuff. Hey, let me get out of here. I ain't gonna be on here all night. Y'all gonna have me on here all night chopping up game with the family. It's been real, family. Look, go get y'all tickets for Microphone Check, man. That movie's coming out in a few weeks, man. I'm excited for you guys to see it, man. Us being in the theaters all around the country, I can't wait to just be kicking it with y'all, man. I'm gonna be out. I'm gonna be at the LA screening. I'm gonna have all my friends and family with me out here. Then I go to New York to that May 25th red carpet premiere. That's a big one in New York, and I can't wait to be out there with the New York family. The Bronx is going to be in the building heavy. The Bronx is going to be out there real heavy. So I can't wait to see that with a New York crowd, the cats who, who are out there. I really want to see it with y'all. So go to microphonecheck.com. And also everybody kick in. How many people we got in here? We got almost 900 folks. Everybody go put something on the Rally for Reparations. If everybody can go put a 10, a 20, just put something on it, man. We're doing this thing on the grassroots. We got to GoFundMe. Go to Rally, the number 4, Reparations, rally4reparations.com. And just throw a little something on it. Throw some of your weed money on it. Throw some of your little Chipotle money on it so we can make this thing happen. And I can't wait to see everybody out there. But anyway, man, let me get up out of here, man. Shout out to everybody for tuning in. Y'all have a good week. We'll chop it up tomorrow, man. Papi Akuche, Lola Bube to the family. Peace. 2 years ago, we came here to Washington, D.C., shoulder to shoulder.